this.
We're just going to
Hello and welcome to part 2 of the Gooners versus Cancer 4th annual 27-hour Podathon. Brace yourself, because we got some really ugly people coming on the screen right now. This might be the first time we have had all 5 of us together in one place. 5 out of the 6 TGPers in one place right now, and we have one person who is taking over for James Johnstone as the person who's up in the middle of the night for no apparent reason. Eoin, welcome to the pod. Welcome back to seeing you. How are you enjoying your last month of being a single person?
Yeah, well, that's what I was just going to say. It isn't like you held anything over me to rattle my conscience to get me up at 2:30 in the morning. He actually said it isn't like I'm traveling halfway across the world to go to your wedding. The only thing I would say is
a huge favor I'm doing you. I mean, that's,
Oh, massive favor, yeah.
You're
completely. Welcome. Yeah. It's not making me nervous whatsoever having you there. But there's only one thing that could have been weirder than me telling my missus I had to get up at 2:30 in the morning to talk to you guys, and that would have been to tell her I was doing that to talk about wrestling, because that's completely normal. Yeah, but so
that's why I didn't have you wake up at 1:30 in the morning, because otherwise you would have had to do that. But
And did you actually?
Might be the highest rated hour and a half, and it's got nothing to do with Lee Gunner, but no, he's
very much doubt that's going to be the case. What did you wake up, Mike, or Eoin, to come on, or did you just stay awake?
No, I woke up, yeah, and shut my daughter into the room on her own and just locked the door. I'm pretty sure she's probably up there crying at the minute, but it's all good. This is more important.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that.
Pesky kids.
I got home from.
You would have cured cancer if it wasn't for you pesky little kids.
I got home from an event, and my son came to give me a hug, and I just face palmed him away and said, "Cancer will not win, you little fucker." Pushed him to the ground, and I came in because
same son who the last time I visited you had this "I love cancer" shirt on.
Wow.
These are important years. These are the years that make them or break them, I suppose.
Yeah, no, you got to put hair on their balls, right? Jared just got back from a 2-week, or how long were you in Paris?
10, 12 days. 12 days if you count the travel, so really more like 10.
10 days, and we kind of talked a little bit about it before these degenerates jumped on, but your trip looked amazing. I was kind of following all of your wives' posts on social media, but it looked unreal.
He's been doing that for 5 years, by the way. It had nothing to do with the Olympics.
He didn't even know us, and he was
right. Exactly. That's why we know you.
Does hers even have a social media presence? I mean, if you probably go on Facebook and look up Mike Hers.
No.
Social media presence.
I don't do
social media presence is on most threads.
No, that's a damn
massive on
joke.
Threads. Everybody follows. Tens and tens of people follow me on Threads. I'm huge there.
Jared, tell us a little bit about your trip.
Yeah, it was great. We went over primarily for the Olympics, but it was my first time in Paris, so we did all the tourist stuff too. But it was a lot of fun, busy week and a half. Went to gymnastics, swimming. We saw the football up in Lyon, so we got to see Lacazette face off against El Neni in the France versus Egypt semifinal at Lyon. And then went to beach volleyball too. They had a crazy cool venue for that. I'm sure everybody's probably seen it on Twitter.
Volleyball.
Big fan of beach volleyball. That's my sport.
Those guys are in great shape.
Was that what you were expecting to hear?
I knew.
Those guys are in great shape.
Well played.
Teed it up.
No, it was a ton of fun. It was nice to be back home for about a month to rest up. And then, like Mike, I'll be heading back over to Ireland to watch Eoin get married. So
just second home.
Yeah.
Dude, we are going to so MST3K this wedding. And if you're not old enough to get that reference, it's basically just watching old movies with little cartoon characters throwing popcorn and clowning on the things that were going on in the movies. So we're going to.
I think I'm the second oldest of this group, and I didn't get that. Did anyone
Mystery Science Theater 3000.
No one. You should have just said that because no one says the other. It's okay. You've been on this
27 hours. I got to use the abbreviations I have available to me.
That's true. You've been on this 7 hours. All right, should we jump in because this is the TGP version, and we're gonna do our predictions for the season. We've all seen the list ahead of time, so we should be able to get through this pretty quickly and have some banter.
I have not seen the list ahead of time.
What is this list we speak of?
It was sent in the group. Jared wrote, "Love it." So maybe only Jared saw it. It does have a blue check mark.
Andy keeps receipts. We could waffle our way through this. I'm confident, Andy.
Top 3 EPL finishing. I'll go first to give everyone who doesn't fucking prep time.
I just forwarded the message to the most recent, so you can.
Get over it. You know what?
I have funnier, Andy, for this podcast.
Funnier, Andy. Just for Mike, we do top 3 FPL because I know he's all in on fantasy league. All right, go for it, Andy. I'll stop derailing the show.
Top 3 fantasy league. We never tallied up our fantasy goal scoring
thing. Did you actually play that throughout? Like, did you keep?
Remember when we did that?
Yeah, that's out there somewhere.
Oh, I have it somewhere.
Look it up after this.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, because I know the people are waiting.
Hey, quick! Let's talk about 2019 goals.
All right, your EPL top 3 finishers. I'm gonna go. Mike, are you going to write all these down?
We do this every year, write it down, and then never revisit it.
No, that's fine. Mike's
That's a great question, Andy. No.
I'm going to go Arsenal, City, Liverpool, top 3.
I think that's going to be a popular.
It's 100% so far. The number of people who have made predictions on the top 3 or top 4 who picked Arsenal come first. It's a very confident group that we have. Also.
It's our season.
We'll just go around in the order we are on screen. That's probably easiest. What's up, Lori? Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Lori.
Unsurprising.
Lori, this is your expertise. Can you write down the to put Lori to work? Can you write down the predictions and then send them to me?
What is this shit?
Lori does this for the Arsenal America board meetings, so you can get typecast into a certain situation. But we need someone to mark down all the predictions, and I cannot do it right now because I still have to come up with mine.
You could be the Gooners podcast scribe.
And if you do well tonight, there might be some unpaid work, which I know is something you're looking for. Unpaid.
But if you also join this podcast, you will win a Gooners versus Cancer giveaway because it's not rigged or staged.
Yeah, Jared's already won. Owen is going to win something.
As long as he's not taking mine, I don't really care what he does. We actually do need to talk about that. It's a shout out at halftime of one of the Arsenal games. Is that open to where I can just deliver him a 30-second Gooners versus Cancer promo? If not, let's regift it to somebody else at the end of this hour.
I would bet Peter would do that for me without you using your. I mean, I'll talk to him about it, but
he did say he would do that, Jared.
Yeah, if we can do something like that, I think that's a good cause. We can get
I don't think you gotta waste it on that though, because I think
the name out there. I mean, what do I need a shout out at the Emirates for? I live 6,000 miles away. So why don't we either plan on that or just regift it at the end of this hour? I'm good either way.
I love how your ego is way less inflated than ours.
At least 2.5 people are going to be like, oh, I know that, Jared.
I'm like, you already know who this is. So
I would say I don't need a shout out from all the way across the Atlantic. I need 10 shout outs from all
we should rig him. Let's just rig Peter.
Mike's like, not only do I need a shout out, I need my picture to be on the Jumbotron. And
do I have to die to get that? Like that's like I'm really looking forward to when I get that, but I probably won't see it. So
Mike's like, it's gonna be kind of like a memorial, but I'm gonna be alive in the stadium. So like whatever you need to do to make it sad, but I'll be there. Jared, give us your top 3.
All right.
I'll break my arm if that's what it takes.
We only got 45 minutes, so we got to move through them. My top 3, no surprise, same as Andy. Arsenal, City, Liverpool, in that order.
Feinberg.
You know how I am with predictions. I cannot predict good things for Arsenal because I have to set my expectations low. So, and I'll believe it when I see it that City's actually going to get punished with an effect occurring this season. So I'm going to go City, Arsenal yet again. and third might be up for grabs. I don't see Liverpool being that team. Strangely, I'm gonna go with United.
No, strangely is a good word for that.
Yeah,
I'll take the under.
as bad as last
It's only been
season.
7 hours. Imagine what's going to happen 7 hours from now. This man's going to just be out there.
Yeah, I think
He's gonna flip it. He's gonna be like Manchester United wins.
Cagliari is going to finish second in the Premier League, and Stuttgart is going to get the final spot. Now, I don't know. I just all right, fine. Crystal Palace.
Okay, that's yeah.
More believable.
You always laugh at this guy, and I'm going to stand by you here because I actually agree with Mike. I actually think it's going to be Arsenal, City, United. I think that the business that they're doing isn't actually as bad as people think, and if they keep their injuries lower than it was last season, which probably hasn't got off to a great start, to be honest with you, I think they will be better.
They're going to have to score 120 goals because they're shipping 100 this year.
Yeah.
I don't know. They just signed Delete.
If he was any good, he would be staying at Bayern. It's not the players on the pitch. They have a great squad. It's the management.
But by the way, I do think it'll be something like 96 points, 91 points, 74 points. Like that.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of them.
Yeah. Hers, who you got, bud?
I got Manchester City first, Arsenal second, Liverpool third as well. I'm to preface this, it's as things stand right now because I'm being a negative Nancy about our transfer business work currently, and I think we as things stand, we have a weaker squad in my opinion than we did last season.
Motherfucker orders vanilla ice cream and water when he goes out for a date.
Robbie Ford has been indoctrinated by LeGrove. I think they got a new viewer if he wasn't already watching, but that was a spicy take.
Hers, staying with you, Mike. Don't unmute yourself. Let's hear your bottom three. We'll go back the same order. It's a snake.
Sneaky snake. What about Nazri?
Give us your bottom three.
Literally, I literally Google search right now the three that came up. So it's going to be Ipswich, Southampton, and Leicester City. I think the gap continues to grow and grow. Maybe potentially Nottingham Forest could challenge that, but as things stand, I just think the gap is too much. As they're in with PSR and everything that's happening. There's only so much they could spend before they get dot points or whatnot. So literally the three teams that came up, I think they go back down, Andy.
Okay, cool. Owen, what do you think?
Power bottom. Power. I know. Listen, it's basically a speech impediment that I have. You can't be making fun of me for an accent.
I don't know if he's talking about a sex act or golf right now.
Yeah, golf. That's exactly it.
Can't wait for him to give his speech during his wedding, and Mike be like, "What?"
No, it's what I can't wait for.
What
I can't wait for, and Mike actually experienced this to a lesser extent, is everybody to talk like me.
Oh my God, it's so funny. Rick and I just we were holding up our phone to do the translation app was on from Irish to American.
Yeah, I gotta go boring.
Ollie just pointed at Mike and went, "Do we know him?"
Listen,
I'm your dad.
Listen, Ollie, I haven't been on this in ages. You're taking my spotlight. This is my moment, mine.
This is
just
he does sound like a gremlin. Wait, we're not a gremlin.
A leprechaun.
A leprechaun.
Gremlin.
Oh, you've been to my house before, buddy.
That's exactly
you
what.
had Gizmo after midnight. No.
Did we see a crocodile there?
Yeah, we saw the crocodiles at his house. And then remember that man who tried to get out of the swimming pool and then fell back in and almost killed himself? That was Mike.
And then I cooked you the best steak you've ever had.
All right, go to bed.
No.
And fed you lox on a bagel.
Yeah.
What's a lock? All right, so did we get what we needed?
Just the three that come up. Yeah. That's. I'm not sure what's going on.
We call them O gremlins. Oh shit, that's good. All right, Mike, who's your bottom three?
Bottom three, I'm going to go with Southampton, Nottingham Forest, and of course, this is all predicated under City not getting relegated administratively, and Everton.
Wow. That's a bold pick. They've never been relegated, have they?
No, it's
one of
us,
the few.
them, and United, right?
They've literally been teasing a relegation for the last 3 years, and I think this is the year it gets to be too much. That said, they'll probably finish third.
I love it.
Yeah, for me, it was pretty expected. I think we're going to see 2 years in a row, like the other guy said, of the three that come up go right back down. So I've got Southampton, Leicester, Ipswich, also pretty unexciting picks, but I feel like that's the most likely place we end up.
I've got Forest, Southampton, and Ipswich. I think
Leicester stays?
I think Leicester will. Yeah. I mean, they're going to bring, I think, enough ex-Premier League like talent with them, right? They've been in and around it. So do we really think that City, because we'll find out in what, January, February, maybe March, I can't see them.
We'll find out the tentative decision, but then it's going to be held up in legal appeals. I mean, they can't be appealed to CAS. We know that, but they'll find a way to sue to block it or something like that. I don't think it's going to be this year, but I do think it'll impact next year.
Yeah. All right. Arsenal player of the season. I'll go first. I think it's going to be pretty easy. It'll be Saliba.
He deserved a bigger shout last season than I think he got.
I think the Euros has put him now in a category of like Virgil van Dijk, as I think he is like back a few years ago when Van Dijk was unstoppable. I think Saliba is easily top 3 center backs in the world. And I think he'll cement that even further. The Euros just catapulted him.
Yeah, I think if you ask, people who are impartial, I think the majority now would say he's the best in the Prem for sure. At least he's surpassed Van Dijk as Van Dijk's gotten older. So
yeah,
pretty solid pick. I mean, it says a lot. There's probably a half dozen guys that could get picked in this segment, and you can make a good argument for all of them. For me, I went with the captain. I think if we achieve what we want to achieve this year, he's going to be, the face of all of that. It's hard to not pick someone like Saka as well, who's going to get a bag of goal contributions, but I think just having the armband, being more the face of the team a little bit, Odegaard's got a good shot at winning it.
Owen? Oh, no, sorry, Mike. My bad.
I'm going to go a little bit. I mean, it's easy to, like you said, easy to say Odegaard and Saka, Saliba, but I'm going to go with just a killer season from Declan Rice. He would have been player of the season on most teams based on his performance last year for Arsenal. And I think he's the type of player that's only just going to continue to get better. The more settled in he is, the more, assuming he continues to stay healthy, I think he's going to be the absolute metronome that drives this team to the title that I didn't predict that we're going to win. but yeah, I'm going to go with Declan Rice.
Isn't it amazing, Owen, that like we're going through and we do have more than like 2 players where you're like, oh shit, like it could be one of these.
There's 5 of them.
Yeah, it could literally be 11 or 12 players, I think. Like, even when you look at sort of left field choices like Leandro Trossard and stuff like that, which isn't my choice, but like you can absolutely see all of those types of players contributing. The one that I'm going to put forward is somebody that, it's funny, when you talk about our best players, everybody says the same: Saliba, Odegaard, Declan Rice, who I all think will have absolutely fantastic seasons. Especially, I think the shout for Declan Rice is brilliant. He seems completely fired up this season. During them friendlies, he's playing very well. But I'm going to go for who I think is someone who's completely unsung, and that's Gabriel. I think that when you look back at last season, you were talking about William Saliba, and this is more of a praise being put on to Gabriel than it is playing down William Saliba. But I think Gabriel was better than Saliba throughout the entirety of last season. And I think that he's probably equal in terms of the level that he's performing at. And I think those big goals and those tight games from set pieces and stuff can be absolutely huge.
Interestingly enough, I know you were sleeping, Eoin, but LeGrove thinks his spicy prediction for this season was that Ricardo Calafiori is going to actually usurp Gabriel as the starting left center back by the end of the season.
That was going to be my bold prediction for this year.
Yeah,
Again, because I did it last year, and then he got hurt. I said Timber was going to, and then you all got real mad at me, and now you're all fucking dick diving Timber.
And you were completely wrong.
You were wrong.
I was already wrong because he has weak ACLs. If he had
You don't know that that's
Well, that kid's
wrong. We'll never know.
Calafiori's going to be a quadruple amputee by the end of the year. He's just a fucking slug.
If I'm Gabriel, I am legit nervous about going into this season.
If I'm Gabriel, yeah, I mean, look, if this is to happen,
Mike, how many names do you have in this chat room, bro?
what you can't see is the semicircle of 9 different laptops that Mike has.
All of his children are just.
You want to hear about child labor? He's got like a sweatshop of well, I mean, there's a reason we have 140 people watching on all platforms, and
funny, the exact same amount of subscribers as Not Another Arsenal podcast. How convenient!
Surprise! Owen brings the first plug for the podcast. Thank you, Owen. This Not Another Arsenal podcast plug is brought to you by Owen. Thank you, the delicious Lucky Charms.
Good to see you, Bill. Good to see you, Moss. Thanks for joining us from Canada. Robbie Ford is still in the house. We've got BX Gunner here. Ryan Youngblood, I think, is pulling a 27-hour shift here. There may be a point, Ryan, where I call on you to join us backstage. It might be at 3:00 in the morning Eastern time, because we have had a little bit of an unexpected shift in guests that happened last minute, and so if you're going to be up anyway, stay tuned. And of course, Jacob's in the house. Love me some Jacob, and he knows that. And big up at this point in time to everybody that's up in the UK, except for Owen, who has to be here, but John in Dublin does not need to be here yet. He is, and we appreciate that. If you're watching from any time zone in Europe or east of there, Jim as well, I think, over in England. So if you're watching from over there, let us know, and we will give you your props. Tom's up and watching us down in Tampa, and of course, who was I going to mention? Oh, Mark in Nebraska isn't really doing anything because it's only 8:00 there, I believe.
Yeah, Mark is kind of
or 9:00 there. Lazy ass.
Trying. He's not even trying. Speaking of you up, if you sign up and buy our $10,000 Patreon subscription, we'll text you weekly. You up?
That's true.
So
it's been a while since we highlighted that. Actually,
you guys are running a promotion, right? It's 2% off right now.
Yeah, well,
it's proud in the next 5 minutes.
1%. I mean, let's come on. Let's
not get crazy here, Mike. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Whoa, it's not in the budget.
You're just trying to bankrupt Andy and me. I mean, because by the way, it only goes to Andy and me. It only goes to the people whose names are actually on the logo. But
is it still up there?
Yeah, but you can choose your membership. The entry level one, we're just giving away basically at $9.99.99 a month. With that one, you only get a free user question and the ability to listen to or watch our podcast, which is very rare because our podcasts are very rare. But
we will judge you. We will judge you if you go entry level. By the way,
despite what certain people are saying, the economy is making a comeback. We know that you have the $9,999.99 a month for the all access Patreon. And Andy, read the things that you get for that.
You get a late night text, you up. We will text you the score of the Arsenal game once it's final. You get early access to podcasts approximately 10 minutes before everyone else.
Get in there, Dublin.
Where you get to wait for Mike, waiting for me to log in. This one's probably limited edition, not comfortable whatsoever t-shirt of our logo that I think I hand drew real fast when Mike said we need a t-shirt.
Right there. You can't see it very well, but it's right there.
Hanes 10 count thread.
100% polyester.
Yep. You're allowed to listen
Amazon.
to watch the pod wherever you want. We'll give you a compliment. You get free questions, a monthly signed 8x10 photo. Mike would just send you that without paying him $10,000 a month. You just need to PO box him, and then
I'll actually send that out for $5,000. If you do it right now, I'll send that out for $5,000.
Yeah. Basically, this and us being on the gay Pornhub are the two things we've done on the internet. Should probably not.
I'll send you a video because they took it down on Pornhub. I'll send you a video of me brushing my teeth.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Because not only is that sensual, but it's also very rare. So
now's a good time for me to go take a leak. Actually, we're on.
I've got some content on my phone of you that we could upload to get that site booming again.
Be more specific. Oh, you're throwing me off. Am I incriminated now?
My favorite was when I was like, "Hey, Mike, we did a show. We were talking about eargasms. I jokingly was like, you should upload this to Pornhub." Mike texted me like an hour later being like, "Bro, it's posted." I said, "Where is it?" He said, "Well, you had to fill out category since we're two men, we're on gay Pornhub." And then
and you got to say that like the one comment, because you can comment on these videos apparently. I mean, I've never been to the site other than on the content producer side, and which is completely above board. And yeah, there was apparently a comment from a viewer that said,
"Why is this here?"
Poor dude.
We got one. Ryan,
poor dude had treated himself so well.
We might be the only people who have ever been kicked off of Pornhub.
Pornhub OnlyFans, and as of yesterday, that you saw the announcement, also from Emirates Stadium.
We're just two guys trying to give the masses what they want. I don't understand what's wrong with that. Okay,
Pride masses.
Did everyone give their player of the season?
I'm surprised that you guys left Kai Havertz on the table. He is becoming
that's a big one. That's
almost villainish type, like alter ego of him. Like he came in super nice, and then he had that like flip of the switch versus Newcastle where he just decided, screw it, I'm just going to be an asshole. He continued playing as striker, scored a lot of goals, scores versus Chelsea not once but twice, celebrates, dunks on them. I'm here for it. I'm a believer as well that Kai is so rated technically and physically because of the work that he puts in by Arteta that he's not going to only play as striker, but I wouldn't be shocked to see him more in the midfield as well. Maybe not the number one position Mikel wants him at, but I think he's one of those players that gets into the squad one way or another. So I'm here for the Kai Havertz.
This podcast is in English, Mike. There's no Mikel.
Mikel Arteta.
I thought
right?
SAP button on here. I don't know.
But yeah, shoot, I forgot what I was going to say. But
something about ice, I'm sure.
Is that not yet?
Wait, do you think in English or Spanish?
Do you want to know the truth? I kid you not. Till this day, when I do math, it's in Spanish.
See something, say something, answer correctly.
Are you dreams in Spanish?
Depends on the person.
Well, the person I'm dreaming of, like some dreams aren't just about a person.
Well, you can't have the falling off the bed dream in English or Spanish. Is all I'm saying. But
wait, do you go to Pornhub.com or El Pornhubbo? not MF.
Great question. Yes.
By the way, I'd like to remind the corporate sponsors, the advertisers, and Arsenal Football Club. If this is the portion of the 27-hour podcast you're watching in order to determine whether you'd like to throw your great corporate wealth behind us. Please give us another 6 or 7 hours until we get, this is the middle of the night content. This is when the whole
TGP after dark.
Yeah. And
let's leave it for our WhatsApp text group. That would get us canceled immediately. Let's go to bold prediction. So I'll start because I've already given mine. I do think that Gabriel will get the bench probably January, February-ish. And I will say this. I love him. I think he's an amazing defender. I do think we're going to heavily rotate back there. But I just think that he is the one liability in the team defensively for me. So that's who I'm going with.
Is that Rick Hicks? God, the picture.
That is Rick Hicks.
Yeah, the picture does not look like him.
He's like catfishing people, basically.
Yeah, that's definitely his Tinder profile picture.
Well, yeah, Rick Ramble, yeah, because he did the Gooner Ramble, so that makes sense. But yeah, that guy belongs on OnlyFans. The guy in the picture I'm talking about, not Rick. 10 years ago, yeah.
Jared.
All right, who's next?
Jared's next.
All right. Since it has to be a bold prediction, I'm going to throw a really bold one out there. So I've got Arsenal winning the league with ease, and I have City in second, but them finishing closer to third place than they do to first place.
Without losing points, without being docked points, you think it'll
like everybody else probably should. I'm assuming they're not going to see any punishment. I'll believe it when I see it as far as that goes. So no, if they play out the season the way it is, I think Arsenal wins the league kind of running away, and they're closer to Liverpool in third than they are to Arsenal in first.
By the way, I'm regretting not inviting. I should have invited Rick to be a co-host at some point. Rick, I keep forgetting about Rick's podcasting past. I mean, he's been podcasting longer than I have.
And it's weird because I texted you the other day saying, "Is Rick going to be part of this?" And you just wrote who.
Rick, if it makes you feel better, Andy's well aware of my YouTube channel, and he still forgets about my podcasting past. I owe Rick nothing. I saved his life in Highbury just a year ago, like this last week or this week. So he owes me his life. I don't owe him a podcast opportunity.
And Mike Hers, that's not fair. I don't subscribe to the Spanish version of YouTube. So that's why I don't know about your podcast. Mike, did you give your bold prediction?
Algorithm not picking up. Got it.
I didn't. And I was going to ask, does this have to be an Arsenal bold prediction? And the reason I didn't think it did is because the very next one isn't an Arsenal-based question.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. It doesn't need to be an Arsenal one. You can give us a.
Then I have to be consistent. And this isn't just for this season, but what I said earlier as my spicy take. What's his name? Cheeto Obi Martin will never play a first-team game for Manchester United.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I like that. I was listening to that in the car when because I'm committed. When I went to my other.
Were you also watching it in the car, like?
You know that one guy. I forget. Maybe it was Luke Grove. He has a very recognizable voice, right? Yeah, when I got to a red light, I did look. I'm like, why do I know that voice? But I don't know that I've ever heard him before. And then it made me
started as a print blogger, but then he's really, really obviously very, very good on as a host of a show as well.
He kind of matches with why can't I think of the dude's character from Ted Lasso, Roy. He sounds a lot like Roy with his but no, that was a great. I got to listen to it while I drove to the other charity event because I'm a giving human being. Owen,
Mother Teresa here. Oh, what is this? Bold predictions.
Yeah.
5 goals in all comps. Is that a bold prediction because it's, oh my God, he's going to actually play enough to score 5 goals? Or is it because he can probably get more of the way he's been?
Do we think he's actually going to feature?
I think he says all competition specifically because he's wanting to be able to include the run to the semifinals of the League Cup in there.
Yeah.
And for anybody that is listening on audio, I highlighted a comment that says Ethan Waneri will score 5 goals in all comps. So that's the conversation we're having right now.
Jeez.
For anybody on audio.
Or if you're blind. And we have some really good blind friends.
Why did you forget about the blind people, Hers?
Yeah, hers.
We don't have a word for it in
I
Spanish.
got two really good blind friends who are
blindo.
Gooners, and they might be watching right now.
That's what I'm going with. I mean,
Is one of them your wife? Hey!
Gotcha. Wait, we should podcast sometime. Like, we should make this a regular thing. I can't believe I just came up with that idea now.
Are you guys gonna? By the way, this is like the third time you guys refuse to let Owen answer. Are you let the man?
It's all
talk?
good, man. No, it's late. It's fine.
You know what? No, I'm just kidding.
I want Rick on. Rick, he was the standout star of my stag do. The man's an animal.
I'll give him that. The fact that he came and then
Took over.
did some legendary things on that.
No, we'll not talk about that. But anyway, yeah. Bold prediction. I think. Yeah, this is pretty bold actually. Alexander Zinchenko will start more Premier League games this season than Ricardo Calafiori.
Whoa! Now that is a bold prediction.
He's played so well in pre-season.
The Grove also.
People are overlooking him.
Big supporter of Zinchenko.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, here's another one of hers' children.
Yeah, bro. I'm wondering why that guy is always in the nap chat. He's like one of your threes of listeners, of viewers. And
all jokes. We are always joking when we say this.
He claims to be from Brazil, but we all know he's from Guatemala. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We love that.
Oh shit!
Is that even a place, Guatemala? Like, or is it like Timbuktu? And they say, or Oz, the Wizard of Oz. It's like,
we'll edit this out, Owen. It's fine.
When some corporate sponsor is considering donating $250,000 to Gooners versus Canton, this is the clip that they watch to decide whether this is a legitimate charity or not. I'm a bad person who does good things. Come on.
Let's just solid dude.
Kurt, what's your bold prediction?
All 6 of his accounts are very solid. Okay, I just for SNGs, just because I want to get really silly, and the transfer window is not over, so that's going to be even bolder. I think Tierney is going to stay with us this season and manage to play like a League Cup. Like, I think there's enough respect between him and
for
like
us.
For us, yeah, I think he's going to stay because he's injured, unless we terminate his contract, which I don't think we're going to do. So look, I'm going to bold prediction is that he's staying. Even bolder is that he's going to get a few minutes this season. Somehow, some way, he'll play center back, left back, back three, something like that. See, Scott from Chicago says Tierney is the new Cedric.
Damn, Scott, that's mean.
Yeah, that's
nobody is the new Cedric.
All right, Mikey, staying with you. We're going to stay on the Arsenal theme before we get off of it. Give me your Arsenal top goal scorer. And this one's going to be tough, right? Because the goals were spread out amongst a lot of people last year. But who do you think is going to finish top of the goal scoring for the Arsenal?
Shoot, dude. It's difficult to not.
Ivan Toney.
Who are we going to buy? Sesko. He's going to be the top scorer.
It's Shesko.
The song guy?
Let's go. No, you know what? I'm going to go with here. I'm going to go with Odegaard. I think he's going to continue to get involved. I think Kai Havertz playing a center forward and a healthy Gabriel Jesus kind of opens up new pathways and the O-zone, as Tom Canton and his followers and on the Gooner Talk like to call them, the O-zone. I think he's going to tap in some more. So I think he's good for a double digit. So I'm going to put him at 12. How about that?
Okay. By the way, Andy, I owe you an apology. You did put this in the chat. This is how we converse with each other.
Oh, is that what we're going to talk about next?
Yeah, probably don't scroll
You're
up.
40. Yeah. No. Trust me.
Do not move it.
I cropped that very carefully. 41 years old, and he's still doing the "Why don't you marry it?" and of course the "Your Mom" stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually the "Why don't you marry it?" made me laugh, and then silence. Owen, who is going to be your Arsenal top goal scorer?
That's tough because there's so much rotation, I think, now up front. The safe bet is probably to say Saka, But I'm not a safe person. Never have been.
We know this.
Gabriel Jesus, I'm going to go for him just because I want him to be. I want him to have a good season this year. So I'm more trying to wish that into existence.
Will he score those goals from the 9 or from the wing?
From the 9.
So
I can't see him going out on the wing much.
does he play more games at the 9 than Kai Havertz does?
Yes.
And does Kai Havertz play at the 8, or does Mikel Merino play at the 8?
Mikel. Yeah, no, Marino's going to play that. See, I can't do it. How do you roll your tongue? That's something that the Irish haven't developed yet.
It's not the only thing they haven't developed, my guy.
And
Let's stay on point here, boys.
This guy's on fire. He's in a stride.
It's the
I've never heard of
you
Mexican
give it and you
Irish
take it
accent.
away.
Yeah, well, that's it. Not like an Englishman to step on minorities here, is it, Mike? That's it.
Oh man.
I'll tell you what,
Farmers
Gabriel
gotta love
Jesus
him.
is on my naughty list, and he needs to play 5 consecutive games without telling me that he's hurt, and then maybe I'll love him again.
Told you anything?
Oh, and that's a great prediction. I like that. Mike Magic, what's your top goal scorer?
I am going to directly oppose what Owen has just said because I don't think he's going to get enough time to be the leading goal scorer, because our leading goal scorer this year is going to be Kai Havertz. Oh, look at that comment from my boy. My boy.
You know, Mike, 20 years from now.
The original, actually, if you want to see the original TGP crew, there we go, baby.
So,
Hey.
A lot
I was about
less
to say-
color, I see.
No wonder this podcast never took off.
20 years ago, or 20 years from now, Mike, our sons will be running this, and they'll be going to battle with 15 of hers' sons at the NAACP podcast.
Not another Arsenal crappy podcast.
I appreciate what you just did, but now you fucked up the order, so I don't remember who's next. Jared,
Mike.
you're up.
There we go.
I'm kind of split. I think in terms of open play goals, it'll be pretty close between Havertz and Saka. And Saka, I'm assuming, is still going to be on pens. He's kind of solidified that spot. So if they're close, I think that may take him over. So I'm gonna book Saka for the leading scorer this year.
Jake, I'm very, very happy to say that my 21 almost year-old son is not best friends with a 7-year-old.
No, Jake, that's on me, man. I should have been there in LA, and you should have been there. Well, no, because it was your spring break too, but we will eventually. I don't think I've met Jake yet in person.
Yeah, that's on my bucket list.
Yeah.
Mikey had some quality time in LA with Jake. They spent some time together and really, really enjoyed it. I loved it.
Is Jake pregnant? Well,
but he is.
That got me.
I really like Owen's prediction for top goal scorer, because I would love to see Jesus do it just so he does it. I don't see Kai scoring as many goals. I hope I'm wrong, because I want him to flourish, but I'm gonna go probably Saka.
That's the safest bet of all.
It is, and like he's just got that ability. I do think that Martinelli is going to step it up a lot this season. All right, so let's go.
Well, we have 10 minutes left.
Yeah, we have 10 minutes left. We have 3 left. I want to hear a realistic transfer you'd like Arsenal to make before the window closes. Let's keep Is it, how do you say it? Is
Merino?
it Merino?
I believe Merino, but
So let's keep him out, because it sounds like he's already in, right? It sounds like we're.
Can I go first, because I do want to go use the reference.
Yeah.
Between
Go ahead,
segments. So just do you, is 80 million for Guimaraes is a real thing for you, or do you think that's a little bit more on the?
I said earlier on one of like the first hours that I think if Arteta gets to make a signing, that'll be it, and I could see him making that. So yeah, I don't know if it's realistic financial fair play, but I could see us going for him.
Yeah, so that would be mine personally, and then Rafinha is another one that is linked with because of the minutes that Jamal's getting in. But I see that as even more realistic. But my pipe dream far out there was Douglas Luiz, but he left to Juve, unfortunately. So I'm going to go to Guimaraes, and I'm going to hold hope that could still happen.
Awesome. Owen, who's your realistic transfer?
I would like to say Gyökeres, but I don't think that we're going to get someone of that ilk, that amount of money that it's going to cost to bring someone like that in. I think that Mikel Merino probably will be our last sort of big money signing, but I'm going to, just for reminiscing and nostalgic purposes, I'd like to see Aaron Ramsdale move on, just for him. And,
know where you're going with this.
And if that happens, I'd like Wojciech Szczesny to come back in for a year to be number 2, just because the bants. Imagine him against Emi Martinez.
Does Mikel seem like, or Mikel Arteta, seem like the type of guy that would sign a player for bants?
No, which is why I'm not in charge of Arsenal. But still, lighten the fuck up, Mikel. It's supposed to be fun.
It's supposed to be fun. Magic, who's your realistic signing?
I can't believe you're actually seriously calling me Magic. You resisted that for so long.
Hey, when I re-signed my contract, you put it in there.
I did put that in there.
Did he tell you what hotel he booked in Benidorm? It's the man's ego has gone off the fucking rails.
It was a coincidence. It was right across the street from the restaurant.
No such thing as coincidence, my friend.
What was it called?
The Magic Cafe.
Magic Crystal Cafe or hotel or something. And Rick and I destroyed that. I think I broke the bidet.
That's not a surprise.
As one does at a stag do. I hate this question because I just I no longer want to think I know what's best for Arsenal in the transfer market, because we are almost, as they said, I forget who it was. Was it Matt Candela said we're entering another AKB era here, but Arteta knows best, and I am inclined to think that the transfer we end up making is going to be an out of nowhere signing, but it's going to be a really exciting one. So I'm going to pass on this, because but I can tell you it won't be Wojciech Szczesny.
Jared, who do you think?
3 other keepers, but it's not going to be Szczesny.
Jared,
only Mike can do a 5-minute answer to say pass, but anyway, my choice, if we were talking someone who's kind of realistic but on the higher end of dream signings, I think there's 2 guys, and either one would come from Newcastle. It would either be Isak up front, who I don't think is very likely, or I'm going to go with hers and say Bruno Guimaraes, who not only would be a magnificent signing for us, he's the type of player in a position where we need a deputy, probably, because our 2 guys that play that spot are both 30 plus. He's the type of guy that can get you over the hump in terms of battling City potentially, because he's such an impact player. He's one that everyone hates him unless he's on your team. But if you have him, he's super useful. He's physical. He does all the stuff that we would want in that position. And I think fans are going to be forced to kind of like him over time, because if we just keep winning, they're going to be like, well, I guess he's all right. But an unlikable guy who would be a major impact in a positive way, I think.
I love when people call, use the word "an" or the likes of "an" Evan Ferguson. You're talking, Dublin, about Evan Ferguson,
the Evan Fergusons of the world.
Yeah, and Evan Ferguson, or the Evan Fergusons of the world. There's only one relevant Evan Ferguson that is in the discussion. So, do you want him, or do you want one of him? What is the deal with that?
Can I just say the boys from Hers' pod are starting to come into the green room? It is a good-looking podcast.
What are you trying to say?
Not as good looking as the Arsenal opinion. let's be honest.
But give credit where credit's due. We got some guys who work out. Hey,
can I throw some a super out of nowhere idea for a right winger? Just because Real Madrid just barely got Mbappe.
What if we just say no?
Oh, never mind.
No, go ahead.
No, aiming lower, like a Trossard-ish type signing, and I know that he's 33. Lucas Vasquez has been an outstanding player for Real Madrid, and I'm just saying his minutes are going to go down even more. And if we're just need like a fix for the next season or two, I don't know, maybe potentially tempt him away. But he every single time he comes in, Real Madrid, Carlo Ancelotti adores him, Jose Mourinho adored him. Everybody tends to play with him. He's just like the perfect second wing player. So he would wreak havoc on our flanks. That is the most.
Said that about Willian as well, and that didn't really work out that well. So
where's my kit? Where's my William kit, Mike?
I'm gonna go with two players that I think would help us. They'd fill a hole up top, but we could get them either of them on loan for at least a season, right? First one's gonna be João Felix. I think that at the time Chelsea got him, we were interested, but we couldn't meet the fee. I think he would actually run into channels and work really well in that rotation up front. And then I know everyone keeps talking about, is it Osimhen? I never know how to say his name. But Napoli just seemingly hate the guy. There's been links. I think his transfer fee would be just way too high. So I'm thinking a loan for one of those two players seems like it would be, a doable thing to get over the line and stay with financial fair play. So, yeah. We got 3 minutes left.
You got to do a prize drawing.
Got to do a giveaway.
Yeah, let's do a giveaway, and then we'll hand it off to Mike and his boys.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, thank you guys for taking the helm for a while. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, this is the part of the podcast where we sit back, we have fun, and I get to do light work, which is much appreciated. But what are the odds that after his last segment, Sebby just fell asleep and isn't going to be showing up for now?
No, he's awake. We're texting right now. He's just trying to find the appropriate link. But
okay, it's the same link you used before, my friend. Same link.
That is what he's looking for it. Go for the raffle, sir.
Okay. All right. So we are now raffling off. What do we have for this? This is an interesting one, and I was given this by Mark Brindle of Arsenal Football Club. It is a 2015 FA Cup finalist flag. So this would be a yellow flag from the Arsenal Aston Villa FA Cup final. And the important thing about it is we won that game. And this comes directly from the club. So, it's touched some pretty special hands. And that's all I'm going to say about it. And we are going to give that away. Let me bring on the wheel of fun right now. Will we get our 12th straight winner of 12 different winner on 12 straight prizes? The winner of the 2015 FA Cup finalist flag is
the suspense.
Oh, it's a big money. It's the big money donor because of the big pie piece. Oh. Seth Thomas.
There it is, a second time around for Seth.
Yep. Well, I jinxed it. I said that we were going to get another separate winner. So Seth has won the flag, and he's won a Ruth Beck art and Arsenal 101 book. You pony up the big bucks, you got the big chances. So Seth, I appreciate your donation. Congratulations. And frankly, it saves me some postage. I get to send all of this to him in one container. So thank you and congratulations to Seth. Look, like I said last year, the grand prize at the end of the 27 hours was won by somebody with one raffle entry. So I had like a 0.002% chance and won it. So it ain't about the size of the donation. It's about the width of the donation.
I didn't know you had a daughter.
What?
Love it.
So, hello, Ms. Zabrow. Good timing for that. So any last words from any of you? And why don't you go ahead and give your socials out so that people can find and subscribe and like all of the different social medias that don't involve liking and subscribing to, like your Twitter and your Los Threads.
Yeah, my Twitter's already on there. Unlike Andy, I'd prefer you guys did not follow my wife on Instagram. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Great catching up with you guys. Mike, I look forward to catching you in the morning. It'll be Thursday my time. I will do everything I can to find myself a bow tie and be ready to go.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mikey, I'll see you tomorrow morning as well, I think.
I don't even know. I think it's tomorrow evening, but
whether you like it or not,
8
you'll
a.m.
see us
Mountain
again here,
Standard,
Mike.
right?
Huh?
We can take this offline.
This was a beautiful reuniting of the Gooners podcast.
Hey, just real fast, since the 5 of us are here, are we gonna do more podcasts coming up or what?
No.
Okay.
Let's not be silly. I'll see you next year, Andy.
I think TGP might officially. We're not gonna like. It's not gonna be like the Beatles where we're like, okay, we're done. But people are gonna be like, wait, this podcast has been on in 3 years. What happened?
Yeah, we're not gonna.
We're gonna take a trip to India to work on some new material.
We're not gonna plan to not
stuff out of mud at 2 a.m. on YouTube.
Jared Owen and I are taking a trip to Nuri to work on some new materials.
Jared's wife's Instagram is going to be our Yoko Ono. It's just going to split us up as we see them vacationing the world and just get mad and jealous.
Love it.
All right, love it, guys. Take care, and Mikey, you're gonna stick around.
Of course.
All right, go to sleep,
Fred.
Owen. You
Cheers,
crazy.
boys.
You guys.
Thank you for being here at this time, Owen. Not you, Andy. Not you at all, Andy.
Yeah, Andy, get out of here.
Andy, leave. Go.
All right, we do have the rest of the NAP crew. So we go from, earlier in the pod we were going from strength to strength. Now we are going from weakness to weakness. And I do have an intro planned here. So we are now in segment 8. And we're going to welcome in the boys. We are in segment 8 out of 27. And again, I just want to say thank you to the 2 folks that are simulcasting this show, Lee Judges and Dan Potts, on their channels. They have contributed to some additional viewers for us, even though it is in the middle of the night there. And everyone that's watching, please like, subscribe, but most importantly, go to goonersvcancer.com, like you see at the bottom of the screen. Donate, win a prize, have the chance to win a prize, and enjoy the next hour and a half of Not Another Arsenal podcast. So I have something special for you guys to get us kicked off.
Oh, wasn't expecting this.
Oh my God. If this is what I think it is.
I'm afraid. If you could predict it, I'm afraid.
We have a message.
This Cameo message is from Magic Mike and Barry Horowitz, and it's to the NAAP group, Mikey, Sebby, Chris, and Kelly. Your podcast is the jobber of all podcasts. It's great you are joining Magic on the Gooners versus Cancer 27-hour Podathon. This is incredible. Which is the Barry Horowitz of all podcasts. Together, you are drop-kicking Cancer's ass and making it acknowledge you. I know Sebby is obsessed with me, but hopefully you could move on. Wow. And hopefully you can move on. Be more like me and Magic Mike. And by that, I mean being Jewish. And I've got one more thing to say. I bet you thought I forgot this. Shalom from Barry Horowitz.
I have been waiting. I have been waiting 8.5 hours to play that.
I like
We just end the stream now. Then
he doesn't even play it off like he's not reading a script. He's like, hold on.
Well, his
All these
acting was
names
always
here.
great
Oh, yeah,
when
Mike.
he was active wrestler.
Oh my God. We made a kit for him, and damn.
I saw the video when it comes in, and I could not have the fact that it was done so not smoothly, it makes it so much better. But that's the culmination of something like a 4-month process of
What a hell of a
trying to make
callback.
you guys laugh.
What a host, Magic. I mean,
Oh
this is
my
the type of
God.
hospitality you
That was
only get
amazing.
at Gooners v Cancer. Like,
Unfortunately, all of the donations we've made just went to Barry Horowitz.
Can we make for people who donate next year? Can we have like Barry Horowitz jackets that we can give out that might say Gooners versus Cancer on the front, but like the Barry Horowitz like handprint in the back would be perfect.
You know, patting yourself on the back for raising money for cancer kind of seems in bad taste to me. Like you know, you got to be humble about these things. You got to make ourselves humble. But
Magic, I thought you were going to say you just bumped
that. I
into
mean,
him.
you got paid, but like, you know, that was. I do want to say that was not an expense of the charity. I need to point out for
All $2.99 of it. By that I mean $2.99. That's the effort he put in, I assume. So
let me just say this: he charges less for his cameo than Lee Judge's charges for his. So that might tell you something about the standings. But yes,
Barry earned my 5-star cameo review there. It was personal. It was ridiculous. He patted himself on the back. He hit all the high notes. He was willing to mention the Jewishness. It was it hit all the high notes. Quite good.
Well, with that, Mikey, I hand the show over to you.
Oh, hello and welcome to Not Another Arsenal podcast. My name is Mike Hers, your host. This is segment number 7, 8, Mike? How are we doing?
This is segment 9 and 10. We'll be done with 10 hours by the time this is over.
Very nice, very nice. My name is Mike Hers. I'm going to be your host, and today I bring back the wonderful Sebby V21, aka Sebby, that joined us about 2 hours ago to talk about some good old-fashioned wrestling. My good mate Chris at West Suburban AFC, the mouth from the South at South Metro AFC. Kelly, welcome back.
Never considered Minnesota to be the South.
Yeah, I saw the South. That's what I went with the wrestling gimmick there, and of course Magic Mike, of course. Hour 8 now, I think, Mike 7, 8. I don't know how you do it, man.
Gave you the answer to that about 10 seconds ago.
There you go. This is absolutely true. So we have something, I guess, different prepared, right? Every time we're on, we like to do something a little bit different, a little bit fun. And I went with a show. Last time we did what is it? Would You Rather? And it got wacky, as it often does. And this time around, we're going with something that is called, let me see if I could change the format of this, and hopefully it might just end up being on the side. Let's see.
I love that you messed up that thing.
Oh no, we're going with this. I mean, honestly, I just wanted to put it in a little square at the bottom, but this is what we're going to go with, I guess. So agree or disagree?
Yeah, but
We
you
don't-
didn't
Like,
misspell
the
the word
typo
or.
by the way.
Huh?
You
Oh my God.
misspelled the word or. How do you misspell it?
Oh my goodness, that's what I get for that's what I get for a copy and pasting. Okay,
He was speaking in Spanish again.
it was in Spanish again. I absolutely love this. Hold on. Agree or disagree? So the boys and I decided to do something a little silly, and I actually got a deck of cards, and I got slides loaded up, preset with some of the boys from the TGB and some of the boys from the NAP, and I'm going to read off statements randomly. Now, what we are going to try, we had one job, I blame my co-host for asking me to spell in English.
You're a jobber.
That is on you. Okay. We are going to do agree or disagree statements, but here's the twist, if you like. The rest of the host on the side, when I read a statement to, let's say, Sebby, Kelly, whoever it may be, the idea of this is the other 4 are going to give it a thumbs up if we think that person is going to agree, or a thumbs down if we think that person is going to disagree. So we're hoping for some good banter, and we're going to try to figure out exactly how much we actually know each other. So I'm going to continue to fiddle around with this and see if I can, all of us. Very lucky. Look at that, boys. I done fixed it. Love it. All right. We're going to save that. We're going to go with this. Save. Done. And it went back. Boom. There you go. All right, boys. We're going to get this show on the road. Mike, did you more or less understand the rules to this?
I think so. It's kind of like Hollywood Squares in a sense. But
I don't know what that is, but I'm going to say
I know
yes.
that.
So,
Okay.
so Hollywood is a neighborhood in Los Angeles where they do a lot of television and movie production.
I wouldn't know nothing about it, Kelly. So one last
The square is
Mike knows
has
those
4
much
right
better.
angles, and all the sides are the same length.
I'm going to do one last thing, by the way. You guess right, 3 points. You guess wrong, 1 point. I will keep track on my notepad right here. Can't screw this up because numbers are in Spanish and English, so can't screw this one up. Also, live chat, please, if you don't mind. I threw in, and this is actual deck of cards that I got, just put a few numbers on it. I wrote down chat on a few. So, chat room, if you want to add a footballing statement, preferably Arsenal related, it might get picked as well. So, live chat, I'm going to keep my eyes open for you guys, and hopefully we can make something happen.
Put a Q in front of it, just like a user question, and we'll save it in the comments.
Absolutely. So, Sebby, you have the privilege of getting the first one, and I am going to go with slide number 16. And I'm hoping, hey, I literally copy and pasted all of these, so gosh, I really hope this is all going to work out, boys.
This is very much what our podcast is. For anybody unfamiliar with us, we build the plane while it's in the air. That's what we do. This is our brand.
Thank goodness I copy and pasted, but this one says or disagree. So, Sebby, your statement. As of today, Arsenal squad is in a better position to win the Premier League this season than we were last season. What's your opinion, Seb? Agree or disagree?
I would agree with that.
Boo.
Should I talk like Paul Lynn if we're doing this Hollywood Squares thing?
I'm going to say no.
Magic probably shouldn't do that.
I'm going to say no, Sebby, because I have no idea what it is.
The Paul Lynns of the world wouldn't appreciate it.
Mike, I gotta hear why you disagree.
Well,
he's not disagreeing. He's thinking that Sebby would disagree, right?
I want to hear why you thought Sebby would disagree.
Right.
Yes, of course. Okay, I will absolutely. Seb, you want to elaborate at all? Do you have any hard feeling? Like, do you want to elaborate why you agree on this one?
I just think it's another year the team was stuck together, and they just battled through everything last year, and I just think they're more of a unit, and they've learned from their mistakes.
They learn to mix it. Okay, so my constant bickering that I've been having with Chris for the last week or so is my theory, if you will, is that we are now officially weaker in midfield. I mean, I think leaving Emil, and this is all, by the way, live chat, and those of you that are listening, this is on the premise of the current state of our transfers. Mikel Merino has not arrived, so I'm looking at Odegaard, Thomas Partey, and Declan Rice just need to play 50 games a year. Otherwise, other than that, you're going to maybe potentially rotate Jorginho, which is a good player. There's a lot of shouts for Vaneri because he had a really good preseason, but I just think that Partey's fitness has been incredibly questionable, and I just see us as taking a hit. So essentially, the depth that we lacked in defense last season, where we couldn't, like, one injury was going to completely derail us. Now I feel that way in midfield. So one oopsie.
Can I make a comment?
But
absolutely.
You understand the premise of your own game. You've just described how you feel. You're supposed to predict how Sebby feels.
No. Chris literally just asked me my opinion of why I disagree. I disagree personally. Was
that what you asked, Chris, or were you asking why you thought Sebby would disagree?
No. I understand that Mike thought Sebby would disagree with the statement, but Mike and I have had a lot of back channel conversation about this topic.
Yeah,
so I was asking Mike for his personal opinion.
Yeah, but
I stand corrected.
ESR never played in the first place, so like him being gone, it makes no real difference. You know, he played 2 games last season. Like it's no real big
minutes, I think.
All right, we're in for round 2 officially. This is off to a weird start, but I'm sure we're gonna fall into our groove as you guys go. This is what I get for doing things live, Mikey. But slide number 3 going up, getting faster.
This is usually where I interrupt you and start talking about Serie A. Should I do that now, or should I hold off for a bit?
No, I think we have a city set up for you, so don't worry.
Good.
Yeah, we got this. Chris, up for you. Fans are too concerned with the order and speed of transfer activity rather than the quality of it. I say you're going to agree on this one.
I absolutely agree. And this, I think, this transfer window in particular is emblematic of, I think, fans' impatience with transfers. We are a couple days away from the start of the season. We've got a fully fit squad. We don't have major holes in the squad. I mean, if you put out any starting 11 that you can think of that is going to go up against Wolves, you know, I don't think you can really argue with the fact that we're probably major favorites in that game. So if we haven't done all our business yet, I think that's totally fine. Look at what other teams have done as well. City have brought in one player that they bought from themselves. Liverpool just bombed on a player that they tried to get, and so they've had no incomings. Chelsea's sort of the outlier here because they buy everybody, but no one's really done major business. And it's because PSR ruined June. The Euros ruined July. And so we've basically got a month where there's actual real transfer activity potentially happening. So I have full faith we're going to bring in Merino, and I think we might even bring in another one if we can get some outgoings out. So I think we need to be more patient as a fan base, and I think, you know, let's not confuse quantity for quality. Let's make sure we get the right guys in, not just anybody, because we're now at a phase of Arsenal's development where improving the squad is a lot harder than it used to be, right? So I just think we need more patience.
And for SNGs, just for the topic of the transfers that we're doing, here I'll ask you this, Mike. Personally, I'm looking from the outside, and this transfer window seems underwhelming because I guess for the aggressive behavior that we had going on in the last two transfer windows. So are you?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go. That's exactly what I was just by perspective. I'm underwhelmed in that sense, and I'm fully aware that the transfer window is not done. I'm having at it right now, just based on what we're looking at currently with the window.
Well, and I said this during the Arsenal Opinion Hour a few hours ago. I mean, doing our business at the end of the transfer window, if in fact we do, is not the same problem as it used to be. And Chris gave a lot of the right reasons for that. We are not in a position of desperation. Being the chasers, the people with the weak hand. We have a fully fit squad with some depth. Now, not enough to, in my opinion, to easily win the Premier League this season. But, we're not going to suffer by bringing in players 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks before they can really get bedded in and ready to start contributing for us. We'll be fine. And so the fact that we haven't done as much business earlier in the window doesn't bother me this year as much as it would have 2, 3, 4 years ago, because ultimately we benefit from things coming down to the deadline now, because you're going to have the Mikel Merinos of the world who don't want to be there anymore, who are pushing for moves to Arsenal instead of just players who are aching to get away from Arsenal. And that's going to work in our advantage. So I think we hold all the cards, and we'll get some good deals that we benefit from holding the stronger hand. And if they're not ready and up to speed until a month and a half into the season, we're still better off for the rest of the season. And I don't see us, starting off after a month in 10th place, 11th place, like we've seen so often in the past. So Donna, thank you.
We take those compliments all day long. Mike is he's normally the shy and bashful type, but he's all for it. Mikey, you are up next.
It's the bow tie, pretty certain.
Yeah, it has to be the bow tie, right? That makes perfect.
Now I know that this Donna Cullen person is just taking the piss, but it's nice to hear anyway. Thank you.
We're taking with it, Mikey. All right, here we are. Agree or disagree, Mike? Chelsea would have. I love you, Chris. Chelsea will have more players on their books, 43 and counting, than points on the table at the end of the season. For reference, they had 49 points last season.
You guys have to say whether I agree or disagree.
No, you're gonna.
I am going to disagree with that. Reluctantly going to disagree. Sorry, Seb, but I think they don't sell. Well, yeah, they do sell players. So yeah, no, I think 49 points. I think they'll probably get somewhere in the mid to upper 50s. and probably end up with 38 or 39 players on their squad. Considering you can only select 24 to play, I think that's pretty funny. But good question. I like that question.
Dublin said, I thought there was 47. I like that very much. Yeah.
Now, if they sign another 20 players, I reserve the right to change my mind.
You know it's possible.
I mean, it's absolutely possible.
Transfer
That's only like
window.
1.3 new players per day for the rest of the transfer window.
They've almost reached double-digit goalkeepers, so anything is possible.
You know how insane that was when Chris gave me that statement? I went to Chelsea's squad and I started counting. I'm like, why is there 6 fucking keepers? Like literally, that's the first thing that crossed my mind was like.
I can't believe Gabriel Slonina is still involved in somewhere in the Chelsea setup. Like I know he's been sent out.
They still have Lukaku on their books, guys. Lukaku hasn't played for Chelsea in like 4 seasons.
Also, they paid $100 million for him. That's one of those things that's fucking hilarious. Like, so more of
they're
Chelsea.
Still they're amortizing like double-digit millions of dollars per year for him, whether he plays for them or not.
Ridiculous.
Crazy.
And I'm still trying to figure out how they're
to run a hedge fund. I could do that.
The running hedge fund. Kelly, you are up next with the question of agree or disagree. Taking Sane or Coleman on loan is the correct option versus overpaying for a winger who isn't the right fit. Example: 60 million for Neto, 70 million for Rafinha, etc., etc., etc. So big purchase, boys, or loan.
Oh, you all know me so well.
You're cheap.
Yeah.
You're cheap, Kelly.
Yeah, I am cheap.
Loan with an option to buy, Kelly?
Definitely an option, not an obligation.
May I interest you? Hello.
Yeah, I think we're in that like kind of a little bit of a golden prison as far as what we need for wide players, because we absolutely need somebody who can go and spell Saka and provide some reasonable like first team level backup. It can't be like an academy guy. It can't be somebody playing out of position. Like we need somebody who can play on that flank and can play at a top 4 to 6-ish Premier League level. And it's really hard to find that because players who are in earlier mid-prime don't want to come and sit behind Saka because Saka plays 4,000 minutes a year. He is the star player. He's an absolute superstar. And thank God so far has been blessed with being incredibly robust and being able to manage his way through injuries and still play. So this is really a tough nut to crack. So rather than play, again, 60 plus 5 or whatever that Chelsea's playing for Neto for like their 4th right winger, I would rather us not blow that money and blow that transfer. I mean, Sane is somebody that Mikel Arteta knows from City. He's a dynamic winger who can play on both sides. And I mean, basically Bayern are in like a deep rebuild right now with a kind of mediocre and underwhelming manager, and they're turning over a bunch of their squad after a really underwhelming season last year. So that's an area of opportunity to go and push somebody like literally like imagine that like Arsenal is the place that elite clubs will send their older players who want to still compete for something while they're re-scrapping and redoing the side. So I think that that's a market opportunity that basically Arsenal have not had in decades, right? This is not like Kim Kallstrom like fucking over with a broken back. Like these are like starters for their national team, like elite level players that could certainly help you in the short term, and paying a £5 million loan fee in addition to their salary. That's not going to break our wages. That's awesome. I would much rather go and take a little bit of a short-term flyer on one of those two players than take a huge gamble and take a big swing for somebody like Neto and then have his hamstring pull off the bone like it does every fucking 5 seconds when he plays. So like, I suppose maybe it's not an issue for Chelsea since they have so many goddamn wingers anyway. It doesn't matter, but
I do want to know which Russian like catfish specialist. I mean, like I appreciate the dedication. It is somewhat flattering, even though I know that there's like a 17-year-old Russian dude sitting on the other side of these.
No. She's the executive director of Tottenham Hotspur.
Oh, okay. Well, that's believable.
If it's in the chat, it must be true, Mike.
Is it Barry Horowitz? Is that you?
He came to join.
He was so curious. Also, a funny thing about Horowitz that I have to cram in here, like he has like fewer Twitter followers than I do, and our podcast, including everybody that's here, makes up like 6 of the most recent subscribers to him. So like after that pod went, I look at people we have in common. It's like all of our hardcores, including literally everybody who's in the chat.
Has anything
right
changed
now.
since then? Like, has the subscriber base shrunk since then? Like
It's us plus 5 of Adeo's accounts.
Yeah, and all of Arroyo's accounts too. But like, yeah, that's.
And I wonder, like, does he get many cameo? Like when I sent that in last Friday, like, did he? I mean, do you think that was like, oh, I've got to do another one of these, or oh my God, someone just spent $30? I don't know what I'm gonna say.
I've researched this, and he has quite a lot of positive feedback and quite a lot of cameos. So I think it's something that he does probably more than we think. There's a lot of wrestling fans out there, and also Magic. Thank you for that. That was a very special treat. I have
to go visit him in Tampa. He's not going to invite me, but I have to. I mean, when I'm back down in Florida, he's too close for me not to try to.
Do you just spin the thing and it just will point you in the direction of him so that you guys can find each other on the screen?
I have a Horowitz tracking device. Well, it's
just
like
very
hard.
Whether you like it or not, you're visiting.
We all have each other on like find a friend type of thing. So I always know where he is anyway. So.
For those of you who are really confused watching this right now, just go, if you're remotely interested in this conversation, go back and watch the last few of our episodes. You will understand what we're talking about.
It's he's the patron saint of our podcast, that Barry Horowitz fella.
I think
this
what happened.
Barry Horowitz you guys are the jobber of podcast. You guys are enhancement podcast.
Yeah, this is like SummerSlam, and this is us like coming up for like a very important match. It's like, these guys are here, really? Barry Horowitz is
really enjoying this Donna Cullen thing, by the way. And how is her name green and everyone else's is black? Why is
it? Means
that?
She's extra sexy, Mike. That's why.
Yeah, she's
green for you, buddy.
She's a super subscriber, so she is.
Hey, she paid the entry fee of $999.99, Mike. He's a Patreon. That's how she's getting there.
Mike's asking if you should ban her. No, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me.
I'm thinking it's Andy.
Oh, it's got to be Andy.
It's definitely
Andy. That's a solid choice. Who? Me. I am next.
Ooh.
I am going for slide number 12, boys.
Mike, do you want me to read it so you can be on the spot?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, Mike Hers. Both Chelsea and United will finish outside the top 4 this season.
Now, we've just given top 3 predictions on the last hour.
I got an inside man.
Take that into account, Mike.
As if any of us are watching. Come on, Mike.
I only watch my own podcast or their Magic.
You don't even watch your co-podcasters. You couldn't.
No. It's just me, and there's like a mirror right next to my screen right now just to make sure I get good angles.
Multiple. You guys, he has mirrors like I have children, Mike. Put it that way for you.
All the situations where it's just infinity, Kelly, like just one after the next.
All 4 of you plus the live chat know me very well. Yeah, I think it. Look, Mareshka is up for failure with what's going on at Chelsea. You can't manage that many. I believe he's going to end up in a situation again where he has players outside of the locker room because he doesn't actually have a place to sit them. Google Maps. I'm not going to Google search that, Rob Ford. No. And then
I love Rob.
And then, dude, I literally have no faith in United. I don't know what's going on with their injury problems. I saw some tweets saying that they're gonna it's like an ex-Arsenal fitness guy, but I don't. Yeah. They're just dropping like flies over there as well. So. Long live.
If you were really a fan of mine, Donna, you would know exactly where I'm going and where I live. So
she doesn't have the app. Yeah, she doesn't have that app. She's not in the club. Otherwise, she'd be able to find you immediately in Florida.
Therefore, we could never really become an item, could we?
Yeah, there's other considerations.
As Barry knows where Mike is at all times, so just go there. Telly. Okay, we're going number 17. Sebby, you are up next. I absolutely love some of these comments we're having. Let's see, Sebby. Beginning the season, going without winning any trophy should be seen as a failure.
We're going to find out whether anyone has high standards and ambition.
Yeah.
Who's
Seb, that one was for you. Thanks.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, you disagreed. Okay.
Yeah, I disagreed. I was going to say it anyway, yeah.
Okay. Boys, keep it honest. I didn't see who had their thumbs up and down. You said you were going to agree, disagree, and I thought he was going to disagree. So, okay. Chris.
Damn.
I know, because you had too much faith in Seb.
Because Sebby's willing to accept mediocrity.
Exactly.
Listen,
He
Where are your
goes on the
standards,
spot
Sebby?
with the four of us.
You're part of the problem, bro.
Yeah, I know.
He's the
It all
guy,
depends
though.
on how we play.
Where's the raid now? Where's the raid?
Yeah. I was about to say this would be a bad time for a raid right now.
Oh my
All
god!
right. Oh my god.
Raid.
So is it just the city factor, Seb, or
Things happen within the season, injuries, how we played, like refereeing decisions that go against us that cost us points and whatnot. Like things can happen for us not to win a trophy. It doesn't mean it all depends on how we play. You know how we look, how the team is gelling or it's.
I mean, this is a question that I was going to ask at some point on the pod, on this entire pod. But like, we found a way without winning a trophy to improve upon 2 years ago, without winning a trophy, which was like very, very small margin to go into. We still finished second, but we took it down to the last day. Yeah. We finished as strong as we possibly could with 14 wins in 16 games. And, it's hard to say that we didn't improve. We went to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Like, it's hard to say that we didn't improve. But other than the exact same thing and going to the semifinals and maybe doing a little bit better in the cup competition, is there any way we can improve and progress from last season and still not win a trophy?
Yeah, to that point, I'm willing to say like the fan base at least 50% I'm willing to say that are closer to thinking that it would be a failure, because I do think that we're getting a little bit closer to that scale in which the expectations continue to rise, right? We spoke about having a base. We spoke about having a base of a really good squad. We're hitting peak as far as ages go. I just don't know. In my opinion, I think there's more and more people turning that corner thinking, hey man, sooner or later we're getting a little tired of like watching United pick up league cups or something, or whatever cups that whatever you want to qualify a cup, and we're going to say, hey man, it's really nice coming really close to the league, but I think we need to win. And potentially there's some people out there that might not even be content with the FA Cup or a EFL Cup. It literally might be the league or the Champions League for a lot of supporters.
That was a great answer, Sebby. So first I thought this was, I sure hope that we don't improve this season without winning any trophies. But then I realized it was in reaction to this. And Jacob, I just want to say I love mommy, and I'm not going anywhere. So you don't have to worry about that.
Rhea Ripley,
mommy, yeah. Unless Liv Morgan is coming around, and I don't even think my son, could blame me for that. But
I don't know who that is.
Jared's exactly where I'm thinking on this point. I think we've been in project mode now for 4 years. We have one trophy to show for it. I think you don't build a project without an objective of winning silverware. And I think we've all been really patient up until this point. Most of us have, not all of us, most of us have. But I think, when you look at the money spent, when you look at the progress made, I'm with Magic that I don't know how else you improve without there landing some sort of silverware in our hands. And if that means it's a Carabao Cup or an FA Cup, I'm fine with that. But I think to take City to the end and not win the Premier League, or to go deep in the Champions League but not win it, or to go out of the FA Cup or the Carabao Cup early and sacrifice those cups and just not win anything, I think we have to start thinking about it as a failure, not as we're just we're still developing, we're still in project mode, we're still building towards something. I think now is the time where we have to start expecting silverware.
If we go to the Champions League final and lose on penalties to Real Madrid, we lose, we take them City down to the wire, and we lose in the FA Cup final, I still consider that a success, and that's still moving forward. I agree with you insofar as that's something that I truly expect this year, right? So that's my expectation. But there's always some nuance and some gray area to that. I mean, if we just happen to lose on margins at the very, very end, that's still moving things forward. Or if we are in one of those like Liverpool off seasons or whatever, where we have 94 points and we lose to City at 95 points, like that's still moving forward.
And I can tell you with absolute surety that if we do finish second, if we do, get to the final 8 of if we basically mimic last year again this year, I understand people will see that as failure, but do not expect to see Mikel Merino sacked for that.
God, no.
I mean,
no.
look, if he loses the dressing room, if it's a distant third that they finish, if we start regressing, then that's a different story. But there and thereabouts is enough for Arteta to keep his job. But I agree with the rest of you that we are now at the point where there's such little margin for improvement without winning a trophy that the trophy's got to start coming.
Yeah, and honestly too, I think this year could be a catastrophe, and I think a catastrophe for Arsenal is literally like finishing third, based on what we have coming back and what we.
Any regression is going to be seen as a catastrophe, and although all the anti-Mikel people, who literally the only anti-Mikel people, are Arsenal fans. Like I mean, as we're going to talk later with Gab Marcotti about the ESPN list, nobody outside of Arsenal thinks anything but Mikel Arteta is the best young coach in the world.
Yeah, and we're even starting to get the I listened to Football Ramble today, and even they're starting to say like Mikel Arteta is like a weirdo genius, just like they say about Pep Guardiola, because the pickpocketing thing. And so like that's one of those now too. It's like, well, he's a great manager, so I guess we got to accept him being like a huge weirdo. And it's like that's when you've made it. When people like gave Jose Mourinho a pass for like a decade for being a huge fucking weirdo, like how Pep is like the weirdest guy on earth. Like people, if they think a lot of you and your talent as a coach, they can laugh and support you for being weird. And I don't think that you can succeed at the top echelon of football without being a complete goofball. Like that doesn't exist. It's like my favorite Arteta story is still when his wife came back during the COVID time and she was like worried about him because he was sitting in a dark room with like the walls plastered and stuff, like Rustin Cole from the first season of True Detective, like in his storage locker. Like that's what Arteta's like. And that's like the weirdo genius that you need to win big stuff.
But the problem with being weird like that is that if things don't go your way, that is seen as really, really it's a double-edged sword. It's either mad genius, almost. It's mad genius or tinkerer, guy who's more concerned about psychological ploys than actually winning on the pitch. Like it's all seeming very great right now, but that's the thing that could potentially, if things go wrong, result in him losing the dressing room. Not now, not this season, I hope, but if things ever go wrong for him, it's going to be that why I don't understand now why he's telling me to watch my pockets.
Yeah.
I love that.
I like this game, Mikey.
Yeah, thank you. We're hoping
definitely hers is brainchild.
I know you actually all put joint preparation. I love you more for that.
Yeah. I put tons of effort in Magic. That's for sure.
Maybe not you. I was being nice.
That's fair.
Well, we are.
Someone has to sell all the houses in Minnesota.
That was Sebby, correct?
Yeah.
Sebby.
Yep.
Let me jot you down so I keep track of this. Chris, you are up next, sir. Number 6 on the slides. Here we go, Chris. Club should be renovated. Club should renovate the Emirates and add more seating or safe standing sections.
The Emirates.
Who are we asking this to?
Chris.
See, there's two.
This is like
I'm gonna give Chris credit, and I'm gonna say this, and I'll credit.
I give him no credit then in that case.
I'm actually gonna agree.
Oh,
the credit I was going to give you is for knowing that it's almost practically impossible to do.
Well, I asked the question on one of the previous parts of this particular podcast.
That's right, you did.
Which I think we talked about. I can't remember who it was. I think it was the first segment with the AST guys.
Yeah,
and they said essentially it's almost impossible without spending just a boatload of money to expand the stadium, either by lowering the field or by expanding it higher because of the restrictions of the area.
Hey, Chris.
when I look at the question, though, I says clubs should renovate the Emirates, add more seating, and can you take the comment off the slide, Mike, so I can read the rest of it? Add more seating and or safe standing sections. I do think there is a place for safe standing. And I do think that modern stadiums are building opportunities for those kinds of fan experiences where you gather all of the rabid fans, all of the ultras, if you will, outside of England. I know ultras are not really a thing inside England, but all the people who want to be a part of an experience at the stadium to build an atmosphere, and a lot of those places around Europe are safe standing places. And I know that has been a comment that's been floated a lot at the club. So I would love to see that, and I think they should if they can. I don't know how feasible it is, but I think the club should look into it with real seriousness, because I think, whether you can't expand it, I think I would love to improve the atmosphere by including a safe standing section where that can be possible. So that's why.
Or just add 3 drums and a trumpet. That'll do it. We don't need to add any more seats.
We already have 2 drums.
Magic,
just one more drum and a trumpet is easy, right?
Magic, because you're more connected to this, is it still like the ghost of Hillsborough kind of hanging over that? Is it one of those things where just in England specifically?
I don't think the ghost of Hillsborough is an issue. I think it literally is about capacity. It's about and there are even some, I think, local laws, and Charn can probably help me out with this, but there's some council laws in doing that. I mean, the club's been asked about that for years, and the answer always comes back. They don't say it's impossible, but they're like the negatives outweigh the positives to doing that, and we just don't think we'll ever see it. I would love it, because if you've ever been on the yellow wall at Dortmund, and I guess this is a bit of a humble brag, but like if you've ever done that, it works great. Like it's amazing. It does add to the atmosphere. It does everything that it said to do, and it is much safer than the old style terraces that we used to stand on at Highbury. But yeah,
I mean, obviously the MLS can't match that, but like so Minnesota United has safe standing for the supporter section. It is really fun.
Oh, it's fantastic! It's always the proper way to watch a game.
It's always the best atmosphere. It's a lot of fun. I mean, and I understand that MLS is very manufactured, so you kind of like. I still go into it with like my Arsenal Euro snobbery whenever I go and watch them, but it is by far the most fun way to do it. I never feel, even in busy games that we've gone to, it's never a safety issue. It always feels like it's well managed. Like it's just fun. It's really fun. It gives you a nice angle. You can see absolutely everything. That's my preference. How to watch football is from the end like that, rather than the sides for that view. And yeah, I mean, I would be all for it.
I'd love it. I mean, I would absolutely love it, but I think China said it would actually reduce capacity, which is, there's enough people complaining that they don't get a fair shake at getting tickets right now.
Yeah,
but like safe standing and 2,000 less people are able to go to games. I mean, you'd think it would kind of increase capacity, but from what I understand, it wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And
it would be redoing an entire end of Emirates, which like that's not going to happen. Like it just won't happen, at least anytime soon, I guess.
Can I also add that I think there, outside of seating, I think there is probably some renovations to be made. This was a stadium that was built in the mid 2000s. I've been there a couple times, once somewhat recently. My only point of comparison is Stamford Bridge, which I was at last year, and American stadiums. But I felt like
you must have really good friends to help you get tickets for that.
I must have. I don't know how I got that. I was
Donna Cullen, wasn't it?
It was totally Donna Cullen. She's amazing, guys.
Donna Cullen.
I think there's a lack of technology that I think really ages the stadium in a way that if the Emirates was built 10 years later by KSE, that we would have had a very different stadium. And I'm not saying that's necessarily what everybody wants, but I do think that there has been a lot of development in technology that I think could aid the experience inside the stadium that we don't have. And so I'd love to see things like that. I also, and this isn't a new idea, but I heard it mentioned, I can't remember what podcast I was listening to, but they said it's kind of embarrassing when you walk into the Emirates and all the seats look like they haven't been painted since they were installed in the Emirates. It looks like they're just badly faded. I think we're going to have pride in where we play. I'd love just even a coat of paint on some things that would just freshen it up a lot. So outside of adding capacity, I think there's a lot of things the club can do for somewhat lesser investment that I think could go a long way.
Yeah, they seem to kind of have focused on the outside of the stadium in recent years, and
which is awesome.
It is awesome, and they that connection to the fan base where they put up this whole thing that they refused to put me on, and I'm not bitter about. But the inside of the stadium is not what they need to work on, and by that I mean ensuring that Charn is unable to attend games in the future. But no.
That was one of the agree or disagree. Does Magic deserve to be on the Emirates poster? Just the non-painting of the seats actually generally surprised me because they did all the renovation on the outside. The fact that they didn't do anything on the inside was kind of shocking to me, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah. One thing at a time, Mikey.
Yeah.
I worked on my outside over the past year and a half, and now I have to. The hard work begins on my inside.
Oh.
Slide number 7, Mikey. You're up next. Kelly is absent from this round. We're gonna give him 2 points for his absence. He's not gonna get a top 3. He's not gonna get bottom 1. Agree or disagree, Magic? Erik ten Hag will be the first manager sacked in the Premier League this season.
Now you're all saying that because of my prediction in the last hour.
Oh, you thought I paid attention to you?
No, but it doesn't mean that you think that maybe they're gonna sack him early and get actually someone who knows what they're doing. So
I just had a stubborn.
Gareth Southgate. I think that Erik ten Hag will be the second manager sacked in the Premier League this season. So I technically do disagree with that.
Who's your first?
Oh, I have no idea. It'll be somebody else.
Oh, I thought you said who in the last segment.
The first manager sacked? No, I don't think I ever answered that question.
Okay.
Very nice. On that.
Unai Emery.
Oh yeah. You know why I actually think more yes, because I'm 99% sure that Ruud van Nistelrooy, with the great work that he did in the Netherlands, they have a safety net now, and because of that, they're just going to be like, hey man, we could pull this off. If he leaves, it's good PR that we have an ex-Manchester United legend to play for us. And so I think that's gonna be the get out of jail free card.
Why would they? I mean, if they're so ready to change, why would they let Ten Hag? I mean, Ten Hag was supposed to be back no matter what happened in the FA Cup final, and they go win it, and now he's still there. I mean, they're really, really dumb if they sack him a month or two into the season and have to deal with another what was it, Ralph Ragnick type of situation.
Don't underestimate Kieran McKenna also being on their radar. I know they had a chance probably to hire him in the offseason and didn't, but all the rage right now is to hire a young up-and-coming manager who is seen as the next prodigy. Arteta was the first. I think Chelsea's going back to that well again, seeing if they can do something. I just think that there's a lot of evidence in Europe even that's the next wave. And Kieran McKenna is a former assistant coach for United. And, if things don't work out at Ipswich, or maybe if they are working out at Ipswich even better, United might throw some money at that and see if they can convince him.
Keep your eye too on Rob Edwards at Luton, who is in the Championship. I'm kind of surprised that Edwards is still there. They are a really weird club because of how many they got promoted with like half of their players being loan players, and so they had to cobble together a squad and they almost stayed up. They just got absolutely smacked in their first match, so I wouldn't be super surprised if things kind of go tits up. And I think that at Luton this season, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Rob Edwards fails up into the Premier League.
That's a big call.
I'm convinced Donna's an AI creation. There's just no one.
That's almost as somebody from this profession. That is almost certainly a realtor's headshot, by the way, in a blazer. Donna's a deeply promiscuous realtor in the Miami area. That
I'm in the $1 million club.
Yeah, a very open and understanding marriage. Or again, this is like Pavel from south of St. Petersburg, who just did a Google search on like frumpy Midwestern women.
There's a 0% chance that's actually like a woman who's meaning. I mean, this is either AI or
It's
or,
Andy. It's
and
100%.
and also I've just learned that my
anything
mother
so
is
little of
watching
you,
this right
he
now.
uses that picture to try to seduce you too.
And I've literally learned recently in the last 10 minutes that my mother is watching this right now. So, Mom, I would like you to meet your new daughter-in-law, Donna.
You came on during the nap part, Mama Magic Mike. Come on, like there's a
Mama
bunch of
Magic?
real people that are going to be on this. Like,
Yeah, there's a bunch of real people that are coming on this in about 4 or 5 hours. So, yeah.
I was hoping I'm just going to lay in the weeds so I can go and yell at Lee Dixon. Magic, I'm just not going to leave. You can't dump me. I'm just going to stay in the background so I can yell at him about how he comments on matches.
Dublin actually looked her up, and that's actually the executive director of Spurs. That's her.
Oh, that
actual
is
headshot.
absolutely Dublin.
Oh,
Word,
dude, that is
actually.
great.
You gotta
Thank you,
commit to the
Dublin, for
bit.
your legwork.
When I decided to
Well
be
done.
Kevin Nolan for Fergus, because all he would talk about was Kevin Nolan, I got a picture of him. I created a new account, and yeah.
Oh, hi,
Okay.
Paul Peters. Welcome.
Yeah, fair enough, Paul. We have so many kids between all of us, Paul. I mean, you don't even understand. Like the head count is absurd.
I mean,
Like,
Mike
the amount of
himself has like
infidelity.
120. So
The amount of infidelity would be just
Mike.
absolutely insane if that is true. If we were all virgins. Who's up next here, Kelly?
What a prolific milkmen in this in these areas here for sure.
Let me double check today. Yeah. Okay, Kelly, you are up next. Agree or disagree? We should sell Saliba next season for 100 million plus to reinvest in the squad.
Saliba's life, absolutely not.
Ah, boo!
You are.
Mike is
He
just
just hates
noting
French
how
people.
what he would do. Look at this.
We
guy.
may not have a choice to sell him to Real Madrid, but
Well, if Real Madrid get
Maybe
that,
a strategic thing on
billion pounds of Vinicius money from fucking Saudi, I mean, here's what I will say: if somebody offers us 250 million for Saliba, I'd probably say take it. But it's going to have to be by far the most money ever paid for a center back. I mean, by double.
well, he's the best center back in the world right now, bar none.
He's 23 years old. He's the best center back in the world. He seems committed. He seems happy here. And here's what I will say about Saliba. He seems like kind of a temperamental character. Like he's not Jude Bellingham, who is like, by the time he walks in the room, his dick has been there for like 5 minutes already. Like that's not what Saliba is like. So I think that he is one of those.
My mother is watching. This has just gotten like twice as disgusting.
You know who you're employing here. I don't think that he is somebody who will just follow the money. And I think he needs to be comfortable to play really well. And by strategy or happenstance, that Arsenal is that place, right? So I think he's very happy here, and we will continue. And one thing that the Cronties will do, they will keep paying you if you want to stay here and you want to be a world-class player. We will increase your wages and make you very competitive with everybody besides the Saudi League, basically, and PSG. And I don't think he wants to go. I don't think the club has any intention of selling him. So a bid would have to be something where he becomes so personally wealthy. He's going to a spot that's so comfortable for him that he would agree. It would have to be something that's like literally 200% of the most expensive center back transfer ever for it to be worth
We would
it.
have never seen that coming with his first 3 years with this club and what happened and the back and forth. I mean, it amazes me how settled he is.
Well,
I think
because Arteta hated him so much. I mean, it's
Oh,
amazing how he
Arteta was going to ruin him.
He hates young players. He hates French players. He hates, young everything, man. Can I just?
No, I think we have to win something for him to make sure that his head's not turned. So
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think we're years off of that being an issue for. I don't.
Let me push back here,
I don't
Kelly.
think he
Look,
cares
because
that much.
I caught some heat for disagreeing. It's not that I disagree with the statement, but I thought Kelly was going to disagree with the statement because Kelly, I host a podcast with you, and I talk to you on a semi-regular basis, sir.
Yeah.
And you were the one that, like a year or two ago, you were convinced that Saka was effing off. You're like, no, he is going to go. He's going to leave the club for extra money. So in my mind, I'm like, Kelly's a team builder.
Yeah.
He's going to, we got Gabriel, Calafiori. They we could play two left-footed center backs. I thought you were taking this money and running.
I've become very sentimental since I've had my third child. And like,
you went soft on me.
I know I got soft. But like a phrase that I've kind of like players want to feel like they're home, I think, and it's something maybe that I think we're at such absurd levels with money now that everybody is set for life. So the difference between crazy money and like cartoonish absurd money is like people want to be like look at Jadon Sancho, right? Like all he wants to do is go back to Dortmund because that's his home. That's home. He wants to go home. And he's not comfortable anywhere else. And nobody understands him. He doesn't want to play anywhere. He doesn't want to play at United. The second that contract expires, he's going to sprint back to Dortmund and take 1/4 of the wages and be there for the rest of his career. Like I see too many of these players boomerang back. Once you've made your money, like they're people and they want to be home. And like if you can make your club home for these elite players, they don't want to leave. And like Van Dijk has had opportunities to go. So he won 1 Champions League and 1 Premier League. Like Liverpool is his home. He doesn't want to leave. Why would he want to leave? Like that's at least that's where I'm at. And I think that we're in that spot with some of our players where they're home and they feel comfortable here and they don't want to leave. And provided they're still able to compete for all the biggest things. I mean, even if they're not the favorites, able to compete and they're able to make something approaching a wage that's at the top of their earning potential. They just want to be at home. They don't want to go off. They don't want to go to Saudi for 2 years and make their wives uncomfortable. They want to go home.
They want to go home. Fair enough. Hugo asked, would you guys take Coleman on loan as the only attacking option? So yeah. we spoke about that briefly at the beginning of the podcast. Absolutely take Coleman as an option, specifically with that deal that you mentioned, loan versus overpaying for a winger.
Mm-hmm. Boys, I mean, if you're offered a guy whose name is Kingsley, you got to go for it, especially in England.
The first time that he just dropped somebody's pants on like a dribble, everybody like, yeah, okay, I get it now. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you're like, we'll allow it.
Yeah, we're fine now. The first time he just absolutely roasts somebody, pushes and runs and just dances in the box, like, yeah, you're good. It'll be fine.
You're up for the assist, Kelly. You could read this one out for me.
Okay. All right, Mike Hers. Arsenal won't win the league if we do not buy a striker.
Oh, sorry, I did not mean to put that comment on. I was actually trying to put him in timeout. Arsenal won't win the league if we do not buy a striker. This is what Mikey thinks?
This is what Mike Hers thinks, and I'm very confident in this.
Since he's been literally the negative guy of this podcast. So
boys, I've been complaining about a midfielder this entire time. You think I care about a striker?
Yes, you do.
Mike, you do like spiting us, so that maybe he'll do thumbs down just for that.
Dude, now you put me in an awkward position because I was gonna say I disagree.
Don't people please answer the question.
I disagree, guys. Guys, what have I been asking you in the back channel for like 3 midfielders?
Yeah, you do like lots of midfielders.
I want all the midfielders, exactly.
All of them.
I want all the midfielders that we have to be provided. No, dude, because I have zero faith in that Gabriel Jesus is going to stay fit for the entirety of the season.
That's what motivated me, is that you don't like Gabriel Jesus.
That is true. You do know me very well in that circumstance. But I have a lot of faith in Kai Havertz, and I have faith in Trossard. And my whole issue with this transfer window thus far, even if Mikel, and I'll do the R for you, Magic, Merino comes in, I still think we're a player down, dude. I'm losing my absolute crap over the midfield. So I'm not even doing this to take the piss out of you guys. I swear. For me,
he has so much faith in Kai, but he doesn't. But Kai can play in midfield, and Mike doesn't want him there. That's the
last place I want Kai. Is in midfield.
He does not want Mike.
So much faith.
When you want logic, you don't go to Mike Hurst for it.
Yeah, you know what this reminds me of? You know how my wife tells me you don't listen to me because I only captured like half of what she said? This is how you guys are treating me. I get it now. You guys heard all my ranting about midfield. You guys,
we're your pod wives. I get it, Mike. I get it.
Yeah,
you're my pod wives. As my wife,
I have blocked 2 people from the chat.
Dude, thank you. Thank you, Mike. I was like, I'm like, dude, it's getting a little crazy now.
It ran its course, 20 minutes ago, but it ran its course, and so both
Abreu's gone.
Paul Peters and
he banned Abreu, but not FC Abreu. Yeah, I like
my
it.
Russian troll is AKA Andy is now gone.
Very like Calafiori. All right, so boys, I think we have time to do one more round, and Mike, you could have the drawing. We could waffle. That way, we could have an even 3 rounds. So Sebby, you are.
This
up
is only
next.
like a fraction. We normally do like 3 hours on this, don't we, Magic?
I know. Oh yeah, Mike, we were bummed out that we didn't get 4 hours. By the way.
Oh, you don't like the amount of time I allocated you? Well, I have a
No.
surprise for you. The 8 a.m. hour UK is now open. James Green has moved to later in the day, so you guys can come back. That'd be
What time is it for me
that'd be
in the
3
Midwest?
a.m.
Jesus Christ.
For Chris, that's 2 a.m. And for
And Kelly.
and it's just it's midnight for Mikey. So
Are you what are you
No,
what-
midnight.
what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
He's just gonna waffle.
No, we got some people.
Anyone else?
It's just not going to be the special guest, but we have some co-hosts that are going to be here, so we'll figure something out.
So if I happen to be awake, I can just barge in.
Absolutely, man.
All right, boys. First one, chat.
Mm.
So this wasn't
Oh.
predetermined. Here we go. One of the first ones that came out was Gooner Works, and I'm going just in
I'm
orders
down
in
to
which
five
they
stuff.
popped out. Realistically, I don't want to choose anybody over the other.
Are they all going to be chat from this point, or just this one?
This is what was that, sir?
Are they all going to be chat from this point on, or
No,
just this one?
the thing is, I shuffled the deck of cards, so they're all random. So
Oh, okay.
we had
So we
had
don't need to change the screen format to get.
yeah.
ourselves
Oh
to
no,
get
no. Yeah,
bigger
no.
faces now.
It's literally just this. Yeah,
Okay.
we decided to include chat because we were generally curious with some of the ideas that could come up. So Seb, you are up next on this one. Arteta's a top 5 manager in the world of football. Agree or disagree? Prove me right, Sebby.
Agree.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, the
Hey,
swear.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey.
he's like I forgot it was Mikey or Kelly who said it earlier. He's like
She's literally back under a different account now.
You're absolutely you're kidding.
I give you points for the graft, the hard graft, as they say.
it's definitely Andy.
And I know that this is a troll account because Dan Potts has no love. Trust me, I spent a lot of time with Dan Potts, and there's no lovers involved. So,
Well played.
Like to see what he's done with Arsenal since he came in and completely transformed the club, reunited the fans and the players and the team together, and just where we are. All the fans are completely behind him, and he's up there with it in the top 5.
There's not a lot of tactically elite
Yeah.
managers that are also culture builders. It's really, really hard to do that, and I think you have to have you reach a point in your career where you don't have the energy to do that anymore. And so I think us catching Mikel at the stage of our career, like in my opinion, he's in his like 10 to 20 year job right now, and then after that, that's when he's going to be the manager of Spain and go back to La Liga, and he's going to start doing the kind of bounce around a little bit, but like. Yeah, he's in his passion project again. The home. He's home.
I think that question or that statement was worded. I don't know if this was intentional or not, but the word manager. He is absolutely top 5 managers in world football. Is he top 5 coaches in world football? I might argue that Unai Emery is a better coach than Mikel Arteta is, but the problem is Arsenal didn't need a coach; they needed a manager. And they got one, and that is the verbalization of everything that Kelly was just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
What he has done for this club has had its impact on the pitch, but it's been so much. It's been about so much more than that, and he's possibly. I mean, you want to. I mean, the ESPN put out a list. Arteta was 4th, Klopp was 3rd. Ancelotti was 2nd, and Pep was 1st. And I would say that if you're talking about a manager, Ancelotti is maybe 15th or 20th because he comes into almost completed situations and Phil Jackson's the hell out of it, which is impressive.
He's the Phil of football. That's the perfect analogy for him.
Yeah, and I give him massive respect for that. He wins everything, but he didn't win anything at Everton, and not only did he not win anything, he failed there.
Napoli either.
And yeah, so I mean, is he a good coach? Sure. Is he a good manager? No. And that's what Arteta might be. Klopp, I think you could say is in the same category, and Pep, I think you could say is in the same category. But I'd have him 3rd in the world, and the only reason I'd have him 3rd right now is because he doesn't have the CV of having won a ton of stuff yet.
Well, and even if you like look for other, so at one point I think Nagelsmann was unanimously ahead of him, and Nagelsmann has had kind of a rough road and bounced around a little bit now too. So even these like the kind of under kids that are, or kins or however you want to pronounce it, I was in between saying the real world and going into the Ted Lasso and making fun of Nate, who is the worst character in the history of television. But like we're in that spot where even the young super, like we'll see how Thiago Motta does now that he's at Juve too, because
he's been very highly ranked.
Yeah, it's even the guys that are the ex pros that have all this momentum and are kind of living up to it, dude. It's a lot. And again, Arsenal is a top 5 club in the world now, and I remember in our first season of potting that we were just laughing at how dumb Arsenal were and how bad they were. And I remember sitting in this room talking about how we can't keep I was saying that we need to fire Arteta for Graham Potter, and like vigorously in multiple podcasts, and like to be proved wrong is like one of my greatest joys outside of my family. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's truly special what we're watching, and I'm certain I didn't have access to Premier League magic, but I'm certain this was probably the feeling you were getting when Arsene was starting to go, like to really go bang. Like it was probably something that you kind of felt.
I actually, if you know about my track record, I was kind of in a dark zone from Arsenal between 1990 and 2006, so I actually never got to experience that. But you know, how
ill-timed.
No, yeah, really. Honestly, it wasn't my fault. It was my mom's fault for moving us home in 1990. Thanks, Mom.
Is she still out there? I'm sorry for all the cursing.
Yeah, well, I don't know or not, but yeah, the feeling surely has to be the same. I mean, we're seeing somebody revolutionize. Everybody's now trying to copycat us with the type of manager and the strategies, and they're all buying light bulbs for the dressing room
and hiring pickpocketers at luncheons and dinners.
I mean, pickpocketers are having a renaissance in there. I mean, they don't even have to pickpocket anymore because they're making so much money doing the job, like being like, you know,
I imagine like the next Arsenal event, Kai Havertz just punches a random person in the face he thinks is pickpocketing him.
Okay.
He just turns and fires.
Dear God, Mike, please make sure the next statement has
boys, and cut bid. We're good. But by the way, Ancelotti is better than Klopp and Pep Guardiola. Moving on.
You're weird about Ancelotti.
That's your Serie A, which, by the way, someone said. Oh, Scott in the chat said something about the first 3 times I heard Serie A on this channel. I thought we were talking about like Syria.
Oh, tune in to
now. There are footballers who are playing in Syria.
I'm not that deep. Come on.
Anybody that's listening to us and is curious about not Magic, but the other 4 goons that are on here, you can find us on Not Another Arsenal podcast, and we assure you, with the inclusion of Calafiori and having Jorginho on the squad, there's plenty of Serie A references that are going to be bouncing around all over the place. Mikey, you're up next, sir. Here's your statement.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Agree or disagree? As a collection, this season Arsenal shirts are the worst since Adidas became our first shirt manufacturer again in 2019.
Kelly, you are correct.
I bet you hate the collar.
I do not like. See, I like you. You listen to me. I do not like the.
That's the guy wearing a shirt with a collar
and a bow tie.
Yeah, but it's not a football kit though. That's the I don't
because you can't wear it to work.
I just dislike collars on football kits. But yeah, I'm taking.
He's literally wearing a football shirt with a collar on it.
Yes, I am anti the away kit. I don't like it, but I really like the home kit and the third kit. So it's not the worst one. 2 or 3 seasons ago, the one with the collar. I forget what our other kits though were that season. Was that the season of the black one? Yeah. Okay. It's so funny that the 2 of you are wearing that. Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty damn good, second and third kit. But
the year with the blue, like midnight blue kit and the white marble kit. I forgot what the whole.
Cool. I also like that one.
So I started liking the Marvel one as time
I generally like 2 out of the 3. I don't always love 3 out of the 3. Although last year I think I got all 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm aching to get. I'm hoping I win my own raffle, which by the way I can't. But like I need to win my own shirt, and then
Why is
What?
the third goalkeeper kit not just the away kit this year? That thing is gorgeous.
Oh, I love it. So the goalkeeper kits usually do steal the show.
Like, what the fuck
That
are
away
you doing to
kit's
these?
awful.
You wouldn't be. It's like the same way that like we couldn't get the black and gray aways because they sold out of them. Like, if they just did that with the old Adidas logo and the white collar, like that would be gangbusters, man. That would be huge. And again, I can't stress enough. Like my favorite Arsenal GIF recently was the tunnel one. If Calafiori's in the tunnel with the black kit and Merino's in there, and you have like 5-6 statues staring at people with like an all black kit with just a white collar, like that's we go on now. The new buzzword for this year is aura, and like fucking aura, man. Like, why are we not just making the like Ramsdale? Like Ramsdale doesn't need a nice kit. Like Raya doesn't need a nice kit. Like give the all black like
Yeah, they
Darth
should.
Vader kit to them. Be evil. I love evil footballers, like evil empire. Like be the evil ones that want to kill you. Like that's what you want.
That's your bread and butter, Kelly. So to say.
Pepe retiring was very hard on me.
You weren't ready for Pepe's.
No, I was
By
not
the
ready
way,
for Pepe to
thumbs up or
retire.
thumbs down on last year's away kit. The neon yellow
No,
one.
that thing
that
sucks
everyone
ass. I
hated.
fucking hate that.
I love that.
I love it.
God, you guys
I
are
love
weird.
that kit.
I
And
love
we
it.
won like 150 of the 130 games we played in it.
And I
don't
said
give a
that
shit.
kit,
That
Yep.
you'll see that kit will be regarded like the Bruce Banana.
Like the Bruce
because of-
Banana. I
because of
think
so
Talked about
many
that on
great
this pod
memories.
last year. Yep.
Because so many great memories of our team winning last minute winners. Kai Havertz with the header in the last second. I think Rice had a last second goal in that kit as well.
Yeah, United, I think.
Oh no,
No, that United was at
Luton.
home.
It was the header.
It was a header at
Luton.
Luton. Yeah, like that kit has so many great memories, and it's gonna be.
It's definitely the Kai Havertz kit for sure. It's
It was
that
the
when
kit
I think
that we were playing when we won 6-0, 5-0, 6-0. I mean, it was that was the glory days of last season, like February, March.
the Chelsea pad one.
Yeah, I mean the amazing portion of last season was all in that kit.
I gotta say, Chris chimed in the chat, and I agree with him. This is the second year in a row that I won't be buying any of the kits. So he said most likely. I don't know.
Because you're spending all your money on formula.
On formula. Well played. Cost of diapers has gone up, boys. Things are tough. Absolutely. Kelly, you're up next, sir. Agree or disagree, Kelly? At least one team outside of the traditional Big Six will finish in the top 4 this season.
Okay, so there's going to be a gate crasher. So we're talking about one of City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Manchester United, Chelsea, and Tottenham.
So
Not
one
being in
team
there,
outside of
somebody else
those
not
will
being
finish
outside of the
top
Big
4.
Six.
So Newcastle is not considered one of them, right?
Correct.
No,
Does Newcastle have European football this year?
No.
Yeah, I think they're going to be in top 4. So
Well, I was going to say this. So
yeah,
So
I agree.
Sebby and I disagreed.
I think Newcastle will be 4th.
wow.
I think it's going to be Arsenal 1, City 2, Liverpool 3, and then
I think this is the year
Newcastle
Eddie
4.
Howe gets sacked and then takes the England job.
The fucking Moonface kid will finally get that dream job of his to make sure everybody hates him even more.
I have a super.
Been talking about him being the next England coach since before Gareth Southgate was hired. So I think we're finally going to see that.
In my tradition of cramming weird things, Pochettino is going to be the United States manager. By the way, that's
Is that true? I wasn't sure if Gordon was
it's multiple accounts reporting it. He's
that
agreed.
might not even get me to like him.
Via again. That's a big shout to think Unai Emery is gonna.
There's no way he can fuck that up.
Very
Villa.
Spursy
Aston
of
Villa.
U.S. soccer right there.
There is no way
sorry,
that
British team,
Unai is not going to fuck that up. They're investing a bunch of money. All the pressure's on him, so it's time for him to emotionally clap. He tried really hard to shit away the top 4. Like he does not handle pressure. Like he's like, okay,
He's Brendan Rodgers all over again. I'm telling you, he's the Spanish. He's Brendan Rodgers.
Brendan. But yeah, like there's no way that Unai doesn't like do something incredible, like start Eme Martinez at center forward and like Matchy needs. Like he's going to do something stupid or just like, okay, for the last 2 months of the season, we're not going to attack. We're just going to sit in a 2 deep block and we're just not going to attempt any shots for a while. Like Unai Emery hates success at the highest level. and like he's going to turn and sprint away from the pressure.
He's got this trajectory, but when this is success, he has this trajectory.
I have a really unpopular pick here, and I think Spurs are going to finish fourth. Sorry, guys. I know it's hard to stomach, but
there's every reason to think they made a very, very good signing.
I do like Dominic Solanke, and I do think Archie Gray will be a decent midfield addition, and I don't think they're done yet in this window.
I can't get over the fact that the Ange having a go at the halfway line down two players, like people like
true.
that.
I get it.
That are like that age, that are in their 50s and have been like a coach for 20 years. There's too much of a bozo gene in there to do that. You know what I mean? Like there's a self-destruct button in Ange somewhere that he would rather fail on his feet than like live on his knees, kind of, where he's going to play his football and it's going to be like, dude, the margins are so fine in the Premier League. Like it doesn't take a lot. And like, he's going to do dumb shit out of principle, and like, fuck your principles, man, win. Like, I don't want them to succeed, but I don't want them to get sacked because it's one of the best songs in the away section. At games is the Postacoglu, cheer up Postacoglu. The Monkeys version. It's Fat Aussie bastard and a shit football team. It's the greatest, the greatest chant. I did like Ange. The only time I appreciated Ange is when he was turning around and yelling at his own fans for cheering for them losing. Yeah. And it's like, he's a very likable character. No, fuck it. Which I don't like likable. But yeah, Magic. I don't like likable people. That make me not like. I like dislikable people and I hate likable people. So like,
that is the most. If you told me, does Kelly agree, disagree, like Suarez? Do you agree with like the handball? Like
the handball off the line was one of the most heroic things ever.
Legend.
It won them the game.
It won them like it's the same way like Fede Valverde went and chopped somebody down in like the Champions League too.
I mean, you don't have to fight people, but like the handball thing was brilliant.
All right, boys,
fighting was a bit much.
Not a lot of people have the courage to do that type of stuff.
We got two more to finish up the round. I'm going up next, Sebby. And I just realized, by the way, in between what Kelly was saying, I realized that I accidentally skipped Chris after Sebby. So I will go back to you, Chris, right after me. You could finish off the third and final round. But here goes me. Kelly, read it out for me.
Ricardo Calafiori will start more games at left back than any other player at Arsenal.
Yeah, I'm going to go down.
Ooh. I even did this for you guys.
I underappreciated the Serie A bias coming out of Mike Hers.
Yeah, I mean we signed players from Syria and they just absolutely kill it in the Prem. Now, I bet you I know who all four of us think will actually play more games there than he does. So I'm going to say all four of us are going to agree with what we thought the answer is to that. But Mikey, I think you got to give your rationale.
Yeah, Mikey, do your thing. Magic, I suspect we agree to. I think we're all thinking of the same guy.
Okay, so I look at it that we signed him, we pushed for him. He clearly is an Arsenal player. He wanted to play for us. I know that he's played the majority of his games as left center back within Bologna, but Bologna often played a three-man defense, and I just think this is the remedy to the flakiness that is Zinchenko, and I just don't see Zinchenko being like a massive issue if he's dropped on a consistent basis. So, like a lot of people kind of say Calafiori is essentially, I think Clive might have mentioned it earlier in the podcast when you had the lovely gentleman from Arsenal Vision podcast on, is essentially a left-footed Ben White in a nutshell. Mm-hmm. So I'm counting on him playing a lot, and icing on everything for me, the partnership that it goes between Gabriel and Saliba, you don't break that up. I don't think Arteta breaks that up for anything. So I don't see him
2 games a week all season though. That's the thing. But I guess you got to be talking about Premier League games is what we're talking about here. See, I was thinking Timber. Would play the most.
Timber is like the forgotten guy, dude. I'm actually amazed of how many top like back four.
Every time Timber plays, he's just fucking elite. Like he's physically elite. He's smooth. Like wherever we put him. Like
Although
all
he
of his
probably,
Even
he
a center
probably
back in
will be more
preseason.
of a depth for Ben White, to be honest with you, because
Mhm.
Ben White can't play 90 minutes a game, 55 games a year.
Yeah, his patella tendons are going to fall off the bone if we keep doing that to him. Like he's by the end of the year, he looks like a fucking mummy every single year.
Well, someone's going to stab him during a corner kick. I mean, it's not. I mean, I don't mean to make light of knife violence, but like there's too much shithousery coming from him to make it through a whole nother, every minute of every game type of season. So, that's the great thing about our depth in the back line is we literally have like 8 players who can all play 3 out of the 4 back line positions. And
it's a shame that Tomiyasu's fucking bubble away now.
He's crocked, unfortunately, and that is unfortunate.
But I do think that's like Zinchenko's going to start the year, but I think at first opportunity rotation, I don't think Calafiori is going to be up to speed yet, and so it's going to be one of those things where I think Timber's going to sit there and he's going to basically give us a hybrid of all of the players, and then we're going to do what was a waste of money saying Calafiori. I don't think it is. Because I do agree with you, Magic. I think he's going to be back and forth between the left, right side. He's going to play all the time. But like, I mean, I think it's going to be a position share. 4 guys are going to start left back, but I do think that Timber is going to be there for the biggest matches because he's kind of like a calm, elite Maitland-Niles in that position, kind of.
He was back.
Who
in
actually is
training
happy
today.
to play there, which is the most important part.
Mm-hmm.
Timber was back in training today, so
yeah, he was already back.
Yeah.
And
see, I thought Mike, because he's so
Tomiyasu's still in the fucking iron lung or something.
I thought because Mike was so upset and frustrated with the fact that we haven't signed a midfielder that I thought he would say, let's put Calafiori in midfield, and he would play more games there. So,
and you know me well enough to know.
Yes, I know.
I believe that is a possibility. I just saw the time, Mike. I don't want to run too. Let's finish this up as I'm doing my quick maths. Chris, I'm going to ask you.
We're
this.
fine.
No, Mike. Mike, you have to end on the one I texted you. Come on.
Do you want me to?
Yes,
okay.
please do.
Okay. We're gonna look for it right now, Chris, because
while you do that, I just have to show this picture because I just found
it's happened.
It's happened, guys. He's literally in it. Well,
that's photoshopped.
That's photoshopped, but hey,
that same gentleman, Mr. Roger Bennett, has just recently interviewed Mikel Arteta.
He has.
Well. So stay tuned for Men in Blazers with Arteta and Odegaard.
Men in Blazers are going to be on next.
So you would know.
Chris specifically asked for this one for ultimate banter to finish up the podcast. But Chris, agree or disagree? If a real pickpocketer victimized an Arsenal team dinner, Aaron Ramsdale would be the most likely player to get his wallet and or phone nabbed. While he's staring at pigeons, I'm going to say yes. You're going to agree to this.
Cedric's gone. There's nobody dumber than Ramsdale there.
Ramsdale's just so good that he would that he would trust.
He would overplay his right pocket, and then you'd be able to take his wallet out of his left pocket. Magic.
I mean, most people would think if I'm in the safe environment of a team meeting, I don't have to worry about having my money stolen. But like, I understand the message Arteta was trying to send.
I don't. Yeah. It's him being an eccentric weirdo, but like. If this leads to Ramsdale,
he's our weirdo.
For it.
I agree. I think it's Ramsdale, but I do think that there are a couple of guys that would be in contention along with Ramsdale. But yeah, I mean, the guy admits that he's easily distracted by pigeons when he's playing goalkeeper.
God, the guy that pisses me off so much
and has a hard time staying focused during a game unless he's super active. I think
2 days after that came out, David Raya was signed on loan. Like I don't think that was a coincidence.
I agree.
I absolutely loved, and I remember this was right at the beginning of the season last season because it was right after we closed on the flat, and I was reading that article. I won't say what I was doing at the time, but I was reading that article. It was a long article, and I had plenty of time during that activity to read.
Can't make it through an article?
Yeah,
hopefully Jake's not on.
And no, I read it for the articles, but no, I was like, I love you so much, Aaron Ramsdale, now, but you have not helped yourself with certain elements of the fan base, and apparently with Mikel Arteta. But
as a callback to this is a vanity project for me in the hour and a half we're here, and obviously Magic. My bold prediction last year was that David Raya would come in and take Ramsdale's shirt and not give it back, which has proven very correct.
Yeah, no,
You even called the when it would happen after international break, and sure enough, it happened.
Because Aaron Ramsdale, that is not a personality trait. That is a one of Arteta's non-negotiables. That does not work very well. It's like, okay, son, never again.
Yeah,
it's like kind of like coming back from international. It's like, you just take your time, Aaron. I know you didn't play. Just you fucking take your time, man. We got Carl Hein. Like, no, Aaron, you just take your time, brother. Like, it's like, so he goes and tries to the door's fucking locked when he tries to get back in.
And my favorite part about Mike's last statement that he made is he got in the two favorite words that I have of his in the same breath: majority and gentleman. It was like 5 seconds apart.
I never fail you, Mike.
Majority
I'm aware that we're short and that you need to do your thing. Just quick, Mikey. Despite spending the least amount of time, first place, 30 points. Got second place for Chris with 29.
Wow.
Kelly with 28 came in at third.
Recount.
26. It's
there's a hanging chad in there somewhere.
Stop the count.
No shit.
26 for me and Sebby a whopping 22. Sebby, you truly do not listen to any of us.
Jewish conspiracy, I think.
It's been a long day.
Sebby's calling the Secretary of State of NAP right now and saying, all I need is 9 points.
We need to go to Barry Horowitz.
That's one less than I had.
We need, hey guys, listen. We need to be invited back to this next year, so I may have given Mike an extra
a few extra points.
A few extra points. No,
Barry Horowitz is not here. He's not appreciating his significance within our fan base and how insignificant he might be outside our fan base.
We certainly don't bring followers as a draw to Magic, so we got to bring something else.
It's not about quantity, but it's about quality, Chris.
I will always say, and I will say this until the cows come home, which I really am waiting for them to come home. You guys have the best chemistry and the most undeserved small listener base, but it's because 3 of you. All 4 of you technically, but 3 of you actually have jobs that keep you from podcasting during the day, and therefore you're on in the middle of the night. And not everybody can get 318 viewers in the middle of the night, but we're
only
doing it
only
today.
100 of them are Abreu's alt accounts too. So
yeah, he's got Twitter open in 9 different browsers at the same time on
It's like the center of the earth. He's got fucking 60 devices just going to town.
Abreu has as many dogs as I have children. Put it that way. He keeps busy, so he has a lot
of. That sounds rough.
Well played, Mikey.
I absolutely love you guys. You've come very, very far since your first 2 or 3 episodes. Little bit change in personnel, a little bit chemistry growing, and I love it. So if you are watching this and don't regularly watch Not Another Arsenal podcast, it has not only been more regular, been more professional, and been more consistent than the Gooners podcast, but it is a wonderful, great time. It's the podcaster's podcast. It's the jobber of podcasts, which reminds me, before I'm gonna play you out with the video, but before I do that, we have to do a prize draw. So let's share the screen here. This prize is for a team signed photo,
nice.
and it is a team signed photo from the massively successful 2017 to 2018 season. I believe that is the season that got Arsene Wenger sacked. So you'll be able to enjoy your Mesut Ozils of the world, your Kolasinacs of the world,
Ramsey,
your Mustafis of the world. I mean, and you will have all of their autographs, which is worth fours and fours of dollars.
You got to go all the way to a local gym in Wolfsburg to get a Mustafi autograph now.
You do.
So,
I mean, that's. I mean, we're saving you the time.
Like the trainer at Planet Fitness over there now.
We are saving you the time of having to do that. So the winner of that massive prize is, look, I couldn't come up with 27 bangers. Every once in a while, you're going to get a 2018 picture. But here we go. The winner.
There.
Big spender.
Oh, I think we're in a small. Yes, Judy Coombs. Judy, a huge Arsenal supporter from Manchester, home and away. Congratulations to Judy. Happy to see you take home a prize, even if it sucks. Known Judy a long time. She is a fantastic Arsenal supporter. So and a good person. So thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate it. You want to give your you've all got your Twitter handles on there, and at NA Arsenal Podcast. Is that what it is?
That is correct. Thank you. And yeah, Not Another Arsenal Podcast. For the most part, every Tuesday night we try to coordinate. That's about 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m. in the UK. But I mean, feel free to drop on by, subscribe, and hopefully you catch us on replay. We would appreciate it.
And Magic, wonderful thing you're doing here. And if you guys haven't donated, please do. Every little bit helps. Let's get us to our $10,000 goal if we can.
We've got 89 donations, which is a number I associate with Arsenal very much so, as you know, Mikey. And we're at $4,648 right now. So we're really, really close to halfway there. Not sure we're going to get there because the bulk of the donations come early on, but let's get this to happen this season, and we'll be in heaven. So thank you guys for joining me, and I'm going to give the final word from this podcast to a man we all know and love and saw at the beginning of the cycle. So here we go. You can pat yourselves on the back for a great 90 minutes.
This Cameo message is from Magic Mike and Barry Horowitz, and it's to the NAAP group, Mikey, Sebby, Chris, and Kelly. Your podcast is the jobber of all podcasts. It's great you are joining Magic on the Gooners versus Cancer 27-hour Podathon. This is incredible, which is the Barry Horowitz of all podcasts. Together, you are drop-kicking Cancer's ass and making it acknowledge you. I know Sebby is obsessed with me, but hopefully you could move on. Wow. And hopefully you can move on. Be more like me and Magic Mike. And by that, I mean being Jewish. And I've got one more thing to say. I bet you thought I forgot this. Shalom from Barry Horowitz.
Please give that man more money on Cameo.
Oh, God, the greatest thing
Go
ever.
follow him right now.
Please.
And by the way, I'm happy to share that with you guys so you can play it on the next nap episode. Just remind me to do that when I wake up from my slumber. Love you guys.
So much.
Thanks for joining us.
Copyright
Take
strike.
it easy.
Mikey.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
Later, guys.
Mikey, you sticking around?
I
You don't have to.
can after a brief moment. I need to help my wife out with something, but I will be right back. I know Tom. I chat with Tom in the live chat. I had the honor and privilege of chatting with Scott and Adam last time, so I will be right back, Mikey.
Okay, perfect. Let yourself back in if you when you're ready. Tom, lovely to see you, my friend.
Same to you. It's been a great podcast so far. I don't know how I'm going to follow that. That was especially with Barry Horowitz.
This is where we start to get back. Where we start to get the train back on the tracks. We had our WWE talk. We had our Gooners podcast fiasco. We've had our nap discussion. I mean, that was always going to be a 4-hour window of shame. But now we're gonna get into some serious stuff, and I'm very, very happy to welcome back two friends of ours who they watch a little bit of football, they hang out a little bit with computers, they're smart men, they get tons of the best chicks in the world. But Scott and hold on, I'm gonna scroll down here. Scott and Adam from CannonStats.com. Welcome back to the podcast so that we can talk at 5 a.m. UK time about some footballers and some agenda busters.
That's right. I mean, I don't know what you mean, like actually watching the game. I don't ever do that.
Do you just feed the television through a computer algorithm and then tells you what you saw?
That's what I said. I actually did get a glowing review the other day where somebody told me that Scott can watch the game, look at the data, and still come up with the wrong conclusion. So, I mean, if you want to know what people think of my opinion.
That sounds like a Scott from Chicago comment, but
it wasn't him, but yeah, it was a glowing review.
And I say that because he's in bed right now. He said goodnight to us. So, Adam, welcome back. It's good to see you. This is our second encounter in 2 years, and I'm glad that you were able to join us. I appreciate you staying up late-ish.
Yeah, good to be here. As a married man and a father, this is the middle of the night for me. So I might as well not even sleep after this.
Well, that's you
choice.
can stay on for the next 8 hours and help us out. But so we are now in Dickie Bow Thursday, both in the UK and the eastern portion of the US. So this bow tie, in case anyone's joined us since the last time I described why the one and only beloved Kevin Campbell wore a bow tie every single Thursday. It was called Dickie Bow Thursday, based on someone that meant a lot to him in his younger days, who always wore a bow tie on Thursday, and so he followed suit. And I think it's only right that we do as well. And with the great man being laid to rest yesterday, we're just thinking about you and thinking about everyone who loves you, and we will probably be talking quite a bit over the next what do we have 16 hours left in this podathon about Kevin. But my bow tie has an awful XG and an NP XG, but I told you last season I don't understand a lot of it, and I love numbers. I am a huge geek, but I'm fascinated by it. And so you guys have prepared a PowerPoint, in fact.
Well, I mean, Adam doesn't know anything about this. This is a surprise for him, so he's going to get to experience it firsthand.
Live.
So this is what I do to Paul when we go and do our podcast together. I create something and then I throw it at him, and he makes lewd comments about the things that happen. So I've already been through this once today, and we went on all sorts of different journeys along the way.
Well, do you want to get started with it? And by the way, if you're in the chat, some of these hours have been less conducive to user questions, but I think this one should garner some questions. So if you're in the chat and you have any questions, any topics that you would like to hear Scott and Adam's viewpoints on, please put it in the chat, and we will come back to it at the end of the hour. So. You want me to put up the first slide?
Of course.
Okay, I have to research how to do that. No, we're going to do this, and here we go. So I believe this says new players. So
yeah, well, I mean, it maybe should say player, but I did throw one that's supposedly close.
Okay, so we're analyzing some of our new players here, and here's the man we've been talking about for the last few hours. What are we looking at here?
I think this is a fun player. So one of the things that I'd love to do is to send Adam a message in the mornings and say, hey, can you give me some film review of things? And he loves to go do that. And I think that's probably a better way to start here with the defender, because I think one of the things to kind of think about when you're doing defenders is that the stats will tell you kind of how they play, but not necessarily how good or how well they play. So, Adam, when you're watching the video, what did you kind of take away from Calafiori here?
Yeah, it was, and I I wrote this in my full report on canonstats.com. Go pay and check it out. Worth every penny. But basically, one of the things that I really came away with when I watched Ricardo Calafiori is I just kept wanting to call him very timber coated. He was a player that just reminded me a lot of watching back the film on Urian Timber, because he was also playing center back, at least for Bologna. So this is a player with just a tremendous sense of ease, breeziness on the ball. He we got to see a little bit of that in his debut already. He just seems to turn with so much poise and just make such little creative slights and feints and 1-2s with players. He loves to get forward like Timber did. at Ajax, there were a lot of moments where Timber would be like a midfielder and build up, where Edson Alvarez would back drop all the way back to center back, and I could see Calafiori doing this as well. Found him just to be, an exceptionally scrappy, very high effort player. He seems to really thrive in a little bit of chaos. He's the guy who likes to step up and make the big play, and I think we really saw that at the Euros with that crazy run and pass to set up that game tying goal for Italy. The way you put it, Scott, is very good. He's fun. He's high effort, high motor. There are going to be mistakes, and there are going to be missed tackle attempts and weird turns where he maybe creates a turnover, but he's also going to produce a lot of memorable moments, I think, as well.
Yeah, and I think when you look here at the actual radar and the distribution here, there's a few things that I think really kind of also tell that story. And you could also look at this and maybe have a worry or two. But I think when you've watched the player, and I think that's something that's especially important for a player, the further you get away from goal is you need to be able to watch the player, understand the context. So if you were to jump out here, the biggest kind of weakness here would be the turnovers. And I think that that's almost directly correlated to where he's playing on the pitch and the style of play that he has. So, typically you'd expect a center back to not lose the ball very often. You think about the center backs that we have in Arsenal, Saliba, Gabriel, they do not lose the ball very often on the ball. But when you look at where those two players play, it's almost always the furthest two guys back. Occasionally they'll have, some marauding runs forward, but Calafiori is always making those runs forward. He is much more of a midfielder at times. I think one of the things that jumped out to me when I started watching a few of the games back is that Bologna would build and do a 2-3, and Calafiori was often in the 3 in midfield rather than the 2 in defense. So I think that that's something that kind of points out here. You kind of look at the passing numbers is something that I always check out when I see people coming into Arsenal. And I think he checks the box that I want to see. So he's got a good completion percentage, completing more than expected, really solid progressive numbers, the really good progressive carry numbers. I think kind of highlights again to what Adam is talking about, driving the ball forward when he's on it, a very active defender. I think that this is going to be a guy that will really endear himself to Arsenal fans.
And I just want to point out, because it's really small print, especially on the screen that we're looking at here, but this is specifically looking at his performance and qualities as a center back, right?
It's not just that, but it's comparing him to center back. So it's players that played at least 60% of their minutes as a center back.
Do you envision him, and this has been a topic of multiple hours of this podcast, I mean, not the entire hour, but it's come up a few times. Where do you think he gets the most time this season? And I'd like both of you. Frankly, I'll say I'd like all three of you, including Tom, your suppositions on where he's going to get the most playing time. Not necessarily starts, but where he's going to play the most minutes. Start with you, Scott, since you were.
All right, that's fine. I didn't want to jump out and make an assumption of who you're asking. I think that my intuition is that he's going to start primarily as the left back. I think he might get some time at left center back. I was thinking about this. So Elliot for Arsenal Vision likes to do something, our preseason predictions. And one of the questions was the over under on the number of starts. And he put it at 22 starts at left back. And I think it's going to be just under. Elliot actually does just for Premier League. Elliot does actually pretty well at setting some of these over-unders, and he kind of has me right on the cusp of where I think it's going to be. So I think he's
he nailed the he's getting money on both sides of that.
That he absolutely is going to do really well as a book here to draw action on both sides, just like you want, just live off that VIG. But I think the big part is I think he's going to be somewhere in that 20 to 22 starts as the left back is kind of where my guess would be. So a little bit over half of the games, maybe up to 2/3 of the game would be my kind of expectation.
Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm right there with Scott. And I put that almost as much down to the qualities that he brings to the table, how much that mirrors kind of what we've seen with Timber or with Ben White, or a previous pursuit in Lisandro Martinez. But I also just look at the basically the state of affairs coming in, and I see Gabriel at left center back, and Gabriel's going to start 30 games in the Premier League, probably minimum, probably 5 more. So, barring injury, that I would put pretty big money on left back as well.
I don't know if you were watching when McGrove was on during the Arsenal Opinion Hour, but his spicy take was that by the end of the season, our starting regular left center back was going to be Ricardo Calafiori and not Gabriel. I don't know if that comes true or not. I tend not to agree with that, but that was his, and he fancies Zinchenko redeeming himself this season and playing most of the season at left back. I don't agree with that. But it's a strong take. I mean, to supplant Gabriel, who didn't start. Remember, Gabriel was kind of the odd man out at the beginning of last season, which was bizarre. It had a lot to do with kind of the whole Partey playing at right back thing. Which
I think it also had to do potential, but the transfer saga of him wanting to
right. Head being turned. But yeah, I mean it's.
I slightly
I
think
I don't see anybody breaking up the for the most games that's possible, breaking up the Gabriel. Saliba
wouldn't be a good idea, I don't think.
We finally have, that Louise holding thing and the Mustafi holding thing. Just how far we've come.
I sometimes think that Gabriel doesn't benefit from like the Wonder Kid tag. I noticed that most of the time within sometimes I think the last season it happened, there was an error between both, and kind of both Saliba and Gabriel both pulled off like a massive oopsie, right? And it's really funny because everybody kind of shows their colors of who their favorite. And I'm a big believer that everybody has underlying biases, whether they like to admit it or not. So, but most of my timeline was on fire. Like, oh my God, Gabriel, what an idiot. And I'm over here like, wait, that's considerably more on Saliba. And I know, hey, football is a game of interpretation, and you see it how you want to see it, or how you see it and interpret it. But I kind of think that because Gabriel was just a purchase from a French team for like 20-something mil or maybe 30 mil, there was no, oh my God, we spent 30 million on a 17-year-old. He must be good. Oh my God, now the manager hates him. What's going on? He's out on loan. Oh, the redemption story. And like we see how...
there's a hesitancy to criticize Saliba, even when he might be at fault for something.
I personally believe so. So I think that we talk about sauce, aura, like those type of terms. Like they're more accredited in sauce and aura. I don't know if you have a chart for that one, guys, but what I'm saying is they're more accredited to Saliba, akin to Saliba. And Gabriel is like just a hard-working, plucky guy that got bought at a good price. And sometimes I think that plays a part. So in a scenario when we get a player that could play both center back and left back, and if you're already partial to the left back, I'm like, I got it. There's no way Gabriel keeps his job by the end of the season. So I think there's a little
narrative, Mike. The narrative that you were saying in the last segment, not breaking the two up, because that would be they formed such a good partnership. But the year before, the narrative was that, Gabriel's got a Gabriel in him. He's going to do something. And it was
exactly.
And so when that happened last year, when it really was more of a Saliba issue but it was both their faults, but there was a crowd that went straight to it being Gabriel because of his past history. But I think that he's going to get spelled from time to time with Calafiori. I think that's going to be a good way to get rotation, maybe even timber at times. But I think Calafiori is going to start at left back. And when we're in possession anyway, we have basically two guys in the back, and we sometimes drop our central midfielder back. So you're going to see Calafiori going up. And from what I heard you guys talking, Scott and Adam, about how he is very progressive, I could see that happening where he's in that center box and he could end up anywhere, even more freedom than what Zinchenko has currently. Where, remember the first year we had Zinchenko, we saw him all over the pitch against Manchester United, against Aston Villa. He was all over the place. But now we're going to have somebody who's got a little bit more physicality, a little bit more, he's obviously younger. He's just a bigger, faster, stronger, maybe not more technical than Zinchenko, but I think that's
what we were hoping Tierney would become.
A lot of people probably were hoping that, but
But yeah, I mean, it's such a great signing. I cannot believe he's barely 22, and has the cachet he has. When did I miss that aura is suddenly the buzzword for this season?
It's because you're old, Mike.
Did Arteta say something? Or I mean, was it? I mean, I thought like Bet was the
Mike.
Mike,
we are Mike. We are old. It's a it's.
I learned it through Pedro today because I heard him and Matt Candela used it. So I'm like, well, if they used it, I mean, come on, Mike.
Tom, are you the first person to appear in the first 10 hours of this podcast that's older than me? Or no, Danny was.
Oh yes, I had Danny got me.
Yeah,
dude, you guys had Melvin on. Come on.
Oh my God, that's right. Yeah,
yeah, true.
Melvin's like 97 years old, but looking very good for his age. But yeah, so can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here? Like, what do these colors and shapes mean?
So the one on the left there, the classic radar that you would see. So generally,
cake anymore, or am I?
So there is. That's a different one. There's a different one. So that one's
starting.
Yeah. Well, why don't you get something to eat, Mike?
Well, I've got.
I saw you got your energy drink, so at least you're powering through there. At least that one.
So
the radar,
and then I'm getting up because I may not be eating much, but I am having a lot of fluid. So
that's important. I can power through here and talk it through it. The radar here, which we're looking at here, is generally what you're looking at is wanting to see, colors. More color equals more better. That's the general too long didn't read general way that you want to see it. This one I restricted to 13 different statistics. I try to group the statistics by a general grouping. So this one you'll see it kind of goes with the passing numbers, then we get into some of the carrying numbers, and then we get into some of the defensive numbers before you kind of wrap around to aerial duel. So you don't want things that are not necessarily connected next to each other, because that can make for different shapes to be kind of throw things off. The graphs on the right, this is the distribution for the population that's being compared against. So you can kind of see where they are overall. I like to use these in conjunction with this, because sometimes when you just use percentiles, when you have a very skewed kind of distribution, like progressive carries or something that would be very skewed. So, a lot of people are going to be in that 1 to 2 progressive carry range, but the absolute elite players are going to be out at, 6-7 carries a game. But if you only showed a percentile, it would look like somebody who is at like 3.5 would be close to somebody who's at 6. When in reality, the person who has 6 is almost double per 90, being able to do that. So you want to be able to kind of show both of these when possible. And it's just a nice, to me, I think it's pretty. I like to use the team color graphics as well to make for something that's nice to look at.
And you said this is comparative to other center backs. Have you compared him to any left backs?
So I do have fullbacks, I think, as the next graphic in the slides. So you can see here. So this is a different template. So this is the same.
This one has a penis.
It does have a phallic kind of example here.
You've been on here too long today, Mike.
The difference here, I guess, is that you can still... It's still the same statistics that he did. So this isn't excluding him to just his time as fullback. This is his full season, his full thing. It would just be where or how his stats compare against fullbacks. I generally am okay with this as long as everybody kind of comes in with that, I guess, frame of mind to make sure that, it's he plays in a different way. He's not really a fullback. He's not really a center back. He's a bit of a hybrid tweener kind of a player. At least that's how he played at Bologna. There's not really a template that kind of matches to what he did, right? There's no marauding defender that has license to get forward and join the midfield. It would be a sample of that's kind of like 3 guys that could kind of do it. So you kind of have to take a little bit of both and kind of understand it. So I know, Adam, you do some kind of similar. What's your thought when you're breaking down samples and being able to get things going?
Yeah, I'm more conservative. If the player's not playing there, I won't throw him on a chart comparing it to that position, just because, I mean, even in someone as, progressive and revolutionary as Thiago Motta, his system, what Calafiori was doing at left center back versus left back will be completely different. So Yeah, keeping in mind that there are definitely very different ways to play fullback, even different ways to play center back, midfield. I just prefer to chart them at the position that they were actually playing, at least, the majority of the time. Sometimes you get a really weird guy like, Danny Olmo or Xavi Simons, and it's like, okay, are you a winger? Are you an attacking midfielder? I don't know. I'm just going to pick one. But yeah, with Calafiori, I would go full center back. Although I do say all the time that center back stats are the devil, and I don't dance with the devil. So
on this chart, if you look from like midnight to 4 a.m. If you look at it as a clock, I mean, how do you account, like, what is making up the fact that this is kind of full, which I believe is good, right? And here is like, there's just that spike. What does that spike represent? The letters are kind of too small for me.
So this one, again, so this is a different template. So this is going to have different statistics that it's comparing against. So this one is, I try to make it so the statistics are, because I can only choose 13. And so I'm trying to pick things that I guess are closer to what you would expect a player to be able to do in that position. So one of the big differences here is like, we're going to look now at crosses and being able to get balls more into the box versus what you would expect from a center
so
back.
The criteria is different from one to the next. It's not the same criteria, but just
not always, right? Because everybody has a different role on the field, so you want to
I can
try
see
to
that
measure that a little bit differently.
Yeah, I didn't look at the outside to see that the actual criteria had changed. I just thought that maybe fullbacks were much better in those areas and reducing them down there, but the criteria is completely different. So that answers my question, actually.
Yep. So that's the big difference, right? Is that you have different roles, so you're going to be doing different things, and you're trying to get a sense of the player. So I think as long as you kind of come in with the idea is that this may not be fully representative of what he is doing, it's good to kind of get a sense of at least what it kind of looks like compared to other fullbacks.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's and the stuff on the right is basically just the statistical data that makes up those 13.
Yeah, it's the exact same stats. It's just presented in a different way. So rather than it being on a 5 to 95 percentile, you're seeing the full distribution of where he ranks.
Gotcha. And I think I came back from the men's room. Like, we have men's and women's room in my house.
The gender neutral bathroom in your house.
Yeah, we're very progressive here. We have gender fluid bathrooms here in the Feinberg household compound. But all right, yeah. So I think you were describing that as I came back. So the next slide. Oh, look who we got here.
Yeah, this is a guy.
Man, apparently
confirmed.
Yeah, has there been breaking news? I haven't been online in a little bit. Yeah,
the breaking news is that nobody has any idea what's happening.
Breaking news is that I'm putting the breaking news on you, Scott. Confirmed,
all right.
Scott. Yeah, go follow Scott for more.
You're an ITK.
I have no inside knowledge on things. Nobody talks to me about what's going on.
I will say this, Scott, just for the sake of
you do know the gerbil, though. You're very close with the gerbil.
Super close with the gerbil. Just for the sake of the Merino, if you're into Twitter conspiracy theories, Arsenal currently has no pinned tweet, and apparently Fabrizio Romano has just pinned the tweet of him chatting about how close we are to signing Merino, and that only recently happened. So if you're into conspiracy theories,
July 31st, though.
Yeah, several times actually, but it's just, I guess it's the fact that he pinned it is what gets the Twitter interactions going, if you will.
Well, I'm glad that I haven't overly put too much time into having things pre-done for Mikel Merino, because otherwise they might have been out of date if I had started writing when things were really close, which was, kind of at least not of a nice thing. So I think this is going to be an interesting conversation. So I actually haven't had a chance to talk with Adam at all, like in person on Merino, because I think we have slightly divergent potentially opinions on him. I think Adam, I think you're higher on him than me. Yeah. So why don't you go ahead and give the bull case on Merino?
Yeah, no, I think the bull case on Mikel Merino is that he does let's say a la Kai Havertz, he does a number of things that do not show up on a stat sheet in the Real Sociedad system. So when I watched the film, what I saw with Mikel Merino was not a deep lying playmaker, and he's also not a full on attacking number 8. But what he is is a player who drops all the way back in build up, gets back with the center back and the fullback, helps progress the ball, helps break the press. He gets forward, he shows for the ball out of midfield. He makes clever, really like tidy technical turns, gets around players very easily. He's very assured on the ball, which seems to be a running trait of the recruitment lately. Just really seems to do more ball progressing, not necessarily by way of a direct long pass, although he does have that in his locker, or a carry, but he does it by combination with other players. He makes runs into space that are just smart. He drags defenders. He's doing all of these things so you can watch. And again, go to canonstats.com and check out the film study. You'll see I've got a couple of clips where he is in phase 1. He basically is phase 2, and he's in phase 3 of the buildup. And I think that's a pretty incredible thing. Just another very high motor player. And the great thing about him is that if he is going to lose the ball, or if somebody else is going to lose the ball, I mean, he's also an incredible duel winner. Basically, I think literally won the most duels of any player in the top 5 leagues, if I remember that correctly. But Scott's got him at the 90 something percentile for recoveries. So I think that's probably true.
The duels he went and yes, I am old. I'm using the magnifying function on my iPhone right now to see what those categories are. What is PADJ?
Possession adjusted. So the idea of possession adjusting is that there'll be, if a team doesn't have the ball a lot, you are going to have more opportunities to win the ball back. So this is generally, or the way that I do possession adjustment, it's based on basically the speed of the game. So rather than the raw, possession numbers that you would see. So it is literally a count of how many possessions each team has in the game. It is normalized so that everybody is on the same scale. Because, if you're playing like Liverpool, you're going to have more opportunities to have, that basketball game where there's going to be more chances for a team to win the ball back, versus if you're playing like Arsenal and it's a slower, deliberate, Arsenal doesn't lose the ball very often. There's going to be less possessions for both teams to be able to win the ball back. So this is just another attempt to try to get everybody on the same page. So you're having a little bit closer to comparing apples to apples.
Yeah, it's called normalization. I love that you guys are doing that. The 10th and the 10 and 11 o'clock area where we see the thing go all the way out to the hilt. The one is fouls possessed and adjusted, and the other is ball recoveries. Fouls meaning a lot of fouls, or fouls?
Yeah, a lot of fouls. So I mean,
Okay.
fouls are not necessarily bad. So that one can be kind of normative. It's he has a lot of them, so you can take that what you will. That can mean that he's an aggressive player, not necessarily a bad player.
Does he get a lot of reds?
I don't think so. I'd have to double check that.
Perfect.
So he's smart about
City
it.
player. Perfect.
Yeah, I think he does pretty well on that. So I think that it really describes what Adam's talking about, right? This is a guy that you look at the tackles, you look at the fouls, you look at the ball recoveries, even the number of times he's dribbled past. Like, these are all pretty solid numbers here, being able to kind of go into it. The thing that also makes him incredibly special is that usually when you see some of these big duel winners, they kind of have one that they specialize in. And I think that Merino does have one that he specializes in. It's the aerial duels, but it's not to the extreme of some of the other players. So you think of like a Paulinho. He's another player that, he would be considered a duel monster, but almost all of his duels are the defensive ground duels that he wins. Merino is a guy that is going to hold his own in attacking duels. This is something that translates to that side of his game as well, where he is aggressive at, being able to move the ball forward with the ball at his feet. He draws a fair amount of fouls. He does a fair amount of take-ons, completing those kinds of things. He is very aggressive when he goes in to win the ball. And then he's also basically an elite guy, both at defending and attacking aerial duels.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't possibly happen to have gone crazy and looked at his stats when he was at Newcastle, would you have?
I didn't include it in here, but if you do actually go into my Twitter account and if you search for Mikel Merino, you would actually find that.
Well, I do follow you, so I will.
So yeah, go. The advanced search function kind of sucks on Twitter, but if you do figure out how to do it, it is in there. It's actually surprisingly good. I think that there was a little bit of a thought that maybe he didn't do well his last time in the Premier League. But I think he actually held his own, especially for his age, being able to do it. So I think one of the things, so Adam gave a little bit of the bull case of what we're doing, and I would like to think that that is, the most likely outcome. I really hope that would be something that happens. So I guess more of the bear case for why this might not work out is that I think if you kind of start looking at a little bit of the things that I would like to see in an Arsenal player, it would be some of like the pass efficiency. So pass efficiency is the way that I look at it is I have a model that estimates the probability of each pass being completed. So if you are you complete the same number of passes as expected, you're at the 100% or the one as it is on this graph. And that means you're basically, you're an average passer. Mikel Merino has been consistently a below average for being able to complete the passes that, there are versus the expected completion percentage. And that it would be kind of outstanding or, an outlier to what you'd expect for Arsenal players. Arsenal players are almost exclusively above average at completing that. So I would potentially have a touch of a worry on that. So it could be something.
Over possession in the midfield is not what we need at all. That was the problem 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. Is
yeah.
What happened.
And it comes, so he plays a little bit on the riskier side of the passing, so he doesn't necessarily try easy passes. So I think this is something that when you just look at somebody who has like a 70% pass completion rate, you think, oh, he sucks. But as we all know that not all passes are the same, right? We've seen Mohamed El Neni go out there and complete 95% of passes, but not a single one of them went forward. So when you're not passing
where on the
forward,
pitch too is important too. So
exactly. So that's where I think looking at something like pass efficiency is helpful. So it's not just how much you complete; it's where you're passing, how hard the passes are doing. And I think Merino does try hard passes. I think that he doesn't get enough value out of it that I would like to be able to see for some of the the risks that he's taking. Again, some of that, it's hard to say, is it, the teammates, but I think Sociedad have had decent teammates for having on, they were a Champions League team last year and, his numbers were still just a touch below where I'd like it to see. So I think my worry would be is that we make this commitment and it's not that he's a bad player, but he ends up as a player that maybe can't start, right? He has to be a guy that, kind of comes on at 30, with 30 minutes to go, or we have to pick the spots for him. So rather than it being something that really kind of becomes a full rotational, pick to be able to do it because I think the ideal is he's a guy that's kind of maybe like a Leandro Trossard or or Jorginho, those guys that have come in at a reasonable rate, a little bit older, kind of give us some of this experience and can be starters, but not every game starters. So I would like him to be to that level. My worry is that he might be slightly less than that.
And at that, and that I think is why we're seeing Arsenal balk at the price tag that's out there, because at his age profile, with this being the last big contract he'll likely have, if he's not going to be a player that improves us all the time, and if he's got mistakes in him, there might be a we'd love to have him, but we're not going to be heartbroken if we don't have him, which again helps us from a bargaining standpoint. So next slide. Do we want to move on?
Yeah, let's go on.
Okay.
Just to answer your fun comments, just real quick. I was going to say he averages about eight yellow cards per season, 2 red cards thus far, one in 2022, the other in 2018. And just Scott, just real quick. So in your mind, if Merino comes in, he's not displacing a healthy Partey for the most part, because a lot of speculation is because Partey, let's just say Partey's healthy. Does Partey?
That's a big if, right? Yeah,
massive if. But because I'm looking at Merino with the amount of time that it seems that the club is putting into this signing, he's the guy that's going to play deep for us. Now I'm a Declan Rice at left 8 type of guy. I know that varies. Some people like him playing deep, but with the amount of duels that this guy wins and the other Paul aggressors that we do possess in the club, so if he is winning all these duels and just handing off the ball to Odegaard, short passes, nothing too risky, increases the percentile and accuracy in those passes. He's just laying off the ball to Declan Rice and Odegaard. Do you think that might like fulfill a very like niche, almost similar to Jorginho? Now, Jorginho's a little bit more adventurous with his long passes, but and I will say this, I'm countering my own point. I know that Arteta likes really complete players. He doesn't. It sounds weird to say he's going to sign a destroyer that gets the ball back and simply does that and only that. But it is, to your opinion, if Partey is healthy, Merino goes straight to the bench and Odegaard, Rice, and Partey. I see Adam.
Yeah, so I think
nodding, so go for it.
I'm in agreement, I think, with Adam here, right? Where I think that if Merino comes in, he's going to the left 8, and it's Rice that's going back.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
So I think it's Declan
Merino's
Rice.
not 6.
Yeah, he is I think a weapon as that 8. I think that he actually has really good kind of attacking like instincts, right? So I think if you're thinking about we want to unlock the left side again, I think that that's some of the things that really kind of show in the video, right, Adam? He's good at finding, that he's doing the little bit of the overlaps, being able to find some of those half spaces and really kind of living in those zones.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to remind a lot of people of Granit Xhaka with his movement, both with and without the ball. He's going to pop up in wide spaces, I think, a lot more than we saw Kai Havertz do at any point in the first half of last season. But he's not. I can't say never, but his whole time at Real Sociedad, he's been the left-sided midfielder, primarily responsible for progression and attack. Not, although he does win a lot of duels, he's not slotting in as a number 6 and just basically cracking skulls back there. So could he play deep single pivot in some kind of specialized situation? I suppose so, but I think it kind of takes away a little bit of the appeal of him, which is that he's a big pain in the rear, near the goal as an attacker, and we saw that in the Euros too with his header, where he won the game.
Yeah. I can kind of see us starting off with Partey if he's healthy. Again, there's a big if, and fit and to not looking like his age. But I could see us starting off with Partey in the 6 and Rice in the 8, and then if we don't unlock them with the rest of our attack, we bring in Merino, or then like you guys said, starting Merino at 8 and Rice in is more preferred, even though he is very good at both. More preferred 6.
I think one of the things. Yeah, I think one of the things that I'm kind of excited for is that it feels like the squad that's kind of taking shape has a number of different options kind of built into it. I think we can see, I think one of the things that's really kind of been a focus of our transfer business is that versatility has been something that has been very highly prized by Edu and Arteta, and the players that we're targeting to be able to do it. And that allows for a number of different looks for how we're able to kind of go through things. And I think Merino really kind of fits that mold, right? So I think that, he would be able to play the 8, be able to give Declan Rice a chance to go 6. I think that we could see Declan Rice, who is just an all-around really, really good player, be able to go into that 8 and, see Partey, Jorginho back there. I think that's something that just gives us so much versatility and options. And you kind of just look at the schedule, and it's something that I've been saying now for like a month, that there's a crap load of games and everybody's going to get to play, and they all are going to have a chance to be able to make an impact, and every single player in the squad is going to be able to do it.
Good morning, Clive. And yeah, they will all play, echoing the words that we're just saying, and there's going to be enough room for everybody to play. That's what I'm excited about, is that we don't have to worry. I mean, and Arteta might still do this with Bukayo Saka like he did last year, but we don't have to worry about getting the kind of minutes, that we got last year. Everyone saw the comparison of the minutes played by Arsenal players versus the minutes played by City players, and that is how leagues are won. Is doing it like City did it, and so bringing in these guys for anything, as long as they're not bringing us down tremendously from a quality standpoint, the biggest and best element of what they're bringing is availability and rest for some of these players who, in some cases, haven't even had more than 2 or 3 weeks off in a year and a half. So, and as Bill says, hey, it's Clive. I can't do it like Elliot, but I want to do real quick the prize drawing so that we can go right up until the next segment with the rest of this. And frankly, we have a bunch of questions, so we may even skip.
We just go straight to the questions. Yeah, let's see what the people have to say.
I want to make sure that this is about you, the listener, and about making you happy, not about us having fun talking about fun comps. So I'm gonna share the wheel of fun. We'll have fun with the wheel, and we'll save these comps for maybe a follow-up podcast that isn't during the Podathon. You never know. So the wheel of names here, we have added a few people who have donated. Thank you very much for your donations. And we are now at 4,700 raised for the podcast. As the UK begins to wake up and begins to search for their wallets to make sure that Mikel's pickpockets have not taken them. I need to hire those pickpockets for Gooners versus Cancer, but that's another story. So this hour's we got another Gooners versus Cancer T-shirt to give away. And I promise you, as we go along, we're going to start having some Class A prizes that are high value prizes. We've gone with strength increasing as the pod goes by.
Don't count the Gooners versus Cancer T-shirt. Every time I wear it out, people always give me compliments and ask me about it, and I always tell them you need to know about Magic Mike. So it's a good shirt.
Well, you guys, I mean, between you and Adam pushing the podcast, you guys are marketing geniuses. I love it.
And my wife is the Vanna White of things, so she's always talking you up too.
I've seen that, and I'll just leave it there. All right, the winner of the prize.
What is
in your choice of size?
Big
Jordan L. did not give us a last name, but Jordan L is the winner of a T-shirt, which is appropriate because we don't know what the T in T-shirt stands for either.
But he wants a large.
That's Jordan. Yeah, that was Jordan and his T-shirt size.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we had that. So Jordan, thank you very much for your donation. Congratulations on your win. If you're watching, is there a Jordan in the chat? Is that you, Jordan?
I was generally curious about that too.
Speak up if it is you, but
there is this question.
Yeah.
By the way, Mike, I'm old enough to remember when these guys used to be called user questions. Remember back in the day?
I've interchangeably said user questions, and I'm slipping into some old habits, but I'm also this is Mike 2.0, Magic 2.0, except for all the stuff that I did on this podcast so far that was Magic 1.0. But
we don't want to see Magic 1.5.
No, we don't want to see that
version.
You don't want to see that.
Shouldn't have been released.
Jordan says not me
unless I have 1.5 comes out late at night, but then he'd be coming out right now. But so it isn't that Jordan, but Jordan gets his question answered asked anyway, which is how do you anticipate the introduction of Cala and Merino may influence our attacking output on the left-hand side? Are we going to continue to pass the duchy on the left-hand side?
Yeah, I'll let Adam take this one. I think he's got some good
Tom's
thoughts.
probably the only one who gets that reference.
Probably Mike. I think I actually see it really working well. And the reason that I say that is because I think one of the bigger criticisms of Zinchenko is that he's more of a kind of slow to act player if he holds the ball too long. Now he's got, every pass imaginable in his locker, but maybe sometimes he takes too long. He's too careful. He overthinks it. I think with the introduction of Cala and Merino, what you really got is two players who are sort of like pin your ears back and go forward. They're two players who are comfortable in every vertical lane of the pitch from wide all the way to center. And I think that as those three, along with Martinelli, I think mostly, as those three get familiar with each other and how they like to move. Again, I think I really see this working out a lot like Xhaka, where it was just like Xhaka would be exactly where he was supposed to be. And I think that's the benefit of having a 28-year-old at left CM instead of, taking a gamble on some 23-year-old who's had one good season. the other thing that I really like about those two players in particular, and I think that, Clive just said exactly what I was about to say. Stop it, Clive. That there are two players who love to play combinations. So
he's living in your head. He's living in your head rent free right now.
He really does. Yeah, no, it's but they're I think you get one of the big criticisms, one of the big complaints about Martinelli wide left is that he was on an island last season, and I think you get two players who from day one go a long way toward addressing that.
Beautiful. All right, so we've got a couple more questions and 10 minutes to go through. I'm glad that we I love and appreciate, Scott, that you put together. I mean, we didn't get the second half of it, but again, we
got the good stuff. You always put the good stuff up front.
Yeah, we have another reaon to do this again very soon. So before the info becomes stale. So we have, this is just a kind of a yes or no question or an over under question from Snips127. Over 20 goals from Kai this season in the Prem. 20 goals in the Prem for a non-penalty taker, given that Cole Palmer had 22, but 14 of them were penalties last year.
Oh, see, that's the third time I've seen a question regarding Kai and 20 goals. That's high expectation. When was the last time we had a 20-plus goal striker?
Was it the last? I mean, was it Aubameyang? Right? Was the last
one? Yeah, Aubameyang's shared not Ballon d'Or.
Golden Boot. Yeah.
Shared
after that, was it Alexis? Alexis had 1 year where he got to 20, right?
To this
day, Giroud had like 41 year, but I think I just dreamt that.
That's your love for him.
That was for Milan, Mike.
So I think I'm taking the under on Kai's 20 goals. I think that he's going to have goals in him. I think it's going to be somewhere probably closer to 15 to 18. Maybe he gets a couple penalties and maybe he can push 20. But I do have some pretty good expectations for Kai. I think he's going to play a lot of minutes. I think that there's going to be a mixture of striker and midfield, as much as that might piss off some people. But I think that the midfield stuff actually worked better than what people expected. That was one of the things that was in the later part of the slides, was actually showing that the team actually did perform quite well, even with Kai in midfield. So
you can't say you can't say you're against having Kai play the left 8 at least a part of the time, and also say Arsenal need to buy a top striker. Like there's not, you can't play. I mean, we don't play a 4-4-2, so you're not going to get. If we sign one of these big name number 9s, presumably we're doing it, and Havertz is going to be either not surplus or requirements, but coming off the bench, or he's going to be playing the left 8, which is again, it's a nice problem to have all these flexible players that can play and rotate in in what hopefully would be about a 60-game season. So
yeah, you can't say Arteta knows best and then discount what his thoughts are when he puts Kai on the pitch.
Yeah, understood. So,
I'm having a tough struggle with ESR and that. I really am. But yeah, no, Arteta knows best. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah, we just need to get a double against United on the weekend, right? Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
There you go.
Absolutely. So our next question is from Rob, who I believe went to bed. But Rob, question, and I don't know what language he's talking right now, but how much do Tableau, generative AI, is that what that stands for, and other data sources factor into your analyses? Always curious about these awesome charts.
So I have used Tableau in the past. My data sets got so large it became kind of unusable to use Tableau. That's when I switched to using more of Python for being able to generate things. I don't use too much generative AI. I've played around with a little bit to be able to do that. It's fun. You can actually use ChatGPT. You can feed them the stats and tell ChatGPT to give you a scouting report on a player, and it's kind of interesting what it comes out with. It still feels very basic, and that it's not that much more than like what you could just do from reading percentiles, but it's kind of interesting, and I think that there's probably more that could come later as you get just more data for a generative AI to be able to play around with and look at.
Beautiful. And I would offer this next question to Adam, but you'll see very quickly why I don't think it'll be a good one for him, which is when are Tom, Canton, and Harry coming on? The answer to that is Tom will be on at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time, or sorry, UK time, and Harry will be on at 1 p.m. UK time. So set your alarms for that. Secondly, the purple panel. The purple panel. I don't know what that is. Tweeted that
It's an in the know account.
It's what? Oh, okay. Well, that's because the
breaking
gerbil
news.
clearly the gerbil is puts the purple panel in the mud, but tweeted that our attack may stay the same this season. Well, that sounds really novel. If it happens, are we in danger or are we okay?
I say it seems kind of realistic as well. It looks like a lot of focus is within our midfield. I think you, Mike, might have suggested this, and various other people we're looking like Nelson has been having a really good preseason, and I know that we've done the Nelson's had a good preseason a few years ago. We know that we had a sliding door moment in which he was going to leave in January, but he got injured. But just looking how things are, it looks like we might not be able to convince Williams from Athletic Bilbao. He recently got the number 10, so that's a plus for him. Rafinha, I don't know if you want to do deals with Barcelona selling players for way over what it's worth, and I mean, if you want to take that with a grain of salt, we have gone back for players that we've been interested in seemingly years after. So that doesn't forget. But if you told me we don't add somebody to the front line and we only add like one, maybe two, my dream is 2 midfielders, I would totally believe that to be the case.
All right, and Adam, any comments on that part of it? I mean, I know the schedule of the pod isn't necessarily your strong point, but the of this pod anyway. But comments on the second question?
Yeah, listen, I feel like I see a lot of panic about the concept of not changing anything in the attack personnel wise for this upcoming season, and while I do think that's understandable, I'm not super concerned about it.
Remind me how many goals we scored last season.
I don't even know, but it was
4,221.
91, I think.
Yeah, 91 in the Premier League.
Arsenal modern club record. And here's the point that I think a lot of people miss when we talk about this is that for a solid half of the season, Kai Havertz in midfield, I think playing him up front really opened up some doors. Gabriel Jesus missed a large portion of the season. And you know what? The cynic in anybody could say, how do we know that's not going to happen again this season? We don't. But sounds like things are looking very good with him. And I think when he's been fit and motivated, he's been exceptional for Arsenal. So getting him back and in form it's like a new signing, right? But I think the other thing, while there is some overperformance, I think with Leandro Trossard, I think that Martinelli has to be better this season. I just think the performance that was underlying his results was better than people realize. And I think that he's going to be really hungry this year, guys. I really do. I think you're going to get a better Martinelli, and I think you're going to get him a lot more help. So does Bukayo Saka need a backup? You know what? No comment.
Reese, it is. Scott, you had a great article today about set pieces that you didn't think we were going to drop.
I don't think that it's unsustainable, right? So I think that that it's possible that the number of goals scored might go down just because, finishing is a little bit variable that can happen from time to time. But I think I look at it as I don't think the number of corner situations that we have is going to drop. We are a team that dominates the ball. We dominate the final third. And not only do we dominate the final third, but we actually try to get the ball close to goal a lot. These are things that are very highly correlated with actually getting corner kicks. I think these are things that, when you're also having a team that, draws a lot of fouls, through our carries, through our dribble attempts, we're going to get into set play situations in dangerous spots. So I think that this is something that we're not going to see a material difference in the number of opportunities that we have. I think that the team cares a lot about set plays, and I think that is something that really goes into the design of the set plays. I think when anybody that's done the analysis of it says that Arteta really kind of focuses on this. We have novel designs. We are always changing it, analyzing weaknesses and trying to be able to exploit things. I don't think that's going to change. I think that the team puts a lot of emphasis on making sure that the people that are actually giving the ball or being able to deliver the ball are the players that will deliver the ball as much as, as well as possible. I don't think that there's a lot of teams that would have thought, oh, Declan Rice is the guy that is going to, be there. But I think that that's something that, Arteta probably saw on the training pitch, that this guy can put a good cross in from the corner, and he does, right? Like we saw that in the last Emirates Cup game where he put in 2 wonderful balls, and he just did that all season. So I think that those kind of things kind of push me into thinking that we're going to have the opportunities, we're going to care about it, we are going to work about it. There is a little bit of the worry about the change in the emphasis on the the fouls and those kinds of things, but I think that there is something in our coaching that we will figure out a way to still be able to generate the looks. Just look about the size of the team to be able to do it, even if we can't do some of the novel blocks to be able to kind of do things. I still think that there is, chances that we'll be able to still get, some marginal gains from the set plays.
Beautiful. That's a great answer. Now we are at the 6 a.m. UK time hour, but of our next panel of guests, we have one, but not two. And I know that the second one's awake because he tweeted an hour ago. So we're going to go with one more question. If you guys have a few more minutes. I was gonna put this up earlier when we were talking about him, but Seth asks, 2-time winner Seth Thomas. And he would sue me as an attorney if I didn't get this question answered. But given Calafiori's arrival, and he spells Calafiori wrong, have Adam and Scott explored a new stat, XSS, expected squad sexiness? My daughter has commented that he is now the new captain of her version of Arsenal, which is the handsome, the E or the XH, the expected handsomeness. But have you decided to add this to the crab cake as or to the chart as a 14th thing?
I haven't. I was. I'll have to hear Adam's wife's opinion on him. But my wife is still, favors Arteta as her number one guy. I guess she likes the older gentleman to be able to do it. So she's not overly impressed with the young hunks. So maybe I got that going for me.
Yeah, you may be able to you may be able to get what Cole Palmer got and get an extra 2-year extension.
That's right.
I feel like
the last serious question.
I feel like if any good analyst would ever put expected squad sexiness into their formula, it would be Billy Carpenter.
Yeah, he's got that creativeness, being able to come up with the names of things.
He likes to mix the subjective with the objective, so he would be all over that.
All right, and the last question that we're going to go with, and hopefully Dave will pop into the chat any second now, and it is from Chris. What aspects do you think Arteta will emphasize in Calafiori's game? And he spelled Calafiori correctly. And which aspects might he try and dampen down, if any?
It's a tough question because I kind of look at some of the things that you might look at as a negative about his game and see maybe that's actually something Arteta's trying to turn into a positive. He is turnover prone. He is very aggressive as a defender, and those things can lead to, turnovers in bad spots. They can lead to trying to jump a pass and getting beaten in behind, all that good stuff. But I also look at him and I see an Arteta defender for those reasons. Like I said earlier, he's very similar to me to what Yuri and Timber used to do at Ajax, just getting way forward. And there are going to be times when that maybe exposes the back line, maybe creates some open space in the attack. And I don't know, is Arteta going to try and dial that back? To me, it'd be weird to sign him if that's what you were planning to do.
Yeah, I think they got to let him rip a little bit. I mean, you might try to make him sure, he's always doing it in the, the most opportune times, but it's really hard to it seems that that's something specific that he wants in both him and Timber, right? That's the main thing that kind of jumped out at you is these guys have that marauding gene in them. I think, Calafiori like it's maybe kind of a lazy comparison, but he's almost like Ben Whitish, but on the opposite side, like can play a little bit of all three roles. Like he's comfortable doing the overlap. He's comfortable stepping into midfield. He's comfortable just staying deep and being part of the back line. But I think that I don't know if there's really anything that I think that's the thing that he's really going to try to emphasize is, right, just let him be able to do all three of those things, and try to, make sure that he's always picking, the right spot to, be in those situations.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm a bit distracted, but I got Dave saying he's backstage, but I do not see him. Mikey, do you see
He's
Dave?
in a different backstage.
Yeah, but
Negative. I don't.
He shouldn't be able to be in a different backstage if he used the link.
Yeah, it's the same one from earlier.
Well, no, it's the same link. I just redirected it here. So
You want me to hop on Twitter and DM him? Does he have his DMs open?
I'm texting him right now, but hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let me find out. Sorry, this isn't great TV, but yeah, he's in part one. I will take care of this, but can we do one more question?
Sure.
Do we have one more question? Someone in the chat come up with a question and stop arguing about what Gooner means. And boys, I'm on your side on this, and I've put the other gentleman in a timeout. By the way, I do want to agree with Mikey here that the chat's been very lively. Love the interest in all this. So
I DM'd him for what it's worth on Twitter. So if you said he just retweeted just about 45 minutes ago or so. So I sent him a direct invitation to this one. So hopefully, if you're hearing us, Dave, you can feel free to log into your DMs. Mike Hers is the one, should be your most recent one. That should bring you to our back room.
Yeah, and I just sent it to you on WhatsApp. So this should be resolved momentarily. So let's just say thank you to Adam and Scott. Tell us, you've been good at plugging your website, but I think we've had 10 minutes that have gone by where you haven't done it. So let's get people to go to your website. I may not understand it all, but I absolutely love it. And I think it's just a really unique way of facilitating the way you look at football. I think people probably accuse you of only looking at football through that lens sometimes, which, that would be a fair criticism if true, but I know you guys well enough to know that, it is an enhancement to what you see when you watch the game, not meant to be, you don't actually know what you're looking at because here's the stats. It doesn't take the place of the eye test. It can help to kind of define what you're maybe the way that you look at things.
So I know one of the things that Adam's commented on several times. So one of the things that I think is really helpful is that Adam will use the clips and really kind of show through the different things. So it's not just stats. It's a combination of both. I think that I've always said that stats are not a yes or no thing. It is always in conjunction with watching the game. I think it's helping to kind of see things. So data never blinks. Data never takes a day off. So there's, it doesn't over index certain moments like our memories do. So it's a nice thing to have in conjunction with being able to watch the games.
Beautiful. That's a great way of putting it. And where can you find all this data?
Oh, on cannonstats.com.
Beautiful. And at Cannonstats on Twitter. And are you on what
the
are
threads?
You on?
I've got them all.
That could be taken a few different ways, but do we do threads? Do we do a lot of people moved over to threads in the last 2 days? I wonder what happened.
It's gotten busy.
To drive all these people over to threads.
You guys got me to download Substack today too, so
Substack's good. It's a nice reading way. There's lots of good Gooners out there on the Substacks.
Yeah, and it's worth every penny. So I appreciate it, Adam. I appreciate it, Scott. Thanks for joining us. We are all now set to go for the big hour 11 show. We have two gentlemen who have gotten up very early to join us, so we don't want to keep them waiting. But thank you, Scott. Thank you, Adam. I hope to see you guys very, very soon. And thank you for the fascinating content.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Mikey, I think we're going to be saying goodbye to you now as well. We certainly said goodbye to your voice because you're on mute, but
I typed in a question, if you can ask Dave, because I was generally curious. That's in our private chat. Hopefully I did not butcher it completely, but I am going to take off. It is slightly late in my side of town, and I do want to make it back for the final hours to say goodbye. Thank you so much for having me on. Tom, pleasure to see you again. I know this is late for you because occasionally I catch in the live chat, so appreciate it, and I will talk to you guys in a few hours.
I'm seeing you at 8 a.m. UK time, right?
8 a.m. UK, yes.
And our 8 a.m. guest has moved from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Thursday because our 7 p.m. guest, which unfortunately was Lee Dixon, has had a family issue that he had to take care of, and so he will not be joining us. So James Green has moved to 7 p.m. So 8 a.m. We're just going to kind of have a free-form hour, which makes it all the better that you're here, that you're going to be joining us, Mikey. And we may add one or two folks, maybe even do a little bit of an open mic type of situation.
First ever to do it. No open mics out there. I mean,
I got the idea from someone else, but yeah,
we got the idea from somebody that got the idea from somebody that got the idea.
Exactly. I mean, we didn't have that, but take care, Mikey. Love you, brother.
Good night from me. Good morning to y'all.
And type that question in the chat so that I can put. I mean, there's no reason for you not to. So, Mikey, your question that you want me to ask Dave, just put it in the chat.
It was the
I'll copy the main chat, not the backstage chat. Okay. Take care. It's like, Mike, get out of here. All right, so we are now welcoming two gentlemen who agreed to get up at 6 o'clock and come. Dave Seager, you found your way backstage. I truly appreciate it. And making his debut on the Gooners podcast in our 9th season, technically, suburban Gooner Chris, experienced podcaster, blogger, a guy who I think the only times I've ever met you have been with Dave. You've been with Dave, not me, but
I live with him. I'm downstairs and he's upstairs.
I thought you lived at the Tollington because that's the only place we've ever run into each other 8 times. But yeah, you guys are literally in 2 different rooms right now of the same house. But are you, as I am, waking up the rest of your family right now? So
I've already been out walking the dog while I was waiting.
Oh, I thought the dog walk was at 7. Rather
it is at 7, but I did look, he had a bonus.
Oh, so he's still getting one at 7 then, because we got a bit of vamping to do between 7 and 7:30 as well, because Fergus wanted to sleep in, and Tom Canton apparently does an 8 a.m. show, which for the first time in 10 years Tom Sable's going to miss.
They're divas. I can't say anything else but that. They're divas.
Sometimes the talent is just, it's absurd. We're raising money to fight cancer, and then this happens. But so welcome to the 6 o'clock hour. This is hour 12 of 27. This hour's giveaway at the end of this hour will be a signed double to Invincibubble book, which we can now proudly say is not. Love it, Tom. Love it. Is not the final book in the trilogy, which you would know if you knew what the word trilogy means, given that it's the second book. But Dave, tell us a little bit about your, I almost said journalistic, but your, what's the fancy word for writing? It's not thespian, but your literary exploits.
Well, there's the 3rd book.
We're seeing it being held. We actually have a close up of that if I can figure out how to work StreamYard. But yes, and it is called
From Wilderness to Thrilderness: Return of the Magic Hat.
There we go. Written by Dave Seager, illustrated by Poorly Drawn Arsenal. It's pretty poorly drawn, I have to admit it. It's appropriate advertising. But this is the 3rd in a trilogy, and I am going to just roll right into the question that Mike Hers wanted me to ask of you, which is, let me see here.
Different writing. I can see it writing different types of.
Oh, that's true. You're right. You're in the backstage, which I didn't even think about. But yeah, you've gone from one style to another style. You've certainly highlighted the in Arsenal for Everyone, the kind of community and the sensitivity and the specialness of our fan base. Then you've rolled into kind of some more lighthearted fare of taking us through Arsene Wenger's career. How can you be so versatile?
Honest answer is that the Geordie Armstrong, the comedian's book, the Arsenal for Everyone, they're hard. They're hard. They're a real slog, and it's a great end product. And it's when you're doing interviews and you're a touch, one finger typer like me, transcribing, long interviews is tough. The end product's very, very enjoyable, but these rhyming couplets things I find very easy. And because I'm not having to interview anybody, I'm not having to transcribe. I'm just in my own time reviewing the season in a silly fashion, and it's accompanied by obviously the illustrations that work very well. So these ones I find easy. That's why I keep doing them. But my wife keeps saying they're not serious and it's not proper writing. So this will probably be the
come on,
What I said to people is, what I always say to people, like people coming up and buying it at the launch at the Tollington on Saturday, they come up with kids because they look like kids' books. But in fact, every single goal and every single assist and everything that happened in those seasons, and all that, 2 seasons in the case of double is described in detail. There's nothing missed, but there's no swear words. There's no naughtiness. So you can, and a lot of people have used these books to sort of talk to their, read to their kids about, and educate them about the history of the club, which is something that's the feedback I get that I love when people say that. And you see, so people send me pictures of them reading it with their kids, and it's so it's fun. But yeah, I'm drawing a veil over that series after this one, which, as you know, Mike, and I think I've spoken to the committee, and I can say this book was really written for America. I wasn't necessarily planning this book, but after the
because we don't know anything about proper football. Is that what it is?
So Arsenal America have asked me to do something for their membership pack. So from Wilderness to Thrilledness Wilderness to Thrilledness is written and out in the UK, but it was actually written for Arsenal America, and the print button is being pressed this morning for 3,250 copies to be printed in America for every single member of Arsenal America with your membership pack. So
this may be the official first time that's been announced. I happen to know obviously Ryan, who
I did ask permission. Yeah.
So, did you ask Ryan?
Yeah.
So
that book looks like that, but it's a paperback. It has the Arsenal America logo. It has a message for all the Arsenal America members inside from me and Jacob. So yeah, no, it's
unique cover. Cool. That is.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to give props first of all to Ryan, Ryan works behind the scenes with us in Arsenal America, just absolutely killing the kind of relationships with getting us discounts with people. Working with people like Dave, and we've got a few other things in the pipeline that aren't ready to be announced yet. But we're working to take the the membership pack. People always ask, "What do you get for your $30 with Arsenal America?" And especially lately, why should I pay $30 when it's almost impossible for me to get tickets for games as well, which is a problem everybody's having. The reason is the community, all of that, but. We're really trying to make the member pack, which you will typically get about halfway to 3/4 of the way through the season, something that, it doesn't just make up the numbers. It's not, a keychain for the 5th time and a scarf, which, people love scarves. But this is the first of many moves in a direction of getting things that are really unique, tailored to Arsenal America. And it's just, we're in a new era of partnerships with important and special people on the other side of the pond, like yourself, to expand this reach. And obviously, hopefully it does a lot of good for you as well, getting the exposure and the promotion of your great works to a new market. And it's a win-win situation. So I'm really happy for Ryan that he worked that out with you, and that as an Arsenal America member, I'm going to get one. I love that about 5 minutes ago when you were holding the book up, like Chris and Tom start pulling out like all 46 of your books to like show that they are actual fans. And meanwhile, the only one that I have here in Virginia is the one that I'm giving away. But you do know that I have more of your books in my Highbury library. in N5. And
I would say this is all talking about me, but I think Chris writes every day, and that's a talent and that's hard work. I've never done that, and Chris writes literally daily about
and
Arsenal.
let's get to that, because I mean,
that's
Dave,
much harder.
You've blogged and run a blog, and you know, but Chris, give us your background of kind of what brought you into expressing yourself arsenalistically in the way that you do, and you know, where do we find that, and what do you typically like to cover in your writing?
Yeah, so one player's name I'm going to start off with, Oleg Lushny. So that's a blast from the past. Right, so Oleg Lushny, I used to play Championship Manager back in the 90s, and Oleg Lushny was always an amazing footballer on Championship Manager, the PC game. And when we actually signed him, I was over the moon. I thought, what a player. We've got this Ukrainian god. He's amazing, you know, awesome. Turned out it didn't actually quite work out as we'd have hoped. And one night, I was lying in bed in my wife and I's flat, our previous house, and my eyes were awake. You know that meme where it's like one guy on the side, and then it's a woman. It's like, what's he thinking about? Like, that was literally me, and that was the inspiration for me starting to blog. And she said to me, this was like 11:30, 12 o'clock. She said, "Are you still awake?" And I was like, "Am I allowed to swear or not?"
Lightly.
Okay.
Normally, I would have answered that with a swear word, but you know, we're trying to.
I'll bleep it. So she said, "What? Are you still awake?" I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Why?" And I was like, "Oleg Lushny is effing S." And she literally went, "Oh, for God's sake, you're pathetic," and just rolled over.
Did you think you were like thinking of other women and that sort of thing?
Yeah. She said the next morning, she was like, "You need to find another way of channeling this, because that's really annoying." And so I thought, okay. So I started. I've always enjoyed writing. I used to it's kind of like the channel that I have to express myself, and it's like a diary more than anything else. And that's how I kind of use it. It's just my daily random nonsense that whatever pops into my head first thing in the morning, I will just write about. And so sometimes, a lot of the time, it's kind of topical stuff like what's happening right now. So the Merino stuff, or the Calafiori stuff, you know, things like that is happening right now. But then occasionally you just get pockets of inspiration. So yesterday, there's absolutely nothing going on at the moment, because, you know, we've all written about on social media and blogging and on podcasts and all of that sort of stuff. We've done Merino to death. We're all just waiting for that to happen. We did Calafiori to death. So sometimes I just have to think about something else. So yesterday I was more talking about my experience of going to the Arsenal and how excited I was, and how we're kind of in this weird no man's land at the moment between the friendlies finishing and the season kicking off proper. And yesterday was probably kind of like the peak of difficulty for me, because it's like I'm too far away from talking about the friendlies or thinking about the friendlies. It's too far away before we get to the actual kickoff. Where am I? So yeah,
that's why I do the Podathon on this particular week every year, except for last year when I was in London at this time. But it's just keeps my mind off of the fact that, and then by the time it's over and by the time I've caught up on my sleep, I mean, hell, the season starts the next day. It's great. But and what time frame was this, and where was this writing found, or is this writing found?
So I started, interestingly enough, when Mikel Arteta signed for Arsenal. It was like
right after the 8-2?
Before, yeah. A week or two before Mikel Arteta signed for Arsenal is when I actually started writing. So what's that, like 13, 12 years ago? I think
it was 11 or 12?
Yeah, 2011 it was, yeah. So I've been doing it for 13 years now. Not every day, to be fair. Like when I'm on holiday, I normally can't be bothered. But I'll do like occasional bits and bobs and dip in. But yeah, so I've been doing it 13 years, which doesn't feel like that, oddly.
Now I'm going to see your face in that meme from now on. So
yes, that is me. I should put that.
Yeah, now I'm going to think about that. I know the exact meme you're talking about, and
the face that looks like Nicholas Bentner.
Used to, a bit too old now. Actually, so is he. To be fair, he's not looking too grand these days, is he?
And did I miss it, or did you tell us where your writing appears?
Oh yeah, sorry, it's suburbangooners.com. Nice and easy.
Suburban Gooners. So it's not just in a pad in your room; it's actually going out there.
Yeah. So,
have you, there's this
on the tube. You do it on the tube on the way to work, don't you?
Yep, quite often. These days, post-COVID, you know, it's only once or twice a week. But it's a bit difficult when you've got people kind of, you're typing away and people are just kind of staring at you, and you're almost a bit like, no. And not that people are interested, to be fair.
You don't give them
This is an exclusive.
You don't give them the "don't you know who I am"? Like
oh no, nobody knows who I am. My parents forget.
Like, oh, I get that.
Nobody knows who I am.
Honestly, Mike, I don't know how he does it, because I mean, I used to blog 2 or 3 times a week. You know, when I first started, I haven't blogged for ages. I just find it so hard to find inspiration for that sort of short form writing. It's just, to be doing it that long consistently, like Andrew.
Stop it, you. Let's talk about something else.
Yeah,
well, there are so few people that do it.
I find out after 2 I find out after 2 blogs on Gooners Town. So
yeah, true.
I never intended on being like every other day. It's just I wanted to please you because you were so nice to invite me to write for them. But then I'm like, you know what?
You gave up. You gave up on that.
I'm trying to do everything all the time. But
well, I'd say because people ask to write for Gooners Town, and we set them all up, and they write 1 or 2 blogs and they stop, and that it's annoying because it's annoying for Paul because I don't do it, but he sets them all up. And then
I'm annoying.
How difficult it is to get inspiration to write something fresh and new every day, honestly.
Well, and it's not every day, but that's what makes Mike McDonald so great, because I mean he doesn't, if he starts something he finishes it, and B, it's really good content, and it's reliable, and it's knowledgeable. So he
does deserve way more. He does deserve way more followers than he's got, to be honest. But
he's not self-promotional in any way, and I say that to his credit. He's just a really, really special guy.
It's astonishing. Also, it's astonishing actually from a writer's perspective, seeing how his writing's evolved. Tactically, he was always brilliant, but his writing, the editing was quite a chore at the beginning. Now it's just perfect. Everything. He's evolved over the last 3 or 4 years from being a good tactician who wanted to blog to being a really, really good blogger. Who writes well as well. So it's practice makes perfect.
You can tell he's a coach.
Do it often enough, you get very good at it.
Absolutely. So tell us a little bit more now. There's another project that you are working on, and it's one that you've asked me to help contribute to, and I'm always honored when you ask me that, and I am absolutely planning on answering that call. But
Chris already has had a contribution to my new project.
Do you know what he did, Mike? He gave me the. Can I just say? I sent him. I spent a good half an hour doing my best rhyming, and I sent it to him, and he responded to say, "Yeah, I might just edit it." And then I was like, "Yeah, fine. You've got it."
So yeah, I can do something with this.
He's changed it completely. It's not even my piece anymore.
I changed about 3 words.
It didn't rhyme before. Now it rhymes. But Dave, we haven't even described the project. So if you want to,
the project is the working title of "Welcome to the Gooniverse." Basically, is my new project, and it's born out of a sad beginning, really, because I wrote a lot of my thoughts after losing my son on my wife's advice. It started with phone notes when I was walking the dog, and ended up as poetry about my relationship with my son and grief and so forth. So it's funny, through something that quite tragic I discovered I quite enjoyed writing poetry. Poetry is the short of it, and that was several years ago now. But I guess when you're thinking about what you're going to do next, or if you are going to do something next, and it was something that popped into my head, is that, well, the thing that makes you write good poetry or write is something that you have passion for, and something you have a love for. Or something that's really, really important, because otherwise just writing poetry for the sake of writing poetry, it probably won't be great poetry. But if you're writing about something that you share, have a great passion for and a great love for, or an important relationship with, you're more likely to write something with resonance and substance. So the idea is that to myself and as many people who wish to, and you can put this out there on the pod, if you want to write a poem about your relationship with Arsenal, about a particular match, about a player, about the community you share with Arsenal, whatever the actual subject is within the Arsenal Goonosphere, if you like, then I'm looking for contributions to what will become a large, hopefully, anthology of Arsenal poetry. Which will come out, hopefully. I'd like to get it out for Christmas, basically, and I intend to link it to in a charity, probably the Arsenal Foundation. But I think it's not going to be for everyone. Not everyone wants to read poetry, but I think as the contributions are coming in, it will divide itself. It will be my Arsenal. It will be history of Arsenal. It will be comedic verse. It will be limericks. There will be sections. Chris, for example, has obviously written about his relationship and how it started and where it's got to with Arsenal. Other people have written about their match day experience or their memories of when they first started going to Arsenal, and everything's very personal to the person who's writing it. And I've written quite a few myself so far, but the contributions are fantastic. And Chris's was fantastic. And to be honest with you, Anushree Nand, who many American Gooners will know, and many Arsenal fans will know, he's a brilliant creative writer and a great editor. She's editing my work as well, Chris. So everything gets edited. If you've got someone who's very, very good at this sort of thing, why not use them? Because we're all a little bit rough around the edges.
How intertwined all this is. I mean, you're using Anu. I've known Anu for a while. I was introduced to Anu from Jeff from Boston. There's just such good people in this world. I was thrilled to hear that she's involved in this project. How can someone get their poetry to you if they want to make a submission?
Yeah, I mean that's
are we putting an email up here?
That's one of the difficulties of everyone moving from Twitter to Threads, because Threads has no direct message facility. Because I say on Twitter, I say send me a direct message and I'll give you my email. Because what I don't want to do is obviously give out my personal email online. Having said that, what I have done is I have a work, for my writing. I have dave@seagermedia.co.uk. So via that or via direct message on Twitter, people can get hold of me. But if they just want to email, it's dave@seagermedia.co.uk.
Okay, and you said limerick, so inevitably we're going to get. There once was a coach from France, and somewhere in there the word pants has to occur. But,
do you know something? I'm not going to mention his name. I'm not going to
heavy editing on Mike's limericks.
Yeah. I'm not going to mention his name, but one of the subjects I knew would come in, and he's a high-profile American fan who's already submitted a poem, and the expression "lucky pants" is very prevalent and to the fore in this poem, because I knew people would write about superstitions because it's such a football bad thing about I'm wearing my lucky pants, whatever it may be. But yeah, I have a brilliant poem from a high-profile American fan who mentions his lucky pants. Yes.
Thank you, Elliot, for that submission. No. So were we going to possibly even give a preview to one or two of the pieces? Did you tell me? Did I misread that you?
No, I just wanted to preview. I just wanted to preview the project. I don't. Okay. I don't think anybody wants to listen to a poem. I tell you what something is. I will give you an exclusive. Actually, the person involved is seeking permission from Arsenal Football Club, but someone who's quite a high-profile employee at Arsenal Football Club has sent me a poem, and the poem was actually written to be read out and videoed for the big screen before the games at the Emirates, and it got superseded by North London Forever. North London Forever just happened, and this project got shelved. So I have a project. I have the poem that was written for the purpose of getting the fans up for a game. This poem was going to be read out by someone high profile to get the fans, in the way that North London Forever is now. So no one outside of the Arsenal Football Club has read this poem. I now have this poem that's written for that purpose, and it will probably.
I'm going to put my guess. I'm going to put my guess as to who it is.
How cool is that?
I'm going to put my guess in the in private chat, but we're not going to disclose. We'll just So
no, you are wrong. It is not that person.
Okay. Yeah, and Jordan says he's happy that you're calling him high profile, but it's just not that high profile. So, Tom, any questions for Chris or Dave?
Yeah, it sounded like. I mean, it sounds like Chris, you started your writing career because of Arsenal, and then correct me if I'm wrong. And Dave, what were you more passionate about? What came first? What was chicken and the egg kind of thing? Was it Arsenal or writing? Did you fancy
I didn't know
first?
No, totally Arsenal. I worked in financial services. I probably like Chris, like everyone, I used to read the blogs every day. I used to go into what used to be called Arsenal News or Good, and as the blog aggregator and click on things that interested me. And I just happened to click on I don't even know if it still exists actually. And it was a particular blog, and at the bottom of the article it said, "We're looking for new writers. If you're interested, get in touch." And this was 2011, and I was, it's like most people. I always say when I blog, look, I'm sure Chris is exactly the same because we drink before the games together. I blog like I talk about Arsenal. So you're talking about tactics, you're talking about transfer. It's like the blogging took over from the conversation before and after the game. So I just sent a submission into this particular site, and they said, "This is really good. Can we publish it?" I said, "Yeah, sure." And then they came back and said, "Would you write any more?" So I started writing a few more, and they said, "Are you on Twitter?" I said, "No." So you need to go on Twitter. That's how you promote your work. So, okay. And I went from 50 followers to 500 followers in a couple of weeks, and it just went from there. And then I broke my leg. So I was sat at home for 6 weeks, and my late son, set me up my own site because people were saying, "Well, why are you writing for that? It's a gossipy type, tabloid blog. You're writing's not like that, the thing you were writing for." So, yeah, my son set me up a blog called 1-0 down, 2-1 up. That's what I called it. And it went from there. And then the book writing was because I was approached by Jill Armstrong to write about Geordie. And so that started from there. But I'd been blogging for 3 years before I got that approach, quite regularly, not as regularly as Chris, but, probably 2 or 3 times a week at that point. So that's how it started. Yeah, no, very much, writing I did a history degree, graduated in 1987, and then probably never wrote anything of any substance until 2011. It's definitely not a writer. Although now work-wise, whatever work I do is pretty much writing the marketing.
And it's a good thing you guys are.
So the writing for work came after I became proficient at writing about Arsenal.
And it's a good thing you guys are living together if you're drinking together. So that's a good.
Well, I was going to say you drink together before the games, but you also drink together before you blog, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And also, just to be clear, I'm the big spoon because he's a lot shorter than me. So just to make sure
that was an Andy Rhodes kind of.
Our wives find it very odd, but we're inseparable. So.
Chris, did you ever think you were going to get to this point in what you're doing? Did you think you would be doing this as long as you've been doing it?
Is that me or Dave?
Yeah, Chris.
No, not really. So a little bit like Dave. So I work in marketing, and so content writing is kind of what I do. But writing for work is boring, and I hope there'll be nobody watching this from my work, so it's fine. But yeah, I've always just enjoyed doing it to a point. And it was only really, we've got to give a shout out to Andrew Mangan from Arsblog because, I've been reading what he's been doing for years and years and years and years, and he's kind of the inspiration because I thought he writes really good, and it's just you can just tell when it's words in somebody's head onto a page. And so
he's almost certainly writing today's blog as we speak. He gets up at 6 a.m. and writes.
Most certainly. So he was a bit of an inspiration because it's part of me, as I said, it's more like a diary. So it's nice when people read it. It's been really good for me because I get to meet people like Dave, or you go along to the pubs locally and stuff like that, and you build your community. Because when I first got my first season ticket, it was literally me turning up 5 minutes before the game, not knowing anybody, watching the game and going home. I didn't really understand the whole community side of it because it was more just
we all pined for those days, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. You're not getting a drink the weekend. I'll tell you that much.
Now they're crammed into this little corner of the patio at Tollington now.
Yeah, exactly. So that was it for me.
On that subject, Chris, just quickly interject. For me, it was Dave Goonerholic. So Andrew, but Goonerholic was there as well. So props to Dave wherever you are.
It was just nice to get that community, and that's where I drew the inspiration from. And it's not even about I want tons of people to read it. It's nice for the old ego, but it's actually more about just a way of expressing yourself. And for me, it's just a way of expressing myself. And I have fun doing it. If nobody reads it, then it's fine. If I get a few people reading it and giving me some thoughts, then it's great. For me, it's just about that interaction, community, making friends, and the blog and social media as well. We can say a lot of things around the Musk channel or threads or whatever it is. But for me, that has been amazing because it completely transformed my Arsenal experience because I got to meet you, Mike, obviously Tom, met you, Dave, Loads of people. Pete from Le Grove, Johnny Cochran is my mate I went to school with. There's loads of us that I can go along to football and be like, let me just meet somebody. And actually, even if I don't know them, even if they're not on social media, if it's just an opportunity to go to the pub and just start chatting to people about football, about the Arsenal, that's all that matters to me.
I don't like talking to strangers. I don't like small talk, but it's never small talk when it's Arsenal strangers. Like there's no such thing as an Arsenal stranger. And that's what I love about it. And for me, podcasting, and I always, Andy Rhodes and I always give each other a lot of stick and a lot of banter, but I really owe him a great debt because, he's the one that got me into podcasting. It was his idea. I never certainly would have thought or had the courage or the energy to do it. Since 2016, my relationship with the club, my relationship with my own psychological well-being and the things that I need on a daily basis that help me thrive has just gone to a different level since there's the web of networking and who you meet and the relationships you build and who that causes you to meet. And, just both, people of notoriety as well as just the person at the pub who, happens to bump into you when you're walking from the inside to the outside of the pub. And then you end up having a 45-minute conversation with them, and they become, you connect on social media.
Did they get a word in edgeways, Mike?
Usually not. Kind of like this pod, but they don't ask for a word at edgeways.
Yeah.
Can I just
talk about that? The last time we were together, we talked about how it becomes a family. So do you guys feel it's a bit of a family atmosphere?
100%. Can I just also shout out to my mind has been, my dad doesn't like traveling. I'm going somewhere with this. My dad doesn't like traveling. So I'd never been to America till I was in my mid-20s. And the first couple of times, trying to find, so we're talking about 15 odd years ago, trying to find just somewhere to watch the football. The way that the community in the US is blown, honestly, it's blown my mind. I was in San Francisco a couple of years ago, and I went and watched a game with the Bay Area Gooners, and I was like, holy crap, this is an amazing, on the other side of the planet, it feels like. And I have friends instantly. My wife came along because it was an early morning kickoff. It was a Forest 5-0 game. It was an early morning kickoff. And I met Mark and the rest of the guys.
Yep,
and my wife turned up.
Great branch manager.
Yeah, lovely. And my wife turned up and it was 9 a.m, and I'd had a couple of beers, and she was like, normally you're very grumpy at this time in the morning. Why are you so happy? And I was just like, because I've made loads of friends.
There were two experiences.
I have massive FOMO. Sorry. I have massive FOMO with the New Orleans stuff that you do. Honestly, it's one of my favorite cities in the world. And so one of my sort of mini dreams, my wife doesn't know this yet, but one of my dreams is to get out there when you do the whole sort of
for Gooner.
We'll go together, Chris.
Absolutely
we'll go
amazing.
It's since you live together, you could probably share one seat on the plane. And
the handlers experience with the Man City game last year, blew my mind.
Oh my God, that was. Other than being in the loo when we scored the goal,
when Martinelli scored.
Yeah, when Martinelli scored,
that was Mike.
I wanted to go so that I could be back for the for injury time and not miss the end of the game. But I ended up missing the goal. That was kind of amusing. But the two experiences I've had, and I love where this conversation is heading because this is something I could talk about literally for 27 straight hours. But obviously discovering that there were people like me here in DC and going to the pub and making some friends who, one of them is Rob Ford, who just now left after being here for something like 9 hours. A few other folks. That just became my eye awakening area. But there were two other experiences. One of them was we used to go to New York, and at the time that we started going to New York, there was a place called Nevada Smith's, which was just known as the place to watch football. There was, I think Chelsea downstairs, Arsenal was upstairs. Not really super social. It was kind of standoffish, and I went there because that was the place you could go to watch the game, even if it was at 7:30 in the morning. One day we go there for a game. I think it was I forgot who we were playing. Oh no, I think we were playing Sunderland. It was the day that Suarez and Evra refused to shake each other's hands or something like that. which gives you a timestamp on this. But we go in there and it's just, A, it was empty right before Arsenal kicks off. And B, there were just Manchester United fans and Liverpool fans. I'm like, something's wrong here. And I asked somebody and they say, oh yeah, no, Arsenal doesn't, we moved. Arsenal is not here anymore. They're down, 3 blocks over at this place called the Blind Pig. And so my wife and I get down there. We missed the first 10 minutes of the game. We walk into the Blind Pig, and I was like, oh, my God, I'm home. It was packed full. This might even have been before. I got to look when that game was. This might even have been before I started going to the pub in D.C. Because it just the fact that there were literally 200 people wearing red, all for the same team in the same place. Like, it just blew my mind, and we just slotted right in and enjoyed it. And now O'Hanlon's and a few other places taken over since the Blind Pig is gone. But that was one. The second was the first time I really traveled and for a big game was the FA Cup final in 2014. I had a work trip that was in Napa, and we flew into San Francisco the night before the FA Cup final against Hull. And, this is what made me think of it, Chris, when you talk about the Bay Area Gooners. But, we made plans to wake up for, what was a 9:30 kickoff for the most important game we played in about 8 years, a chance to end the trophy drought. And we get there and it was just comfort. It was exactly that's where your book ends, right? It was just an environment that was just so, it was so incredible. We met Mark, we met tons of other people. And of course, despite the first 30 minutes of the game, it ended up just being a massive, massive celebration. And by the time we took the bus that was chartered to take us and a bunch of the other attendees to Napa, we were going to a place where they were serving wine and I didn't need any. And that has led to 10 years later, me being the branch liaison for Arsenal America and wanting that job and wanting that responsibility, because I truly believe in the growth of this family through, local communities and groups. And, America is so large that it has to be done regionally. And what Tom has done as the spearhead of the Tampa group, which is absolutely amazing, Gulf Coast Gooners, and what so many of these other groups have done is perpetuating the Gooner family in a way that, I think we are the fastest growing fan base in the Premier League in the US, bar none.
I think, Mike, if you look at, I can't remember what it's called on Twitter, Chris might remember, that thing that tells you what percentage of your followers are in which country? There's a thing you could do, and it would just break down on a map, And when if I go back 10 years, outside of the UK, it was always Nigeria was top,
Africa,
Kenya and India were just below, and then it was the USA. And now it would be USA would be top for worldwide. For me, if I looked at my followers, the breakdown, it would be UK, then America, then Nigeria. And Nigeria were like 10% of my followers. America's probably now about 12%, and Nigeria's dropped down. And that's not because there's less people supporting Arsenal in Nigeria. It's because there's a lot more Arsenal people engaging in America, and that's just happened over the last decade. It's huge.
Do you know what I find? Do you know what I find amazing about that? Sorry, Tom. I find it's amazing because the sheer volume of sports in the US, like the competition that football has with NFL, NHL, like the NBA. Like when I first started going to America, I was almost like, I'm going to have to find some sort of dodgy stream and watch it in my hotel room, because there's absolutely no way that I'm going to be able to compete with any of the.
Well, you're already watching dodgy stuff in your hotel room anyway.
Well, yeah, we'll park that one. So you sit next to me when I watch it. So what's the problem? But yeah, so for me, I'm just stunned that there are these places. But sorry, Tom, I interrupted. Go on.
No, I was just actually what you were saying. It was very organic. What's happened over the last? Our club started in 2010. There were people here trying to watch the Premier League and watch Arsenal for years, but it wasn't very easy to do. Over the years, but it started to be organic because, like you were saying, you'd have to find something in the United States. You'd have to go out and really search for it. And now you don't have to do that really anymore. With Mike being in the in the Arsenal American, with what we've done across all of the different areas around the United States, everything's popping up all over the country, and it's been organically happening in each of those locations. And now, I mean, most of my friends now, I wouldn't have known, my really close and good friends, I wouldn't have known without Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean I have neighbors who I'm very fond of, who I spend time with. I obviously have friends, longtime friends, but I mean, if we just want to go by the people who I talk to the most, who I, who are the most interactive with me right now, it's my Arsenal family, and that's actually, there have been times where that can be a challenge in your family because but it's never been just a me thing separate from my family. It's always meant, although it sometimes turns in that way because of the amount of time that I devote to all the various projects and stuff. But one of the best 3-day periods I've had in my life in recent years was the Thursday, Friday, Saturday in LA just a few weeks ago, where my wife, my daughter, and my son, and my daughter lives in Tennessee. She lives closer to Mike McDonald than she lives to me. And, we don't see her that often anymore. It's kind of sad, but, to have all 4 of us together in one place, just enjoying not just the football. I mean, it really wasn't about the football, but enjoying just the lifestyle that was going on. I was proud. I was excited. My kids are now grown, so they were really enjoying it on an adult level. And it was real special to me. So my Gooner family is not to the exclusion of my regular family. They're just all melded together. My son, my daughter, have both been watching this podcast at various times. I think they're both sleeping now. I hope they are. But yeah, it's very special. And it's an amazing fan base. And I keep forgetting I do want to do a prize draw. That doesn't mean our hour is over, but and Chris, I didn't ask you this, but are you able to stick around a little longer than
yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Can I ask you? But can I ask you, stateside guys, a question?
Absolutely.
Do you think that because the games are on like morning time, and because you guys in the States are so obsessed with sports as a general rule, do you think that's what's enabled the growth? Because you're getting up in the morning, like, hey, the game's on at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then in the afternoon we can still go off and then watch our other. Do you think that's part of the growth?
I was going to say that before when you were talking about, all the different competition for sports. And I'm like, if the proliferation of overseas football to America had resulted in like there's a reason I think Liga MX hasn't really caught on here except for Mike Hernandez. And that's, those games are in the evening. So they are competing. I mean, there's really no competition other than maybe, when the French Open is on or something like that. I mean, there's no competition at those hours. I think it's about half, and Tom can tell, Tom will know kind of why his guys and girls in Tennessee, in Tampa, watch football, but it's half just yearning for something that isn't American. And that's my motivation is, I experienced 2 years living in London and wanting to acclimate and assimilate as much as I could into a different culture and bringing it back to the States with me and missing it and craving it. So I like the fact that it's everything that American sports aren't.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of people who do, they love their basketball, they love their football, they love their MLS or their USL, and Arsenal fill the early to midday quotient when there isn't really a lot of competition. So I think it's a little bit of each. Tom, your thoughts on it?
I've gone from being a big NFL guy and an NBA guy back in the Jordan years, and being an NHL fan, even baseball. But I've, in the last 20 years, probably have gone almost exclusively Arsenal, and I'll watch local teams in the NFL. But I think a lot of it has to had to do with us as players that played football in high school or as kids, because at some point in the United States, you would no longer really, if you were really good, it wasn't the stage to go. You weren't going on to play professionally anywhere. You would move into one of the other bigger sports that were here. And it was probably from some of us that didn't want to ever abandon our glory days, that we found it and we've grabbed onto it. It's such a tribalism kind of a thing anyway. and which leads into the family aspect of it. That's how all of the people that I have at the pub in Tampa, we just have that same thing in common. And we're craving for that one thing. And for some people it is, you could just get up and start your day and you can be done. And you
Let's
don't
face it, it's for alcoholics.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a boozer involved.
4:30 in the morning in San Francisco. I mean,
I will be at McDitton's at 7 this Saturday.
Yeah, well, and the game starts at 10. He's you know how some people say if you're 5 minutes early for a meeting, you're late. Well, for Tom, if you're 2 hours before kickoff and you're still not at the pub, you're gonna miss it. You're not doing your job yet. I
have issues. Yes,
but yeah, I mean it's just something else, and it bonded me to an area that, I mean, I moved back from London in 1990, living there for 2 years. Now, those are 2 really good years to have discovered Arsenal. But moved back here in 1990, and it was in a time frame where, there was no internet. There was no televising of games. I know that didn't stop some people from adopting the club and learning about the club at that time. I mean, one of my first Arsenal friends here in the States used to have his brother in Ethiopia send him VCR tapes of Arsenal games. I mean, it might have been a week and a half delayed, but there were no spoilers at that point. So I did lose track of it. And, people always, assume I've been following the club for 36 years, but there's 16 of those years where I had very, very little interaction with the club. And there, of course, it takes us through most of Arsene Wenger's productive career at Arsenal. The entire Bergkamp year.
At least you guys can watch every game live.
Yeah, I mean, we do have that.
We still don't have that in the UK.
But it wasn't until my son started playing football. That coinciding with the Champions League final, coinciding with just the proliferation of Arsenal games on being available on TV. At that point, it was really just kind of the big 4 being televised. Now it's 10 games every weekend available to watch. But it all just came together, and what it's added to my life is immeasurable. And and it just. I'm gonna briefly touch on again. There is sadness that comes with it as well, and the reason I'm wearing a bow tie right now is because of Super Kevin Campbell. And you want to talk about a bridge from the past to the present. This is a man who I read about in the Arsenal game programs, just being absolutely unbelievable in the youth team, and said, when are we going to see this guy on the pitch? And by the time I had left there, I'd seen his first goal for the Arsenal against Forest. I had seen him start to break into the first team a little bit more. And then, 30 some odd years later, maybe about 30 some odd years later, 28 years later, I'm friends with the guy. And, my story is not unique. I didn't win a lottery. That's who Kevin Campbell was. And we're going to be talking about him probably a lot in the next 15 hours because of the guests that we have on, ex-teammates, podcasters who, have known him very well, Lee, of course, and Sophie. So there'll be a lot of Kevin talk coming up, but that's just another thing that most football clubs just don't inspire, that kind of relationship. It's adulation of your idols. It's not becoming friends and really being positively affected by the guy. And that was what was special about him. We do want to make sure that we award this before Dave's dog starts to get too rambunctious and anxious to go out, because I'm sure Dave's dog, much like me, has something that they need to do in the next few minutes. So this is a autographed copy, a double autographed copy of Double to Invincible, signed by both Dave Seager and Poorly Drawn Arsenal. It is my last double signed version of this that we will be giving away. And so we're going to bring in the wheel. I don't know if you guys have seen the wheel yet, but it is maybe the best new technology in Arsenal.
There's no expense.
I mean, all of the funds that have been
the anticipation
towards the wheel. So we're going to share the screen here to the wheel. ladies and gentlemen, the wheel. These are all entrants. We have something in the area of about 70. No, we have about 90 different entrants, all with different levels of donation, different levels of entry, and the winner of the signed Double 2 Invincible book is Ruth Beck. Oh, I might say that she might have one of these already, but I don't know if it's double autograph a bubble. So Ruth, I'm going to enjoy giving you that. We love Ruth, another member of the Arsenal community who, again, I would have never met if not for the incredible people that I've met along the way. But Dave, are you needing to head? Does your dog need to hit the head?
He's not barking yet. Give it a few more minutes.
Okay, and
I've got a top on. I've got my pajama bottoms on. I'm like a newsreader. I've got a shirt on for you, but I've just got my pajama bottoms on underneath.
Oh, we're
business
on the top, party on the bottom. Yeah, I mean, all of us. I think if we actually had seen what Danny Sweetman was wearing a few minutes when on his, I mean, he was backstage with no shirt on, and I'm like that, that is not. I was like, you know what? I am now such a serious podcaster that I can no longer allow that on the podcast, and so I shamed him into putting a shirt on.
No pants though.
Yeah, look what he does below the camera.
He said there was a towel.
It's completely up to him. So he did say there was a towel, but I don't believe him. So Chris, speaking of Danny, I believe I first became aware of you in your appearances on a Bergkamp Wonderland, which were probably 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah, I've done a few of them. I think probably not as many as I'd like to. Not that I'm fetching for an invite, Dan, but no, Danny is a lovely human being, and it's always
Danny
really
will take anybody because none of those regular guys ever respond to him anymore. He'll
does say that. I think the last time I was on was like earlier on this year, and I think I was on about 5 minutes early, and he was there going, "Oh, none of these buggers are showing up. Let me just WhatsApp them all." And I was like, "Mate, we'll just do it ourselves. It's fine. Don't worry about it."
We would do. We did a short-lived. It was almost a year. Called the Sunday Roast. Maybe we'll start doing that again.
Yeah, love it. I love it.
It was essentially just the two of us speaking absolute nonsense and hoping that people in the chat would give us things to waffle about. But there's no better waffler and person who can turn, a nothing comment into a 30-minute.
I couldn't look away.
Conversation. Then we called it the podcast that. Wait, what was it? The podcast you didn't know you need, but you can't live without, or something like that. I would log in 5 to 10 minutes earlier, and he'd be doing something. He's always doing multiple things at one time. He's uploading something, or he had the radio on and stuff. And I would just take video of him before we went live, and there'd be bugs moving around, and he'd be like slapping himself on the head. And I mean, I mean, if I just put together like an hour's worth of clips of what he did before the show, it would have been a top selling thing. I just didn't have the marketing sense to know that. And
Chris,
now,
what was the name of the podcast we started on together with Akil and Giles? What was that one called?
That was Gooner Ramble, wasn't it?
Gooner Ramble.
Yeah, we did the Gooner Ramble.
Produced and co-hosted by my roommate / business partner / really, really good friend Rick Hicks.
Rick used to produce it.
Clive
was on it back. Clive was on it back in the day. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know what happened to that Clive guy.
Yeah, he never quite lived up to his potential, did he?
It's an interesting one though.
Podcasting just isn't for some people, But
it's just
he hasn't got the voice. He hasn't got the voice. No resonance.
But people often say like, why do you do so much? Like, because I do it professionally as well, like with work, totally not as much fun as well. Talking about HR is not as much fun as talking about Arsenal. I can assure you that tenfold. But like, a lot of people get a bit funny about podcasting, but actually it's just chatting with your mates. Just see it as chatting with your mates. And then other people then help to join the conversation through the comments. Like, I'm looking at all of the comments that you've got going on. It's amazing. We're all here because of one reason. It's, well, multiple reasons, obviously, charity, but it's Arsenal. That's why we're together. And just to be able to talk, to be able to bring that together. We talked about the community stuff earlier. To be able to come together as a collective, to talk about memories, to talk about now, like 27 hours. I think there'll be people that will think that, Mike, you guys are mad talking for 20. You're mad talking for 27 hours. But I bet it's probably tiring. It's probably tiring, but I bet it's not difficult because it's different people, it's different opinions. It's
this is what I've said, and you know, this is going to sound kind of like I'm pulling a Barry Horowitz and patting myself on the back, but it's not because of me. I mean, I put a lot of work into it, but I mean, I've seen 24-hour podcasts before. I've seen a few of them done, and it is taking small amount of content and trying to stretch it out over 27 hours. And that can be arduous and laborious. And I'm not going to name names or say anything, but it's, you know, it's not to be able to have the cooperation and the energy from 45 people over 27 hours to break it into hour segments, each of which is different than the one before. And each of which, I mean, it does make it easy. I mean, there was no way I could just be in a panel with 4 people talking about Arsenal, like statistically, tactically, and just not fall asleep, or just be like, I just need this to be over. But I mean, in hour 13 is about to begin, and I'm as fresh and energetic as I could possibly be, because I know that in 30 minutes, I'm going to get to chat with my buddy Tom Canton again. And then, you know, an hour and a half after that, Peter Drury's going to be on with me. And you know, how could you not be looking forward to that? So it's 27 hours goes like this when you have the kind of people that are on this podcast. And I'm lucky and I'm honored. And I know that has come from hard work and trying to just be a good person who's doing good things. But, you know, the community is what allows it to happen. I wanted to make sure also to talk about your current podcasting endeavor. Same Old Arsenal podcast has taken a number of different iterations over the year. I remember when Craig started the Same Old Arsenal, it was actually shortly after we were doing, I mean, it wasn't his first podcast. Obviously, as we know, as many of us know, he started the Gooner Talk, handed that off to Tom Canton, who's brought it to an absolutely another level. And Same Old Arsenal was started. I remember the first episode, it was an audio only podcast with, I think, Craig, Mems, Claude, and one other person who's slipping my mind right now. And it just evolved into, you know, into what it is now over time. And who was it? Amanda and James.
Yep.
And yourself. And am I missing anybody?
No, that's it. We get sort of guests on and stuff like that. I'll drag you on at some stage if you are interested. Although I appreciate not straight after the 27 hours. Let's give you a little bit of rest time. But do you know what I find interesting about it? And so Craig started asking me to go on to the pod, but obviously he has family commitments and work commitments and things like that. And I think from his perspective, I listened to something Tom did on the Gooner Talk probably about 6 months ago ish. And somebody asked him, like, what's the genesis of the Gooner Talk? And he went through almost like the potted history. And what he said, which really resonated with me, was he almost sort of called Craig kind of like he's like an inspiration. He's sort of like, he lets people do their apprenticeship and then go on and do their own thing. And that's the same thing with us. So he started inviting, I've done lots of different podcasts, but it tends to be kind of, you jump on, I've done the Gooner Ramble, obviously Burkamp Wonderland. I did one with Dan Cowan and James Rouse Stokes years and years ago. That was one of the first ones. I can't even remember what call was. So I've done bits of it. Goonosphere, that's it. And
you've done Love Sport Radio.
Oh well, with you, of course. We did that, which was lots of fun. Got to go into a radio, got to go into an actual studio, and you know, the soundproof walls, and that was really interesting because you know, you have to work to certain time frames and ad breaks, and you have to keep your answers short and succinct, and so you learn to do a lot of that sort of stuff. But Craig is almost he inspires a generation. He's inspired a generation of podcasters because
It's bizarre because he has. I mean, look, he played at a fairly high level. Played football as a goalie in England, but he isn't. He isn't a broadcaster. I mean, he has, as far as I understand, no professional experience with podcasting, but really just had an eye for assembling people who could talk well and could talk well himself. And they talk about coaching trees here in the U.S. where you have like a basketball coach who's, I mean, then the same thing. Pep Guardiola has inspired the guy at Chelsea, Mikel Arteta. It's kind of like that, and I have all the respect in the world for Craig, and he's very generous with how he's done that. Dave, I don't want your dog to attack you. Thank you so much for joining us, Chris. If you can stay on, that would be great. But Dave, thank you so much for joining us,
guys. Sorry.
And I will see
you.
Well.
Keep donating, folks.
Thank you. I will see you very soon. All right. When he's gone, he's gone. He's out.
He'll come through the door in a second. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see him walking in the background to with the dog. But yeah, I mean, Craig, I got a ton of respect for Craig because he's just, I mean, and he's never, I don't think, asked for recognition or frankly royalties or money or anything like that. He's just done it for the love of it, and he's also identified when he is unable or unwilling to pull the bulk of the work himself, and has found good people to take the baton from him and keep it going. And he's done that at least twice now, and to great effect. So I'm glad that it's still going on, and you guys have assembled a good team.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun too. Like, there's no point doing stuff if it's not fun. Like, podcasting, blogging, like the video stuff, like anything that people do, just don't do it if it's not fun. This is supposed to be like a passion. Like, this is supposed to be building a community. It's supposed to be making friends. Like, you need to actually lean into that. And so, over the summer we've done. I did like a mini series, like 1 in, 1 out, 1 banks. Actually, I might turn this on you guys if you don't mind. So concept is you have saved Mikel Arteta or his kids from a swimming pool or a burning bush, or take your pick, and he's granted you 2 wishes, and just he wants to chat with you afterwards. So you can sign any player you want, you can sell any player you want, and just for fun, tell us 1 player to bang next season. So I'm flipping a concept. So
can I ask you to clarify what you mean by that last part? Like, do you mean bang as in like
supernova? So it could be
so it's not who we want to actually bang in the sense of like, because I mean, Calafiori is the obvious answer.
I got my dibs on Calafiori.
Yeah. Damn it, Tom. I'll have to go. Yeah.
Martin Odegaard, he's a handsome chap. Come on.
He is.
He is.
So
I almost got outed by LeGrove earlier in this podcast, but no, I love that. And by the way, I just want to mention, because otherwise I'll forget. Chris, I don't know if you know this, but before or right at the very beginning of when we started podcasting, I actually did like research, like competitive research, by listening to other podcasts. One of them was Burkamp Wonderland. One of them was Craig's version of the Gooner Talk. And one of them was called the Gulf Coast Gooners podcast. And
it was the Gooner Cast. Thank you very much.
The Gooner Cast. Tom Sable and Rick D'Angelo?
No, it was Stephen Lorenzo.
Okay, that's right. I knew it was something ending in O, but I wanted to be and I wanted to listen to like top level podcasts, but also not ignore like the bottom level podcast. So I chose Gulf Coast Gooners, and so Tom's been podcasting longer than I have.
Wow.
So that's where he gets.
I'm also older than you, so that's an issue too.
Yeah, well, it's not really an issue for me, but
yeah. No.
So all right, you were turning this around on us. So
yes. So that was some of the things that we
wishes, but we can only use the wishes on personnel decisions.
Yes. Basically.
Okay. Well, that's a weird level of geniedom, but I'll go with it. Tom, I'll let you go first, since age before beauty.
So whoever we'd want to sign, you said first, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You've got a blank checkbook, mate. Go for it.
Blank checkbook. Raphael.
Ooh.
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
And what was
Why?
the other one? I just think
One to sell. Go on.
I like him
Do the-
because he's a great athlete, but he's also he's got a lot of technical ability, but he also, I've listened to him, he speaks in like 8 languages, I think. So he would come in and be able to kind of connect with anybody on the team. So I think that would be a good thing.
Nice.
Mike?
Well, are we going to find out who you would bang?
Oh, well, that's a whole nother story. But
you.
Now, is this really a wish? Like Mikel Arteta, the way I'm looking at it, Mikel Arteta is like, okay, I'll do these things for you. So he can sell the player you want him to sell, and he can buy the player with an unlimited check, but he can't make these players bang.
Oh no! So there's only 2 wishes, and then one like you've just got a bit of time left with him. So it's just for fun. Okay. Tell me one player who's going to just smash it this season, and I'll pay him all the time.
We're vamping for another 15 minutes, so I appreciate that. So yeah, who do you think's gonna blow up this season?
I think that it's going to be close between Kai Havertz and Martin Odegaard. I think Martin Odegaard is sublime to ring your bell if you want to ring your bell, Mike.
The bell has died. The bell's no longer a part of my repertoire anymore. And I certainly I would enrage my family at 2:15 in the morning by ringing the bell.
True. But I think Odegaard probably a little bit over Havertz, because I think Havertz is going to play almost as much as Odegaard, and Odegaard's going to play every minute almost, and hopefully he gets some time to. They bring him off. He didn't bring him off during preseason so very often. So, but Odegaard is, to me. I wanted to, when we sent him back after the first initial loan, I said, send 60 million to Real. I said, I want him now. And I was adamant about it. And I was so happy that we somehow made that. And we stole him, I think, from Real Madrid. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think the cops are still looking for Edu.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Their pants are down. So, and then I guess you said just somebody we could just get rid of completely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
For money, though.
Yeah. And decent money, not like
this would have been a harder question to answer 5 years ago, because there'd be so many people that you.
I would have backed up the truck. Yeah, it would have been a lot. I hate to say this, but I hope he has a better career as Tierney.
Oh. Okay.
I loved what the idea of Tierney a few years ago.
I loved it too.
But there was just with the way he just never could fit into the Arteta system as much as
he wasn't bought to. He wasn't bought. No, he was bought
by Emery.
So,
and I would just like to, and the caveat that I would put to that is that wherever we sell him to, he's going to have a great career, injury free afterwards. I want
to. The loan didn't work out so well for him injury wise. So
he's going back to Celtic.
I think that would be nice. See him do that. Yeah. I like redemption stories where you basically come back home, are welcomed and embraced back, and resurrect your career, a la Jadon Sancho. All right, those are good answers. I have 3 different answers than you. I would buy Vinny Jr. I mean, that's you want to talk about upgrading on some pretty good wingers that we have and pretty good attacking players. I mean, there's not a lot of people that would be upgrades on these folks, but Vinny Jr. is certainly one of those. If I could sell a player, it would be Eddie. It's got to be Eddie. You know, I all the respect in the world for him and what he is and what his level is, but it's not Arsenal level anymore, and it's time to cash in on him. And I know that we're trying. And I'm going to have I don't want this to happen because what it would mean for Gabriel Martinelli, but I think we're going to see an absolute rocket this season from Leo Trossard. I think his game is going to go to another level. I think, you know, at what he'll be now, 29 years old this season or something like that. He's showing no signs of, you know, having kind of outplayed his capabilities in his first, you know, year and a half with us. And I think if he's given regular opportunity, I mean, I still like him as an impact sub in the 65th minute, but I also think it can work well in reverse with Martinelli coming on. Either way, the right back is just going to be crying when that sub is made because he's going to be exhausted. But it's easy to say Saka, it's easy to say Odegaard, but they've already banged. In my opinion, I think Trossard takes the lead. But Chris, I'm sure you have your own answers to this.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm still going to flip it back to you guys. How would you feel? I think it's Clive that talks about on the Arsenal Vision pod. He's talked about like killing your darlings. How do you guys? And you sort of touched on it, Mike, like Martinelli, or even if Leao comes in, he plays left wing. If
I always hear that in Elliot's voice, "Kill your darlings." I maybe he got that from Clive, but I always hear that in his voice. You gotta kill your darlings.
Maybe
it was the worst impression I've ever done. But
that was bad. Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah. How do you feel about that? Killing the darlings of Martinelli. And actually, if you bring one of those two guys in, well, maybe you both save Mikel Arteta collectively and you get both. Like Trossard and Martinelli would have to go.
We would probably be fighting over who gets to save him and then he drowns. Like that would be Tom and I. Like, no, I get to do it. I get to do it. And we'd just be like slap fighting. And then he's like, guys, I'm dying.
Yeah.
You want first dibs on this?
I think we already kind of killed one of my darlings with ESR. But I always wanted to have him come good. I mean, he did have a few moments when we really needed him most. He went down that road of Jack Wilshere injuries and when he was healthy, we still didn't even use him. So, and I feel the same way a little bit about Martinelli. The first time I saw him was when they came to the United States in, I think, 2018. 2019. And I got to see them in Charlotte, and he just knocked our socks off. He was just ridiculous at a 18-year-old coming out of nowhere.
I think he scored in the Denver game, like his first game with Arsenal. He scores a pretty nice goal. But yeah, that whole tour, he was a revelation. People are like, "We paid what for this guy?" Meanwhile, we were watching William Saliba, like from Saint Etienne, who was also in America. Like who is this guy? Like it's just crazy to think about what that song was.
Yeah, and it was just about because Saka was still wearing the 77, I think, at that time. So that was if I could get that Martinelli back, I wouldn't even take Leao. And it may happen this year, but because he is one of my favorite players. I just wish he would just get his head up more often. Get his head up.
I love what he is. I love his personality, and obviously I'm an enormous fan of what he's capable of being.
Yeah.
I mean, we know he's got talent of a 99, if you want to use like FIFA terminology. It's just that he's not performing at a 99, and for whatever reason that is, I certainly hope he finds it, and that I'm proven wrong about the Trossard element of it. But the two of them together can make a really, really good combined stats if they're just essentially used interchangeably throughout the season. But yeah, killing your darlings, especially to me, what that means is that you are making difficult decisions, not sentimental decisions, and if you're doing that, it's because you are moving from strength to strength with players, and it's what gets you from consistent second place finishes to dominant first place finishes and on from there. So speaking of darlings,
my goodness,
has granted us an extra 8-minute bonus minutes.
Can I also say that is a sexy looking kit? I've not bought a goalkeeper kit since I was about 16 years old. I am buying that.
It makes me 5 years younger.
In lieu of the second kit, I'm normally an all 3 kit guy. Some years too, but I'm definitely doing that one.
No, thank you for having me. It would have been actually 12 minutes before this, but I was in a frantic search for shin pads, so I couldn't come on.
Are you doing another media or charity football?
We've got a media 5-a-side tournament this evening. Like all the different outlets like TalkSport, Reach, and the Express, etc. Yeah,
all the same guys from the other one.
Probably a lot of the same people, I assume. Yeah.
Moose going to be there playing goal.
Don't know. He might be on the TalkSport team if they're down. We'll see.
Well, say hi to Nick Callow if you see him. My newest best friend from the summer tour. I think we spent an evening bantering with each other. I don't think either one of us remember very much about it, but Well, welcome to the pod, Tom. We're gonna, completely. Well, did we finish with that topic, Chris? I didn't mean to cut that off.
The only other thing I was going to say is, would you move Martinelli? Lots of people are talking about moving Martinelli centrally. So the whole kind of killing your darlings if he's playing left wing. Do you see a place for him playing centrally if you're going to sign this Vinny Jr. or Leao?
I mean, if we sign Vinny Jr., then Tony and Othman and all them can go F themselves. I mean, look, we already have 2 number 9s. They're not classic number 9s, and I think we've tried Martinelli in the central area enough to know that really kind of isn't the answer.
Yeah,
it's
it's the idea of Martinelli.
In a pinch, you can put him there, and you could do a hell of a lot worse than that. But I don't think that would be the strategy going forward. But I'm going to just say, Tom, what do you think? And I'm just going to let the two of you fight it out over which Tom I'm talking about.
I think I know what Tom's opinion is on it, but I just don't. I think it kind of goes that we've tried it before. And I just don't think that's, again, it goes back to like we were saying, the idea of Tierney earlier when we first had Tierney on the team, even though he was an Emery pick. The idea of Martinelli out on the left is great, but I'm hoping he has a great year. But if I can keep from killing my darling and put him in the middle, I'm going to I guess I would hold on to him for a little bit longer and try it. But I know I had a conversation with Albert last year when I was over in London, and we talked about this a lot. Again, he could be a great player. He just needs to get be more aware of his surroundings for whether it's finishing or that final action, that final pass.
I think like the centre forward position for Arsenal requires such a broad range of different attributes at the moment. And the biggest drawback that Martinelli has at the moment is his end product and his final decision making when it comes to like shot choice, or whether to cut back and shoot, or whether it's a cut back and pass or cross. And our centre forward position needs such specificity, I think, at the moment that, Martinelli might not be the choice there. That said, I definitely think there are times in games where maybe you're chasing a game and you want to bring on an extra player through the middle, and maybe Martinelli's not on the pitch yet. You don't have to take Trossard off for him. You can add Martinelli to that forward line and ask him to play close to a Jesus or a Havertz and give you something different. So I think that's definitely something that we might consider.
And keep in mind, this was a hypothetical because we had already picked up Leao.
Oh, no, as far as I'm concerned, Chris wants Martinelli to be our centre forward next season.
Yeah, I mean, that's the breaking news here is that Martinelli is now number 9 or he's not playing at all. Chris,
do you know what, though? I can't get beyond Havertz. Like, the guy was just fantastic. I was hands up right at the beginning of last season. I was like, why? We've signed a striker that doesn't score goals and doesn't make assists. Like, why are we doing this? But
all this talk
like
about
many other Arsenal fans,
all this talk about like a proper number 9 and all this. I mean, look, you can never have too many options, but we used to worry about, well, why would we sign this amazing player? Because you'd stunt Reece Nelson's growth. I kind of feel that way about like, why sign another number 9 that you kind of have to start? Like, if we signed Ollie Watkins or Ivan Toney, it wouldn't be to come in the 70th minute.
Tony doesn't start for us. Like,
well, I don't think so. But you almost assume if we bought him that it would be for that reason, and unless he's happy sitting on the bench. But Kai Havertz is perhaps that rocket ship this year because he's starting the season with the most confidence I've seen in his entire career. I think he's the default number 9 until something happens or we have 2 games every week and that sort of thing. So, Chris, thank you for waking up at 6 a.m. to join us. It's been a wonderful time. Our first time live on air together, not just in the pub, and we will have to do it again. I've enjoyed it, and we're going to swap you out for we're going to kill our darling and bring on someone who, the nicest thing I can say is he's got a dicky bow on, but I love this man as well. So Chris, thank you so much for joining us. And,
Thanks,
and we'll see you on the other side.
See you later, Chris. You just kicked him out so brutally then.
That's Mike's MO today.
And he's
Gone, you're gone.
He didn't even hang out backstage. I mean, he was gone. He had to go to work. So welcome to the podcast, Mr. Early Morning Podathon man himself, wearing the Dicky bow, Fergus Keating from Guns and Yellow Ribbons. Love to see you.
What a hell of an introduction. I thought people were expecting me just to be wearing a Dicky bow, nothing else.
That's what we were hoping.
We all
that's
got
more the Danny the GFP kind of mentality there. But how are you this fine morning, Fergus?
Just awake. So
did you enjoy
I'm normally on my cup of coffee, getting ready for Tom to pop up my phone at 8 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, I have my phone here, Tom. Don't worry, I'll be saying good morning.
Yes. Are we? You know what we should do is we should just simulcast your show from 8 to 8:30. I can sit back.
You can do a reaction.
I can have we'll do. What I said earlier in the podcast, we'll do a Mystery Science Theater 3K. We'll just kind of throw like swipes at you and talk about your graphics and all that stuff. But what is the main top? Like what does your thumbnail say for this morning? I haven't been on YouTube yet to see it.
Thumbnail this morning is offer made for Merino and financial questions, because obviously David Ornstein reporting yesterday that Arsenal would prefer to sell before making a move for the midfielder.
I like
despite there not being actually financial concerns.
And both watching your 3 o'clock show the last couple of nights. I'm sorry, I say 3 o'clock because it's 3 o'clock in the morning when you go on. But watching that show, I have seen that you tend to agree with me on the element of it is not a need to sell. It is not a requirement to sell. It's a preference to make sure that we know that at some point in the window we can sell. But as not to get stuck with players who are just not going to be able to make it into the 25-person squad or whatever number that is. But yeah, so you're talking about finances, and once again, you didn't bring me on.
You're literally live. Like
it's not for that. This would have been.
I actually got a comment asking for you. Like I think it was yesterday. Someone left a comment saying, "Can we get your financial friend on?" And I was like, "I'm assuming you're talking about Mike."
Yeah,
I mean, so yeah,
he could have just. I mean, there's another way he could have expressed that, but it probably wouldn't have sat too well with you. But
wine connoisseur.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, we're an offer has been made for Merino, or are we just kind of circling around?
Yeah, it seems that Arsenal have made the first formal offer. Obviously, there's been a lot of informal talks that have been going on for quite some time, and there's been a lot of reporting across a lot of different outlets and individuals for the last 2 months on this story that, I think in some ways have exaggerated quite a lot the reality of the situation. As I say, on the player side, there's no issues. He wants to go to Arsenal. That's been clear for a very long time. But Sociedad's intention has always been to try and convince him to stay. So they've offered him a new contract, one of the best contracts they've ever offered to a player, to try and keep him. And I think that from the perspective of Arsenal,
I put a private comment in the main chat. I apologize.
Okay.
Private message, Fergus.
From an Arsenal perspective, they are very much in the know that the player really wants them. And when you're in that position with a player with 1 year left on his contract and the player really wants to move to you and has rejected a contract proposed from the other team, the ball is in your court. So you don't need to move necessarily really aggressively or anything like that, because you've got such confidence and control in this. But Sociedad, of course, at this moment in time, with weeks remaining at the window, is still in a position where they want to try and maximise as much money as they can, as we would expect Arsenal to do if it was the other way around. So I think it's a deal that will eventually happen. As David Ornstein reported yesterday, Arsenal want to, sell a player before bringing them in. And it's not because it's a case of like, we need to sell to buy, or it's not even a case of like needing to get space in the squad, because Arsenal have space in the squad, or actually, like, including Tierney, we have 23 of 25 players, which you'd expect to go down to 22 with Kieran Tierney wasn't registered for next season. So there is space and there is money, but Arsenal want to be in a healthy position in a window that has not been very forthcoming with Declan Rice type players for us. And so therefore going into 2025, which to my understanding has always been seen from the hierarchy as a very interesting year for Arsenal next year, ahead of not just obviously they're not going to target the title for this season, but more specifically, like you'll find those people everywhere. But more specifically, like you'll you'll be looking at this season as a great opportunity. But 2025 is seen as, from my view of kind of hearing from people in the club, the Arsenal year, if you will. And that's when the market, I think, will be a lot more frivolous.
I love that Owen knows how to banter Fergus from 3 years ago's
That's 4 years ago. That's the first one. That was Max.
No, that was 3 years ago. The first one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Tom, question for you actually.
That's how it works.
We seem to operate the smallest squad. I think we operated with 18 players last year. Do you think that's a tactic by Arteta? That's why he's not buying, or do you think it's more the marketplace where there's been very few big signings? I think Alvarez has gone for big money, but other than that, there's not been many right across Europe.
Yeah, I mean, Man City haven't signed anyone besides Savinho, who came from their own, kind of City football group conglomerate of clubs. Yep. Liverpool have not yet signed any players at all, despite bringing in a brand new manager. And they're obviously the two title rival teams. It's just for the teams that are looking to try and win the league. When you finish 2 points off City, it's incredibly difficult to improve on that 11. And this isn't a market that's presented with particular options to be able to do that. Fans will always want signings. I call us the Magpies because we like shiny things and like shiny new toys and stuff because, it's always that desperation to see somebody sign. But actually, for the sake, we shouldn't be signing players for the sake of it and only signing players that we are utterly and entirely really convinced by, and Arteta being the key man in that. Because there's still people at the club that have got question marks about Merino, mainly because of his age. But Arteta is completely convinced by him being that guy. And I think, obviously, he was always going to win out. So you look at City last season, they had a core group of players that wasn't 25 big. It was around 18, 19 players. Arsenal did too, but the drop-off beyond, say, 13 of those players was significant. So that's what they've wanted to change this season. And you do that in the most effective way by replacing your starting players, because your former starting players then become, your depth. You can add depth if you want to, but it's much more effective to make your current starting quality the depth in your squad. And in a market that's not necessarily presented itself as one that's got loads of quality options, if Arsenal sign Merino, they've arguably added two players in Calafiori and Merino in a difficult market that could be and maybe should be starters for them. So I think Merino, for me, pushes out Partey, and you move Rice to 6 and you bring in Ødegaard. Partey's form has not been amazing. It was decent in some of the preseason games more recently, but I think he suits that box-to-box role a lot more seamlessly than Rice does. And then Rice, I think, can continue to develop as what I believe to be his best position as our own Rodri, if you will.
There's a reason why Chelsea is... Sorry about that.
Sorry, Tom, go on. Sorry.
There's just a reason why Chelsea has signed so many players, or tried to sign so many players.
Yeah, United as well.
They're way off of the pace.
Yeah.
So.
The rumor is that they're going to get some sort of transfer ban because of what's going on at the minute. So they're stockpiling players, putting players on long contracts, so they've got value when they come out of that, and they can sell them on again.
That's like saying I'm about to get arrested for shoplifting, so I'm just going to go out and steal as much
more.
Stuff.
You might as well.
I understand that mentality.
Also, like it's not even just like bans. Like they could face, if they breach regulations, they could face things that like points deductions. So
they have unlimited number of hotels they can sell to themselves. So they're going to start selling like chicken sandwiches to each other for 40 billion pounds.
I was thinking maybe we could like sell your flat to Arsenal as like collateral for something.
I think I could come out pretty good in that deal.
He offered it earlier.
He offered enough money
to get bigger
you need a negotiator
capacity at the
Mike.
stadium.
Oh yeah, exactly. My suggestion earlier was that instead of enlarging Emirates Stadium, we turn Highbury back into a football stadium and play the second half of each game there. First half at Emirates, second half, and that way you can get 100,000 people easily to watch the games. Fergus, you would love that, obviously, as a proper Arsenal fan, home and away. But the other thing that having a squad that isn't bursting at the seams is the ability to, without too much pressure to constantly bed them into the squad right away, is to start to give people like MLS and Nwaneri opportunities to train with the first team, to be at the the Hilton Islington the night before the game, to walk through that tunnel into the dressing room off of the bus and have that, in a low pressure environment, to really be first teamers and, without forcing them into the games before they're ready. So I think that's also part of the strategy for the first time since Asaka broke into the team, we're going to see 2 or 3 players who are regularly going to be in that 18 who we haven't seen before. Would you say that there's a likelihood of that? I mean, is Nwaneri and maybe MLS, are they in the 18 against Wolves?
Me?
Who's that?
Turner? And then I'll go for your opinion as well.
Go for Fergus, yeah.
Nwaneri will be in the 18. Yes, I think he's a key player that is now going to be in the squad. I think we saw him a few times. I saw him play for his very first game at Brentford away, and for 15 and a half years of age, the guy is just a monster, huge fella. And he's seriously a talent. He's had a few run outs last season, and I think he is going to get more time on the ball. I think, could he be the cover for Saka that we need? I don't know. Definitely we need something there to cover for Saka, because I think the guy has been played by England and by Arsenal way too much.
Yeah, I think that like the benefit of if we don't sign a forward between now and the end of the window is it will give opportunities for Nwaneri to play and come off the bench in those wide areas. He is predominantly kind of an attacking central midfielder more than a wide player, but he is left-footed, so you give him that opportunity to play. And obviously he got that assist against Man United from the left-hand side, so he can play in those wide areas and has showcased that. And so adept on the ball, like he's so technically confident in what he does. Lewis Skelly as well. I thought Lewis Skelly was the better of the two against Bayer Leverkusen in the second half. In particular, I thought he was excellent in that game, and he's really exciting. And there's still question marks about what his best position is, because obviously he's been playing at left back in this inverted role, but he is and has come through the academy as a midfielder. He's played games at left back, but he is predominantly known to be more of a midfielder. So it could be that he develops more into the midfield. It could be that he develops more into a fullback, but the fullback position on the left side of Arsenal is so congested with Zinchenko and Timber and Tomiyasu and Calafiori now as well.
Do you think maybe a loan is the right thing for Lewis Skelly this year?
I don't think this year is. I think that maybe if he doesn't get the opportunities that next year will be. He's only just signed a professional contract, so they aren't necessarily under too much pressure, but they are under pressure to start showing the kids that there is more of an effective pathway through to the first team. So they're
Especially
very much
the Cheeto situation.
I think the Cheeto situation is completely detached from anything else. Like, people will point to that saying it's a big disappointment, and this 16-year-old kid didn't see a pathway. When Man United come in and offer the money that they offered, I don't care what's being suggested about he saw an easier pathway. That money that was being offered, to my knowledge, was ridiculous, and the Arsenal offered a way over reasonable amount of money for
crazy wage for his age. Yeah.
So yeah, the only thing I worry about that whole situation, obviously, is Cheeto has got the same agent as I think the likes of Saka. So when it comes to Saka's renegotiation, I'm curious how that's going to go down, because I don't know what the relationship.
Well, it was a bit It was a little bit touch and go the last time, wasn't it? Because the agent is very, very well. Agents by the nature are mercenary, but him in particular seems to be quite difficult. Mike, Trevor was at the game on Sunday, and he said, looking at the way we're set up, we are not set up to have this number 9 that everyone's craving for. Do you see us playing the whole season without a number 9?
I mean, we really just not lumping in. I mean, it's crazy. We lumped in crosses when we didn't have anyone to be on the other end of them, and now that we're not lumping in crosses anymore, and we're actually playing more through the middle, we're playing much better progression in football and scoring 91 goals last year. Everybody's screaming for a 25 goal pure striker, and I just I don't understand it. I mean that. You do that when you score 45 goals in a season, not when you score 91 or whatever it was. I mean, I think the areas that we need to improve upon are, building on our strengths, midfield, certainly the left 8, getting some, but, will I be absolutely shattered? Will I be moaning like Hoggy does every morning I wait? It should actually be in the away days chat right now, the moans from Hoggy. It's just no. I'm not. If we don't sign a number 9, I am perfectly happy to support this club through the season and expect great things from us. Because last season showed us that.
I don't think
people that I've seen say like we won't win the league if we don't sign a striker is crazy.
And what evidence is there of that? We almost won the league last year, and the reason that we didn't wasn't because we didn't score enough goals. I mean, if we had scored a couple of goals in the right games, then yeah, we would have won. But I mean,
Arteta's going to probably find a way to put Havertz on the pitch anyway. And we talked about this earlier. Is have we gotten to the point where it's too much Arteta knows best kind of thing? But we do kind of have to stick with what he's been trying to do. And right now we're kind of just putting in pieces. We're trying to put in pieces. And if Merino comes, we put in another piece, hopefully that brings up our floor. And Tom, I had a question for you. How many more pictures do you have of Merino that you could put up as the saga continues to go on?
It's like, trying to find it. I'm like, nope.
Do you have like happy pictures, like we're almost at a deal, and then like angry pictures, like impasse with Sociedad or whatever the hell?
It's like previous windows, we've been linked to so many players that I've not like ever had to use the same guy as like the same picture, and now I've changed
your software library where all the JPEGs are located.
Our designers who redid our graphics for this season, like it's now that the thumbnails don't have two players, we just have one, which I think, to be honest, this summer has benefited from because we've only needed one player on a thumbnail. But obviously that does mean that there's been a lot more repetition of Merino. But he is just the guy that we've been talking about, and we talk about like Havertz, like I think if Merino, and I think Arteta would have liked him to be in sooner, but obviously you have to get the right deal for the club, so that's why it's taken as long as it has. I think that's why maybe Havertz has been playing in midfield, because Havertz is kind of playing in a way in which Arsenal can prepare for Merino to come into that role should he arrive, and then Havertz, again, like we saw against Lyon, will return to that centre-forward position. But I did really appreciate what I saw from Havertz in those games in midfield this summer. I know that it's not a position that I and others have necessarily liked him in, and it's more because we really prefer him playing as a centre forward. Not that he categorically cannot play midfield, it's because he is categorically better at playing closer to the penalty area. And I think that what we'll see from Havertz this season, if indeed he is Arsenal's starting centre forward for the foreseeable, is that I think this guy can deliver 20 plus goals in a season, and on top of that, potentially 10 plus assists as well, because he is very collaborative. And I agreed with Mike, like when you score 90 plus goals, adding a 25-goal a season striker doesn't solve your issues. We did.
It doesn't add 25 goals.
No, it doesn't. Of course, it doesn't.
Three. It might add 3 because you're taking them away from other
People
spots.
use the examples of like West Ham and Fulham and think if we had this guy, those games he would have scored. I'm like, there's no way of knowing that he may have added 2 more goals away to West Ham. Like you don't know.
Yeah,
where
the
those
6-0
goals
becomes an 8-0, but that doesn't necessarily help us in the scope of the season. Or it's 6-0 with different goal scorers. Like it doesn't work that way. It's not an additive situation.
We were bad against the Christmas period last year that cost us.
Try not losing.
Fulham away, West Ham
I
at
blame
home.
I
think over that period we had.
I blame Jake because I took Jake with me to those 2 games. They were the 2 worst games we played, and then I came back on my own.
You think Jake misbehaved? Yeah, you think Jake misbehaved?
Jake blames himself for that because when I came back in February and met up with you guys in Sheffield and in Burnley and at West Ham, like he's like, Dad, why didn't I get to go to these games? But good morning to Donna Potts. Love to see Donna in the chat. Dan's biggest cheerleader and rightfully so. Donna says hello to Fergus, hello to Tom, hello to me. I'm going to say that this Tom is to both of the Toms, but we're seeing some familiar names in here that I like to see, and I am mindful of the time. Tom, I'm guessing you're going to want to skedaddle.
I've got 5 more minutes. I'm good, mate. I'm good.
Okay, well let's do a quick prize draw, and then we'll just go right up until you need to leave. The prize draw for this hour is the book Revolution, The Rise of Arteta's Arsenal. And I'd like to think that there's a sequel to this coming once he finally actually completes the job. I did want to ask though, Tom, where is your book? And when are we going to be able to
how old's Charles? I'll wait till I'm like Charles's age.
How old is Charles? He's like half my age, I think. But no, Charles, it's a great book. And, it's not autographed, but only because I haven't had a chance to have him do that. He autographed the one that's in the Highbury Library, but that has to stay there. So we are going to pick a winner. Thank you, by the way, Albrecht Schulz from Vienna, Austria, for doubling your donation. I've entered the new donation into the randomizer, and you've now got a double slice ready to go. So the winner of the Revolution book from Charles Watts, which retails at 197 quid retail price.
Tom Canton.
I've got a signed copy. I'll have to send it back.
Stephanie Holst. That is Stephanie's second prize. I think, what did she win earlier? She won what did she win? Oh, she won a signed photo from the incredible 2010-2011 Arsenal first team. But congratulations, Stephanie. You've got a book to go with your signed photo and helping us cut down on the shipping costs. So thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. And so we will now take this off the screen. And with the time we have,
the more you enter, the more you can win. So,
that's true. Takes entries to win, but again, I will repeat: any entry helps, any donation helps. And last year's grand prize was won by someone who had one raffle ticket, so it's never not going to be appreciated when you donate. So, Tom, what other tidbits do you have for us before we go into the 8 a.m. show, which I will forgive people if they leave here and go to that show. I just won't forgive you if you don't come back here.
I've already put a link to it, mate. Don't you worry. It's already there.
You know what's happening with the goalkeeping situation?
You could redirect the pod to me. You could do a Tom Canton raid. Like, we've already had a couple raids, and
yeah, we can do a raid, or we'll try. As I say, I'll put the link in there. But yeah,
we've had some raids from some surprising sources, and actually, it may just be the peace offering that I never saw coming. But we'll get into more of that later. But what do you want to leave us with? What conversation coming off of a tidbit of news do we have here?
Well, Fergus asked about the goalkeeping situation, which I think is probably the most up in the air part of this summer, which is funny because we've signed 3 already this summer, with Ray Nygaard and Tommy Setford already having come in. But Ramsdale's scenario is just like, it's so... I don't know if even bizarre is the right word. It's so unfortunate for the guy because he is a very good goalkeeper. But the problem is that all the teams that are good enough really to have Ramsdale as a start have already got really good starting goalkeepers. So it creates this scenario where he is most likely going to have to take a bit of a risk in his next move. I reported at the end of last year through a couple of sources that he was approached and turned down a lower half Premier League team at that time because it was seen for him as like it was the wrong step. But the more we go through this window and the little interest that there is really to sign him, he is, I think, going to have to take something of a risk of a move if he wants to play. And he does want to play because he wants to get into the England national team ahead of the World Cup in 2026. And that will certainly be a target for him. And that's not going to happen if he's at Arsenal because he's not going to start. And, we don't know who the next England manager is going to be, but they'll want a goalkeeper that's been playing week in, week out. So I think the most likely scenario for Ramsdale now is that he leaves on loan for the season, and I think he'll go somewhere on loan. Even if he does leave on loan, I still think Arsenal could sign a permanent goalkeeper, and we're obviously being linked to Eoin Garcia. Say again, sorry?
You want loan to a Prem club?
I'd assume maybe a Premier League team. Ajax, David Ornstein reported, have already had a loan deal rejected. And I think that's not that Arsenal wouldn't eventually loan him out. It's just because they think with the time that remains in the window, they're hopeful that somebody may come in and try and buy him. But yeah, I think Wolves are one to look at, but I think they're looking at some other goalkeepers. Southampton have had an interest in him. Bournemouth, of course, I think previously have had an interest in him. So it's worth waiting it out. But yeah, Eoin Garcia is the Spanish Espanyol 23-year-old. It'd be nice for us to sign an Espanyol player because it's not happened under my watch yet, and they are my Spanish club. So it would be nice to see that happen. But 23-year-old Spaniard, of course, in Yakena, our goalkeeping coach is Spanish, so there's that link there. And I just hope that it does work out for all parties because Ramsdale deserves to play games. He's good enough to play games in the Premier League. It's just a ruthless state of affairs at Arsenal, and it's not falling his way.
Is it ruthless or poor form?
I call it ruthless because I look at Arsenal's signing of Raya. I see him winning the Golden Glove last season. I see him picking up, statistics that far outweighed Ramsdale in key areas like collection from crosses, etc., and his distribution as well. And these are all characteristics that Arteta wants in a team. And it's all at the top. The difference between us and Man City last season was 2 points. And so people might say, oh, well, Why sign a goalkeeper that's only slightly better? Well, we're only slightly behind the team that we need to beat. So if you can add these slight improvements across the pitch, you give yourself the best opportunity of closing what is now a very small gap to Manchester City. So Arsenal, I think, could have done slightly better in terms of Arteta in particular giving Ramsdale more games last season. I certainly feel like if he'd have played all the Champions League games, that would have benefited us maybe this summer more. And I don't think our performances would have dropped off significantly if Ramsdale was playing instead of Raya in those games. And maybe we would have benefited more. And hopefully we learn from that. But I've got to respect a club that want to make decisions that for the benefit of our competitive edge in as many games as possible.
You know, we talked about this earlier with Ramsdale's that interview that he put out, and how much that must have hurt him in the eyes of an Arteta. That's for you, Mike, and Arteta.
And Arteta, the Artetas of the world.
The Artetas of the world. But do you think that that's impacting any of the interest in him at all, or is it just strictly his performance, not getting a chance to show his performance? Because I think that personally, for him to do better, whether it's with Arsenal or another team, I think he really needs to probably address that in his own personal life from a sports psychologist standpoint. To maybe get over that hump to become, I think he could still be a world-class goalkeeper.
Yeah. I mean, this is a guy that was ranked in like the Golden Boy list, as recently as 2 years ago. I wasn't like the Golden Boy list, but certainly the Ballon d'Or for goalkeeper list, within the last 2 years. And I expect that Raya will be up there as well soon and being ranked in these because he's obviously playing at the top level with Arsenal and, of course, is a Spain international as well. So I think that for Ramsdale, the benefit that goalkeepers have that outfield players don't is that they don't depreciate in value anywhere near as much as outfield players do when they're not playing. I think if Ramsdale was to be sold, Arsenal would still be able to recruit pretty much, if not maybe slightly more than what they paid the initial £24 million that was paid for him with the around £6 million in add-ons that took it to that £30 million figure. I think a lot of people talk about, say, Arsenal going to make profit because, they're not going to get more than 30, but people forget that it wasn't actually 30 that we paid. It's an initial 24 with a certain amount of add-ons that have or have not been activated during that season or two that he played. So I think that from that perspective, Arsenal are well placed. But if you also look at what Arsenal are trying to do this window, where we're trying to sell before we buy, not because we need to, but because it's important that you maintain, a level of financial security that if indeed you want to move for your Declan Rices of the world, that you've got that freedom to be able to do so in future windows. And I know that's making Mike laugh, the Declan Rices of the world, but
it's one of those things I hated so much that now I love it. Like I love when people say that. Like, your Declan Rices, your Rodgers,
of the podcasting sphere, yes.
Because there's so many of them.
Because so many do 24-hour shows, yeah, crazy. But yeah, just last before I hop off, I just think that that Arsenal are trying to be smart. Sadly, the desperate fans amongst our group that really wants to see a player aren't going to be very forgiving of us maybe not adding as much as they wanted, but I just hope that Arsenal showcase, next summer or just with our performances this season, why they've made the decisions that they've made. Because at this point, I've been given so many reasons to trust their decision making. So until they give me a reason not to, I feel inclined to lean in their favour.
It's such a pleasure being in a situation now where, for so long it was, if this person leaves Arsenal, he's dead to me. And usually the reason was because he was leaving Arsenal at our most vulnerable. On the one hand, it was hard to blame them. On the other hand, they're ditching us. They're leaving. They're part of the reason we're not winning things, but yet they want to win. So they go elsewhere. And they were going to teams that were our rivals and making us have a harder time winning. And that was just the state of affairs that we were in. Now, we are killing some of our darlings by improving upon them. And, the last two transfers, if in fact Ramsdale has moved on, those two transfers, and you can even add Eddie Nketiah to it, A, they're going to go to clubs that are no threat to us.
Yeah.
We don't have to sell to rivals anymore. We won't. And B, I have the ultimate of respect for them. They're not leaving us at our worst. In fact, they'd probably want to stay here if they could, but it's not their choice. And I cannot stress how much I want ESR to have just a banging season this year because people might get salty about it and say
my fantasy team.
and use it to if he has a successful year, people who the usual suspects are going to use it as a stick to hang, to bang the club over. But he wouldn't have had that year here. He wouldn't have elevated us anymore because we just know how he would have been used. I want him to score 20 goals and get 15 assists at Fulham, and they'll still finish 8th. But that's no threat to us. I really want him to have success. I would love Ramsdale to get a full-time spot and move on. And speaking of moving on, Tom, I know you got to switch over. I appreciate you joining us. If you have any other time, if work just decides to give you an hour off, feel free to pop that in. But enjoy the 8 a.m. show, and thank you in advance for sending anybody our way.
We will try. We'll see. It's a shorter show because obviously I'm shooting off to get a train at 8:40. So it's hopefully you get a raid in 15-20 minutes or so. We'll see how it goes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Pleasure to see you, Fergus, Tom. Always a pleasure, guys.
Love you, bro.
Cheers.
All right. Speaking of raids, I do want to give yet another call out to Football's 12th Man, Dan's channel. Dan approached me months ago about, hey man, when are you doing the Podathon? I'd love to to simulcast it on our channel. Last year, before we did that, he was sending people over, redirecting streams. Dan's always, this is why, whatever difference of opinion you have football topics, people can either be nasty people who are always disagreeing with you, or they can be just amazing people who might, have a different approach than you do. And Dan and I have always, since the moment we met, been just super, super good friends. And he's a great person. And I'm not just saying that because his mother's here, but he is. And he has done everything he possibly can to get more eyes on this Podathon, including simulcasting on his channel. And I have noticed in the past hour or so a slight rise in the number of people who are tuning in through his channel. And that's probably because he has normally on air around this time of the morning and has sacrificed the show so that we can do this. So thank you to Dan and Donna. Congratulations for raising such a good son. And she has decided to hold her donation until the prize is red wine. And Fergus, I know you don't love going to the Tollington, but were you at the Tollington when I spilled an entire glass of red wine on Donna Potts's blouse?
No, but that's just normal for you because I remember you at Nottingham.
Yeah. You've been around when I spilled red wine. I mean, but not that particular time.
No, I haven't. No,
I was searching for the picture of that. Donna, if you remember the month and year that occurred, I might be able to get that picture up there. But
it was. You can sign that shirt.
Oh yeah,
it was the first time we wore no more red, ironically.
Yeah, I've been off the red wine lately. It's just clearly it's not working for me. But we may have a guest coming in pretty soon. I believe Albert's going to be with us soon. And this hour was originally meant to be James Green from Sky Sports. And James has had a change in plans that actually coincided well with another change of plans, which unfortunately is Lee Dixon, who is going to be on at 7 p.m. tonight, not being able to be on at 7. So James will be on at 7 p.m., which leaves this hour without the intended guest. But that's why I hope that you'll stay on, Fergus. Tom, if you're around, I hope that you'll stay on and just generally kind of chat about our expectations for the next year. We can take questions and not just questions, but topics that you'd like us to talk about, and chat, help us out a little bit because we're vamping for the next 58 minutes until the one and the only Peter Drury shows up. So we have a question from Tejas Rain. Do you guys think Nwaneri is better than Fabio Vieira? That's an interesting one. Fergus, what do you think? Is he better than Fabio Vieira?
It's hard to say, isn't it? Vieira hasn't really had a huge amount of time to play it, nor has Nwaneri. So, and they're two different stamps of players in the sense. Nwaneri's twice the size of Vieira. I saw you start on that question. I ignored it because I
don't like that question and do it if we get really, really like if Tom has to go to the bathroom and I'm left here just chatting with Fergus and I don't know what to say to Fergus, then we'll go with that question. But
Well, you can always talk about used cars. That's what you normally do.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to turn over a new leaf, and Max isn't here, so you know.
Yeah. So
it is kind of a tough question.
So how you've been going? How long then, Tom? Mike, even? Jesus, I'm the one who's only been here. It's only one cup of coffee.
This is the beginning of hour 13. No, actually, hour 14. This is the beginning of hour 14. So 13 hours. We're pretty much at the halfway point. I think in about half an hour, we'll be at the halfway point of the podcast. And I got to tell you, I'm full of energy. I'm excited about the back-to-back amazing guests that we have coming up on top of the amazing guests that we have right now. But tell us, again, because we have maybe slightly different audience, tell us about your podcasting experience. I've said this about Not Another Arsenal podcast, which is Mike Hers and the folks that were on with us earlier today. It's a unique kind of podcast, absolutely funny, amazing chemistry, just not on at the hours that people overseas would, but criminally underfollowed, underwatched. I feel the same way about yours. You want to, literally every podcast says that what they want to be is just the exact same thing that you get at the pub, 3 or 4 mates at the pub with a drink, just saying the exact same things they would say at a pub. That's always the prototype idea of what a podcast should be. But I think the podcast that literally accomplishes that the best is Guns and Yellow Ribbons. And I'm not just saying that, because you're handsome. And I also heard that I'm not the only person that thinks that. I have heard that Kevin Nolan also loves the Guns and Yellow Ribbons podcast. So tell us,
possibly.
Tell us about how we get all the big. And the number of people that typically watch the podcast, not low, but you don't do it for numbers, you don't do it for clicks, you don't do it for revenue, but you guys are making quite a difference on the concourse. So kind of tell us how your podcast dovetails with your game day experience, because you've changed the game day experience for me. I have a different pattern of what I do on game day now, and it's you and your boys that have made that happen. So tell us a little bit about that.
So the podcast's been going since November 2017. We started audio, but I've actually done one with Tom, and we talked about the Cronkies, when there was a lot of talk about the Cronkies and the setup about the stadium in LA versus the Glaziers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and so on. So we've done a few audio ones, and then we switched over about November 2018 to video. We get various numbers, anything depending on what platform we're on, anything from about 1,500 viewers down to 50 viewers. But as I said, we don't do it for that reason. We do it because we just sit there and talk on the internet. Through lockdown, it was brilliant talking on the internet to each other, just about football and about Arsenal. The concept, yes, 4 guys or 4 mates down the pub, but yeah, we'd normally sit in there with a beer, and we do just chill out. And Trevor normally rips me to pieces, just like your mate would down the pub. The concourse side of things, Dan, Capo Dan, myself, Trevor, and Lyle, and there's a huge crowd of us now that meet up over an hour beforehand. We meet in the pub beforehand, have a couple of pints, then get onto the stadium and make sure that the Block 5, Block 6 concourse is rocking from an hour beforehand. And I put a video up on Twitter about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was the concourse pre-lockdown, and it was people standing around there, the odd "What do you think of Tottenham?" being shouted out, and people having a beer. To now, it's just absolutely unreal. I'll send you a clip.
It's an experience. It is. What everyone knows about, because it's highly publicized, and I don't want to get into some of the varying reactions and feelings and thoughts about it and the controversy over it. But a lot of people know who the Ashburton Army is, and many people credit them. And I'm not gonna comment on whether it's legitimate or it's. Everybody has their own opinions, but a lot of people credit the improvement or the beginning of the improvement of the atmosphere at Emirates to Ashburton Army because of their kind of feverish support. They're loud. They're and so there's that. But what that's on the clock end, Block 25. what I have experienced on the other end of the stadium, outside of Block 5, in that corner of the North Bank before games, no name, no group name, no identity, just an organic love. We got Charn in there. We've got Fergus in there. We got Dan wearing the cape, the flag cape. We've got Trev in the middle of it. We've got people, little children, people with disabilities who get the chance. I mean, you guys are so inclusive, so organic, and so passionate. And it's kind of the best kept secret because you won't read about it really that much on social media. It doesn't get the publicity that the Ashburton Army gets, but no matter where I'm sat in the stadium, upper, lower, clock end, side, North Bank, I walk in whatever entrance I'm forced to walk into based on where my tickets are, and I go straight to Block 5, and it's absolutely amazing. I mean, the last game of last season, which was the last time I was there, I almost passed out because I was a little dehydrated and super nervous about what this whole game was. But about 5 minutes of standing in the middle of the mosh pit, watching Polly during her hen do on the shoulders of people, just being the center of that thing. Like, I got so dizzy because it was just, there was more going on than I could handle at that moment, but it was so great. And so I just want to tell you what you guys have done and built organically is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And we vicariously live through you. And I think more than just in Tampa, but a lot of places when we get to see the videos that you guys post and see what you've done on that in that area, that's just, we feel like we're part of it, and it's awesome. And it's you guys got to keep doing that. Just got to keep sharing that stuff with us, because.
And I am going to be downloading. Fergus, you sent me a video. I appreciate it. I am going to download that as soon as it lets me.
And Tom, have you been over yet? Have you been over since pandemic? You have.
Yeah, I was over there last opening day last year, so saw the Forest game. But it was just a whirlwind trip. I was there. I saw Mike. But
is that when that picture that you posted was from the Tollington corner table?
Yeah, we were at the Tollington outside.
Fergus, that video can't be played. I don't know why, but it's not working.
It's an MP4, so it should do so.
Yeah, but it's not playing in. Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind. Okay. Yeah, go on, Tom. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that we were there that last year, and it was just we decided that we're gonna try and make it a regular occurrence for us over here in Tampa. We've got a group. We're trying to build that group up bigger and bigger, and try our best to get over there. And we just love how, I know there's a lot of people, there's a bad rap about people that come over from different parts of the world that go into the stadium and don't participate, that aren't there for the Arsenal. But we are all there for the Arsenal, and it's we just had such a great time. We were told, because we couldn't get any tickets anywhere else, so we had to get tickets up in the club area, and we spent a pretty penny on it. Yeah, we spent a pretty penny on it, but they were like, "Man, you guys, they don't usually sing in this section." So we were with you in spirit when we were there, but we were there. We flew in on Thursday and flew out on Monday.
We've had a few of the American Gooners come and join us. And Bearded Gooner was in with us last season, and he jumped in the middle with us as well. So the only sad thing is, I don't know, will we have the El Neni song still going around? Because that is an excellent crowd.
Yeah,
it's got to be carried on just in memory.
I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, look, it's not like he left the club in disgrace or anything like that. It's an enjoyable thing, and it's a catchy song that
he wasn't playing regularly anyway. It might as well just use it as a cult hero.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I for many years I rated him as a decent squad player, a decent.
He got us through some bad years. He helped us.
Yeah. We did need him for periods. So Saliba, he could become the fastest player in the Premier League to get to 50 victories if we win on the weekend. The closest Arsenal player to do that before was Nacho Monreal. What do you think, Tom, of Saliba and the rise from him, considering all the rubbish that was on beforehand about him? You know, like there was the dressing room video and there's all, he's had an attitude and all that. But now he's just outstanding, isn't he?
So he was a young a man. He was a boy. He may have done some things that weren't the best. He's growing up, and I think that is the perfect example of how to make a loan work. Everything that we did with Saliba, I think, worked perfectly. When we sent him out on loan, and he wasn't quite ready for prime time yet, but we knew there was something there, and now he is probably, and arguably, and I would argue that he is the best center back in the world right now, in my opinion.
I'd agree.
So, and he's only going to be. We were talking about this earlier about whether or not it's something that he would do about trying to leave. I don't think that. I think he's happy here. I think he enjoys being at the Arsenal. He is just loving every minute of it, and he is going to want to see us do all the great things that we can do.
The thing that tells you more than anything else is when you watch how he celebrates goals.
Yeah.
How he celebrates big goals. I was in block 12 for the Porto game on my birthday last year that went to, the penalty kicks. And I mean, the thing I will never forget is as soon as Raya saves that penalty kick, Saliba he goes straight to the corner, and while the rest of his teammates are all piling on each other, he goes to the supporters and is just, I mean, I've got video of this, it's shaking and I was going absolutely nuts, but I mean, he just celebrated with the fans, and I mean, you can't fake that kind of, I mean, that says, I love this club. I love what's happening. This is incredible for me. And that to me was like, this guy's not leaving at the first opportunity he can get.
I had my grandson with me at that game, and he'd already fallen in love with the club anyway. And Pepe, when he scored that last minute free kick in the Europa League a few years back, but that penalty penalty shootout, and the result and the atmosphere in the stadium. He'd been to North London derbies, he's been to a few games, but he said he'd never, ever, ever experienced anything like that Porto game that night.
It was amazing, and it was so close to being a disastrous birthday for me, and then it turned out to be the best night. I mean, it was such a great thing. You know, what's also turning out to be an improvement in the atmosphere in this room is the addition of our fourth panelist for this hour. Yes, Albert.
He makes everything better again, doesn't he?
Yes, Albert. I love me some Albert, and Tom. You know, I don't want to be negative on this front, but
I'll be back.
Where's your Dicky bow? No, you don't have to put one. Come on. You're wearing a Dicky bow in spirit, but Albert, I love you, man. How you doing?
Michael Feinberg, it's always good to hear your voice and to share a pod with you. Great work so far. Fergus, miss you as well, man. Can't wait to see you guys on Saturday.
This is how by the way, this is how every voice note that Albert leaves. I'm not going to play the whole thing until
no, don't do that. No, I haven't put
until 9 a.m. But this is how it sounds.
Yes, Michael Feinberg, man.
I just every time I see like the 36 seconds voice notes, I usually hate voice notes because like a lot of times when they're left, I'm in bed or I'm sleeping, I can't listen to them, whatever. But I love when Albert leaves me a voice note because I know it's going to start with that.
Mike, I will continue the trade, and Fergus, I'll even drop you some personal ones this season as well, mate. Don't worry.
Me and voice notes, I'm the same as.
We should give away an Albert voice note, like for people. Like it just makes you smile. It's fantastic, and
appreciate it.
Welcome.
It could be the Albert JTV ringtone, couldn't it?
Oh God, that's a bit. I don't know about that, Fergus. Jesus.
The phone rings. Yes. It's like over and over again.
We'll work on it. We'll definitely work on it. We'll try. So we'll do something.
I love it. So, what have you been up to? I mean, not today because you probably just woke up recently, but what's going on in the Albert JTV world?
Well, Mike, I work, YouTubing, servicing the mean streets of Southeast London as I am doing this early this morning, and as you know, I will need to go at some point. But Yeah, the Mike. We had Wimbledon. We had.
Wait, can you stay until like 9:02 or 9:03? And there's a I mean, the
Yeah,
obvious
yeah.
reason I'm asking
Of course I can, Mike. That'd be ridiculous. Of course I can.
I want both. I got to make up for Fergus, who last year I said, "Oh, I'll absolutely have you cross over with Peter Drury," and then I booted him out of the studio like right before I brought Peter on. And with the voice note that you left, I played it for Peter last year, but I want to play it for Peter in your presence this year. So I need him to meet the man who left that voice note. So
this is definitely a hallmark moment, Mike. I can't tell you, mate. Trust me.
You know, I'm about bringing people together. That's what. I don't know how I've found myself to be the nexus for all this stuff, but I'm about doing it. So,
Mike, I've been good, man. Like I said, sport, inundated with sport. We had the Olympics, Wimbledon, Euros. Obviously, Arsenal's coming back. I went to the Emirates Cup last Sunday with my little nephew. Train strikes again, unfortunately, but what can you do? But yeah, listen, good to be back, man. And Arsenal starting, man. Jeez,
I know.
Can't wait.
It's exciting. And me being 13 plus hours into this, Albert's scheduled to be here for the entire 9 o'clock hour. All of a sudden I'm truncating you to 2 minutes. I just forgot. So we are now 2 short days away from this. I just realized we're probably going to get like a copyright strike because of the Sky Sports that was on in the background of that. But no, that is, I mean, and it is like that every single, I mean, from an hour before the game. I mean, they used to try to tantalize people in getting there by giving like 2-for-1 beers or like 2 pounds off of a beer.
That's the reason we're there an hour beforehand, because
yeah,
we get
that
2-for-1
brought you
beers
there.
when we
Now
start
you're
season.
the reason for other people to come in because, you know, I used to come to the game as late as possible because I don't drink beer anymore. And so, you know, staying at the pub as long as I can for my my vodkas and Diet Cokes was the move. But now, you know, I got to be there. I got to be involved in that. I want to be where the people are, as a Disney character once said. But that's Dan on people's shoulders there. Dan Gunning, Capo Dan, creator or at least co-creator of the Odegaard song and the Gabrielle song.
He's the creator, yeah. He created the Odegaard song, and there's some other songs that
the Gabrielle
Ben
song.
Bennett and a few of the other guys have been involved in.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. I used to always wonder as a 15-year-old kid in the North Bank when the chants would come rolling from the northwest side of the North Bank and take over the entire stand. You know, how does this work was something I was thinking. Like, who starts this? Who comes up with these chants? Is just never really.
With the Odegaard one,
you see how
with the Odegaard one, we're on a
organically
WhatsApp group. We're on the WhatsApp group with the Odegaard one. It was around the time the darts had been on, and I think Dan had either been watching the darts.
Was that with
or been
Luke
at the
Little or
darts.
whatever his name was when he was?
Yeah, but there's a song which is the theme for the darts, and he starts singing. Workout is a great Odegaard song, and then it's back and forth on the WhatsApp, and he goes, "What about this, lads?" And he goes, "Sod it, I'm putting it up," and he puts the music and puts it up on TikTok. The rest is history. It was played, I think, Thursday night. He woke up in the morning with his phone blown up. And by Saturday or Sunday, Everton away, everybody was singing the song. And it's just how songs are born these days are on WhatsApp.
Welcome to the TGT raid.
Yeah.
That was a quick show, 20 minutes.
Oh
Thank
boy,
you, Tom.
go on TGT community. Go on.
So I have to take this opportunity because this is the height of the raid right now. Thank you for coming over. But the reason we're all here, and don't just come here for 5 minutes and then leave, because you're not going to want to miss the next 3 or 4 hours. I mean, look, you might not all have 3 or 4 hours to watch, but you're not going to want to miss the guests that are on now. But especially, I mean, look, We got some big names coming up in the next few hours, and we got some big prizes that are going to be drawn at the end of each hour. In order to win those prizes, all you got to do is go to goonersvcancer.com. You can see it on the scroll at the bottom of the screen. We're here to raise money to help fight cancer, to help kick cancer, to cure cancer. And you go to goonersvcancer.com, you make a donation. The instructions are all there, and the money goes to an amazing cause and gives you the ability to win raffle entries, which give the ability to cure cancer. We are currently at a fundraising level right now for this specific event and this specific event alone. Where's the window here? We are currently at $4,763. We are way more than halfway towards our goal of 7,500. I'd love to get to 10,000. But all you TGT people, I know that community is a very giving community, a very good community. If you can spare anything to help us meet these goals and help us towards the quest of curing cancer and supporting families that have it, please do go to goonersvcancer.com, make a donation, and you might win some pretty darn good prizes. So love to see that number spike upwards in the next 10, 15 minutes or so if we can. So sorry, I know somebody was talking about something important, and then I saw 200 unread messages in the chat, and I figured what would happen.
Yeah,
I think Fergus was talking about something brilliant about how Dan created that song, but then Albert was about to talk to some point, I think, right?
No, I wasn't. I don't want to ever interrupt Fergus. I don't see him enough. I want him to keep talking.
Well, he needs to get all his words in because he doesn't have that long.
Fergus, is there anything on the street for Calafiori? Have we got a few songs in there? Have I missed anything?
Well, it's Amore. That's the song.
Is that because I had heard that the Seven Nation Army was spiking up, and that's just not original enough. It's got to be that's Amore thing.
Well, it's not getting the approval of Capo, but it's getting the approval of some others. So there's a little bit of a debate. We got the UN meeting.
There's going to be do you need a mediator who might be coming?
Yeah, I think
tell
Dan to do. Listen. Yeah, well, we'll just have to be on block 5 to find out what comes out, I think. I know there will be, on the subject of bow ties, there will be something done for Super Kev. We'll get his name sung out on block 5, the concourse as well on Saturday. I know that was something Sophie asked us to do when he wasn't well.
Please document that.
Sophie asked us.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know what, though? It's really up to somebody who's around to video it, because we're so involved and we're so in it all the time.
Yeah, I don't want you to not be part of it and be in the moment. But
no. Yeah, you sometimes find that if that video clip that you showed a minute ago, there are people with phones on the outskirts, but there's not many people that are recording in the middle. That was actually me. I came out for a breather and a pint, and I said, "Wow, look at this!" And it was, as you said, it was Polly's Hendu, and she'd been up on the shoulders of the guys doing with a veil on, and every one of the players on the back of the veil, and she's given it. And I tell you, you talk about inclusivity. We've had everything from kids to women on their Hindus on strange men's shoulders jumping around block 5.
It was a pretty strange.
The other thing we all got in common is yeah, she's brilliant. Yeah, she's brilliant. So
I'm trying to find.
But yeah,
I'm not going to be able to upload it, but I'll like put it up to the webcam so that we can see it.
I've got the video. If you want the video of Polly, I'll send it to you in a second.
Mike, no more copyright strikes, mate. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think Polly's going to sue us for this.
No, she ain't. No, she definitely isn't going to sue you. No way.
God, where is it? Anyway, you
carry on. I'll find it.
Let's see. Dave Lennon is saying, and this is strange, trying to donate and it won't recognize a UK postcode, which is strange because we've gotten a tremendous amount of donations from the UK. Donna, having been probably the most recent person to donate, was this something that was an issue for you, or because it should recognize UK postcode?
It should. Yeah,
I think what you need to do is change the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if it thinks that you're from the U.S., it's not gonna recognize. But I think there should be a way for you to enter the postcode and it'll work then. But I'm not exactly sure how to tell you to do that. Hopefully it will work. And maybe Donna, you can confirm this because you're the most recent person to have done that. Yeah. So. I appreciate it, Dave. Please don't give up and do that. So, but yeah, I will be watching the game on Saturday from what will be a very crowded pub in Washington D.C. We are hosting a lot of people from out of town, including from the UK, as the Arsenal women's team is making their first trip, and they're making it to my hometown. Well, frankly, still my hometown, but just barely. So I'll be there helping to organize it, helping to raise funds. And my fear is that, television coverage being what it is and crowded pub being what it is, I'm just not going to get the full feeling of what the club is doing. I'm certainly not going to be able to see anything that the supporters are doing for Kevin. And it breaks my heart that I'm not going to be able to be there. It warms my heart that Sophie is going to be there. And that Lee will be there, and that you guys will be there. But do please, if you hear of anybody that has any kind of documentation, I'd love to live vicariously through people that were there. And as long as it doesn't involve you, not being present for it mentally and emotionally, then I'd love to see that. I miss him tremendously.
I really hope we get to see it on NBC here in the States. What the club does beforehand. They sometimes will show the crowd when something is planned or scheduled. But I know that before the game, there's supposed to be something the club's doing. So hopefully we'll be able to get to see that too.
Yeah, hopefully.
You know what? If I know there's stuff being planned, and I don't know what specifically it is, but I really do wish they would announce what they're going to do so that people know to get in off the concourse. Because when they start doing the light displays against ahead of the Champions League games, or now they play North London forever, you can see what we do. We finish up block 5 10-15 minutes before the game starts, give enough time for people to go to the loo, go down into their seats. Many, there's some that are the other sides of the stadium that come around to block 5. So it gives people time to get back in there. And if they're going to do something just before the game, give people notice, don't you think, Albert? Because you'd want to be involved.
Yeah, because obviously we've got the information Arsenal going to do something, but that's as far as we know. Like, what are they going to do? What they actually going to do? We don't know until we're actually there. So
I tried to ask Peter, the Arsenal DJ, beforehand, and I couched it in, I don't want you to get sacked, and I don't expect you to answer this question, and he pretty much just said there's going to be something special, and who knows? It might just be a moment of silence or a moment of applause or something like that. But if there's anybody that deserves the respect and because there are so many people that will be in that building that don't fully grasp the. I liken Kevin Campbell to David Rocastle as far as the impact off of the pitch. He's a great player on the pitch, but his impact off the pitch, and even more so post career, is just unrivaled as far as I'm concerned. And I am sadly looking. I wish this wasn't something we had to hear about, but I'm looking forward to kind of hearing about how yesterday went. It won't be long before we start to get that information from Sophie. And I know it was a special day and heartbreaking, but hopefully warm and special.
Yeah, for me, the guy was one of the people who's one of us. He got to do the dream that many of us want to do and play for our football club. But I had the pleasure not to meet him in person for various reasons, even though there were many times he was back in the pins and I just didn't go after a game or whatever. But I've done several podcasts with him, and you, Albert, would have done the same. And he was always a friendly, helpful person, and just a good guy, and a really, really kind individual. Here, before he passed away. Obviously, my experience and us fellow podcasting community and match going community shared our stories and so on. But when you hear what happened afterwards and how people talked of Kevin afterwards, it just compounded that even more so. You often hear somewhere a bad story somewhere, or somebody didn't get on with somebody, but I didn't do that. And that's not using the phrase blowing smoke or anything like that. That's just generally how I see it and how I found it. So I shared a birthday with a guy. He was a year older than me, so we shared a birthday. We used to wish each other happy birthday. So that'll be a little bit funny next year.
Yeah, so it's something you, Mike, when you did that post, Mike, the great post you put on Facebook, and I didn't realize me and him had the same middle name. So I joked with Kevin one time a long time ago. We have a program over here, Tom and Mike, called Long Lost Families. I said to Kevin, I said, I know it's a long shot, but I think you need to go down the family tree, mate, see if we might actually be related. But I don't think we was. But you never know. I said to him, Kevin, just double check, just proper double check. But yeah, man, it is, man. Fergus, like you said the same birthday as him. I've got the same middle name as Kevin. And I'm you know what is, Mike? With me, when you buy football shirts, I don't know if you get people's surnames on the back, but I never really do. Like, I've got shirts of Arsenal players from the past that I've already got printed, but I know, Ferguson, you're not a fan of the new kits that have come out, but I will be getting the third one out through Harry Simu. Love Harry. But Kevin, you know what? I think it's about, I'll definitely get Kevin on the back of my shirt, man. It's just too, he had that pull, and this, like Mike said, not just being a great footballer and playing for our club, the Evertonians love him wherever he was, but yeah, you just think, when I think of him, I just smile, to be honest with you. Infectious smile, and like I said, some of the voice that's been him had, yeah, it was hilarious, man. It was something, but yeah, man.
I mean, it's I prefer to, and it's still a little bit too raw and a little bit too recent, but I mean, I prefer, rather than being sad that he's gone, just be thankful that I got to know him. And Donna hits the nail on the head. I mean, I know Donna, I have a son and a daughter, and Kevin meant so much to my son because, I mean, he never watched Kevin play, but he knew how important and how much I loved to watch him play back in the day. And I mean, he's the first professional athlete or ex-professional athlete that he got to see. He was a friend of his dad's, and the three of us just hung out at O'Shea's up in Manchester, and he was personable. He made it all about Jake and all about me. I mean, it was never about him. And he could do that with thousands of people. And I don't know how you find the time and the bandwidth to just always make it about other people. But he was one of the rare people that could do that. And I know, and I saw how engaged Kevin was, and how much he loved Dan, and how much he supported Dan. And same with you, Albert. And I always felt supported by him. He absolutely. I mean, he wasn't conditional. He wasn't like, I love that you're doing content and you're chasing your dream, but could you be a little bit more positive, or could you be? He just wanted you to be you and be genuine and to have the bravery to do it. And if he didn't agree with something that you were saying, he would respectfully, magic. Like, you think about it this way. And by the way, I have to say, for those people who don't know, I'm only Magic Mike because of him. I think there was a short period of time when I got a nickname of Microwave Mike, because I was heating up water in a microwave
and soup, because
I was making these dietary soups when I was trying to lose weight the old-fashioned way, and so I got bullied into buying a kettle. And I think Kevin finally just, he felt that I deserved a better nickname than Microwave Mike, and I became Magic Mike. And, after a while, I think he forgot my name was Mike, and he just started calling me Magic. I mean, Magic, and it was with a straight face. And I think he thought my name was Magic after a while, because he'd given it to me. And, there were some situations where I was a bit bashful. I'm like, around this group, if I call myself Magic Mike, it's going to look like I have the biggest ego. And I mean, I kind of do, but like, it's going to look like the vanity for me, but it is a tribute to him and a thank you. And I mean, that name stuck because of him, and I got a kick out of it. And now that he's gone, I wear it with pride. If anyone thinks I'm being self-important by calling myself Magic Mike, I will tell them the story and hopefully they'll understand. But yeah,
Mike, you missed out on something on there as well. Donna said Donna and Steve are married 40 years at the weekend. Well done.
Yeah. And as I have said this to,
Congratulations.
I've said this to Steve because it directly relates to how I go to so many games with my son, it's an inspiration to see Dan's parents, both of them, mother and father, always Steve, often Donna as well, at the games, home, away. I mean, the whole bunch of us, Dan and Don and Steve and a few other folks, we dealt with the crowds outside of White Hart Lane last year, not White Hart Lane, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And it's just, it makes me excited about what the future is. Steve's a little bit older than I am, not too much older than I am, but like, it's a father-son thing. And Matt and Chris Judge as well. Like there was a game where I was with Jake, Matt was with his dad, Chris, Dan was with Steve and Donna. And that's kind of what the Arsenal is about. And Kev would have and did love that about it as well.
Who gets the medal though?
Years. I'm at 26 and not all of them easy. But yeah, no, 27, sorry. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to 40 because the next 13 years are going to be great. And you guys are an inspiration. So, this has turned into
Steph definitely gets the medal in that relationship.
Yeah. She puts up with me. She certainly does. There was something else I can't find the comment, but Ryan Youngblood put up a comment in the chat about 10 minutes ago about how much Kevin meant to him. And to me, that excites me to see because, I mean, Ryan's not a podcaster. He's very, very, very active on social media. Ryan is a wonderful guy. And he, in his own right, has relationships with with Dave Seager, with the club. I mean, he's earned all the positive interactions that he gets. But it isn't just people in a certain niche that kind of got to know him that way. It's not just podcasters. It's not just a certain sector of people who had exposure to Kevin. I mean, he really just. I mean, it may have come through a podcast, through watching a podcast and seeing. But I mean, he would talk to anybody. He would befriend anyone. And I love seeing my friends having had such a good experience with him. And it's so hard to explain this emotion of being, so happy about having gotten to know somebody. And then it hits you that it's, all but the memories at this point. But
Mike, changing the subject slightly, and not for any other reason.
No, please do.
Yeah. First time in 11 years that we've had a 3:00 kickoff at home to start the season off. Like for you guys in America, you get to see everything. We don't get to see him over here in the UK.
Yeah, this isn't televised if you're not going, right? Well, it's not televised if even.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
You don't
Yeah.
It is televised, but it's not shown in the UK.
Right. Well,
because
yes,
of
that's what I meant.
the 250 to 450 blackout. Albert, what would you've got a ticket, thankfully, but I'd be distraught if you couldn't see the first opening game of the season.
Yeah, it's Fergus. I've not been to that many opening day games, but I was very lucky to get a ticket in the ballot system quotation marks. And I actually got one for the Brighton game, unbelievably. So that's probably all my luck used up for.
Does that ballot system have an upside down head?
Maybe.
My grandson got Brighton and Wolves as well. So yeah.
Fergus, I love 12:30 kickoffs. Are you the same, or you prefer 3:00? I like it.
No, I don't like it. 12:30 kickoff. This one might work because the grandson's coming and my son-in-law is coming with me, so it may work. But normally a 12:30 kickoff is it's not enough time to get warmed up. And the atmosphere we talked about Block 5. The atmosphere of Block 5 really takes a long time to get going. Okay. And then Dan gets all antsy because So it's just harder because people people are getting up. They're getting the routine is out a little bit for people. Plus, they haven't had as much beer, or if they have had beers that early in the morning, they're thinking, "Oh, that doesn't go down too well." So it does stifle the atmosphere on the concourse. And it's better in the stadium now, but previously the 12:30 kickoffs in the stadium have been really flat, and we've had some really crap ones. I remember one time around Christmas, sort of December. I think it was.
I can't remember what it was now. It might have been at 12:30. I'm not too sure. It would have been a 12:30 game. Yeah.
It was during the days where Per Mertesacker actually came out and admitted that the team just weren't really at their best at the 12:30 games, and I'm like, that's kind of a shocking thing to say, but it's blatantly obvious that it's true.
Just look at the stats with Klopp and Liverpool. You know, he was complaining about the number of 12:30 kickoffs he was getting, and he wasn't winning most of the games. You know, I think he got a few draws and lost 7 or something like that. So it clearly, you know, for the TV it might work, but it doesn't work for the players. You know that they're not awake and ready for it. It sounds pathetic, but I do understand what they mean. You know, like work-wise, I'm more a morning person than an evening person. So, and some people are more attuned to whatever time they're used to playing their sports at.
Yeah, last year I was there for the Nottingham Forest game, and I had to drink really, really fast, and that was challenging.
Poor guy. And if we'd only known that
you achieved it.
The game was going to be delayed by 45 minutes, you would have been able to calm down and drink at a little normal pace.
Oh yeah, the kickoff was delayed because of the ticketing. That was the first game of the season with the new ticketing system and no QR codes and everything else. It's interesting. What do people make of the digital away tickets that are coming in next year? That they'll all be on the card, and you won't be able to collect a drawer full of ticket stubs like I've got in here somewhere. Yeah.
Don't really love that, and I'm not quite sure how that will impact the likes of me at this point, but I guess we'll see. I mean, it's all for the right reasons. I
think they're a thing of beauty, aren't they?
I've got them pasted to our guest book in the flat right now.
I thought that was Fergus spending money. I was thinking, gosh, you're doing all right.
He went to a cash machine and withdrew all the Gooners versus Cancer deposits. But
we're all doing something wrong. Fergus is doing something right.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that he actually has met his BMW quota for the. You knew I was struggling to get that up.
Yeah, you were trying to get there somewhere, weren't you? So
couple things so that we can go right into our 9 o'clock guest when he gets here. First of all, we're going to do a prize draw in a second, but since this was promised to you, she's probably not going to appreciate this angle.
I think that's brilliant. I love that video.
She's going to kill me.
She won't kill you. She won't.
She won't. She loves it.
She does love it.
But yeah, that was her stag do. For the one of a better price. Her hen do. I love stag do and hen do. I mean, bachelor and bachelorette party just doesn't work. It's not as exciting. Hen do and stag do is where it's at. If I had my bell, I'd ring it right now. But yeah, that, I mean, if you go to Block 5 before the game, you are guaranteed to see that. I personally think.
Yeah. Fantastic.
We're gonna do a prize draw. Our prize for this hour is, speaking of amazing people in the Arsenal community, is a Ruth Beck art A3 print. It does not need to be this one specifically, but this is an example of what we're dealing with here. Amazing artwork of Emirates, of Islington, of Highbury, of Arsenal scenes. There's even my favorite one that she's got right now is, and I can't find it, but it's Ben White kind of looking down with derision at Mark Cucurella after he's tossed him to the ground. That probably was my favorite point of last season was that awesome moment. And she's
Chan took the photograph.
Chan took the photo. Yeah. Chan took the photo, and Ruth encapsulated it in an amazing artistic manner. So you can get that one if you want. But an A3 print, and as of yesterday, a late entrant into the raffle, but a very appreciated one, a brand new book from David Fox that's available on davidfoxpublishing.com. It is Arsenal 101, which is his experiences from Block 101. It's not an educational book about Arsenal. It is a historical kind of firsthand accounting of the 2023-24 season from Block 101, I believe. And those two come together for the lucky winner, who we will now find out who it will be. And the winner of Fergus, I'm your full service person. Of course, there's a drum roll sound. Oops, I pressed the wrong button as I'm bragging about my ability to.
We didn't say you were tech savvy. We just said you're full service.
Yeah, full service. This is part of the full service. Is I just make mistakes.
Oh, here we go.
It'd be funny if it's Tom. Patrick Harewood.
Well done, Patrick.
Patrick has won the combo. Thank you, Patrick, for your donation, and congratulations. We will be in touch. If you are not here right now, that is fine, because I couldn't send it through the computer to you anyway. But we will be in touch and let you know that you've won your prize. So that's fantastic. And with about 10 or 12 minutes left until our 9 a.m. guests begin. Anything else that you guys want to talk about? Albert, at 9 a.m. or at 9:02 a.m. we'll say goodbye to both Fergus and to Tom, and Albert will stick with us and for a life-changing experience. But anything else that we want to kind of go over? We talked about Kev. I'm expecting Block 5. We've talked about so many great things.
Hey, Fergus, I got a question for you.
Go on then.
So I love watching your videos when you guys are on your away days during the Champions League. And obviously last year was the first time it was Champions League, but when in Europe, what are your plans for this year? I know we haven't seen the groups yet, but are you going to, it's going to be a few more games, I think, this year. Does that impact you guys at all? Or are you going to still get a chance to go to as many as possible?
It's as many as the bank balance will allow, because it's bloody expensive.
The dedication, it is off the charts.
Yeah, it's Podathon. He's an accountant by trade, and yeah, he kept an account of a year. We have destroyed that evidence.
Has he taken advantage of has he created a business that he can expense the? I mean, look, when I come over to London now, not to a degree that would exceed the proper legal requirements, but I've got a flat to maintain. I've got fundraisers to do. And I would imagine, Dan, we won't put any incriminating information on here.
I don't believe so. So no, it's all earned and spent. But no, to answer your question, Tom, planning, Trevor will do all. There's going to be 8 games in the group league stages, 4 away, 4 at home. Trevor's planning all 4. Dan has already booked the time off for all 8 games, so he can just go to whatever. I expect we'll be on the phone and WhatsApp all that morning at the end of August when the I think the draw's the 30th or the 29th, and the fixtures are going to be announced on the Monday morning about 9 a.m. And then it really and truly is the planning and the logistics. Like, for example, to get into Porto, because we were deciding what day we were trying to get into Porto from, the flights went from like 30 quid to like 500 quid.
It's ridiculous how quickly that happens.
Go like that. So we were looking at ideas of going into Faro and getting trains up, going into Lisbon, driving across. In the end, we drove into Spain. We went into Vigo, where Celta Vigo is. And then we had a road trip. I was driving; they were annoying, and we had a road trip down through northern Spain.
That needs to. I mean, you need to just video. You need to have like the dash.
You need road trip video.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, like I spent some time in where were we, in Sevilla, together with you guys, and I mean, just the end product once you're there was entertaining enough. But I had heard that the trip from Madrid down there was a banger.
So to get to Sevilla, we went to Madrid the night before, and we'd done a podcast from a hotel in Madrid, and young Dan and Alex had gone out on the piss because they'd been in Madrid all day. So they were 3 sheets to the wind. Trevor had a few, and then I was trying to host everything, and they were chucking bits of paper at me right through the live podcast and everything else. It was absolutely hilarious. But then we finished that and we went out. I think Tottenham were playing. Tottenham were playing Fulham, I think, on a game on the telly. So we went back out to the Irish bar. And I don't fancy a beer, Trevor said. So we went on the mojitos. Oh my God, did we go on the mojitos? There's Trevor's there like this with his T-shirt and his tattoos out in an Irish bar, singing songs about "Big Jesus Said Paddy." And then it was getting up in the morning, and we had a 3-hour train drive from Madrid to Seville, and there's just images of Trevor like this with his head against the chair. It was funny. Then it was quite, we were quite civil in Seville. We had a couple of beers, and then myself, Trevor, and Alex went out for tapas, and then we got soaked.
We had a nice little kind
it's
of
called
sit down
hungover.
at the table with in that little square by the cathedral. That was very nice. It was nice and calm.
That was really nice.
We sipped, Steph and I and Dan and Fergus and Trev and Alex, and just you could tell though that there was some pain at that moment from the night before. It did.
But you know what? We picked up some things that Trevor and his mates have done for years. It's like when we got to Eindhoven early in the morning, rather than going straight to the square and getting drunk, you go to the stadium, have a look around their club shop, have a look around the stadium, take some photographs, get a bit more of the experience of the place, maybe go and see some places in the city. And, it's probably because we're getting older, but having a bit more of a cultural trip as well, and then get on the beers and so on. But Eindhoven was amazing. Eindhoven, they had a bar within the ground. So we went in, it was quite funny, Europa League time, we got to the media entrance, and Trevor thought, right, okay, I'm just going to walk in. So he walks up to the media entrance.
Did he have a shirt on at the time?
He did have a shirt on, but he's a big stamp of a man, and he just walks up with total confidence, and he sees this Dutch lady, and she goes, "Hello, sir, how are you?" I'm not going to try the accent. And Trevor goes into his patter. I follow him in because we were just going to take a picture pretending he was going into the media entrance, but he walked the whole way in. Then we blagged away and tried to get some pictures on the pitch because we like to take pitch-side photographs and stuff like that. But one of the security guys said, "No, we're setting up all the cameras, can't do all of that. We'll take your camera in." And he took some photographs from us. Then the lady said, "Oh, go around, go to entrance 4, go up the escalator. You'll see the museum, and there's a nice cafe up there." We thought, we'll walk up there. We went up this escalator. We saw all their trophies, and there was bits about Ruud van Nistelrooy and all that sort of stuff. And then as you come into this bar area, you just look out. The corner of the stadium is cut out, and it is a bar that you can sit and watch the game. So we we started having the beers there. So no, it's been really good trips, and planned for this year. I'll hopefully get 2 in, but we'll see.
Well, then the next question. Balance. Sorry, go ahead, Albert.
No, I was going to say the bank balance, but
yeah, you got to look at the bottom line.
Go on, Tom. He's going to come in. Sorry, mate.
Yeah,
I was just going to ask you one more thing because I think everybody's kind of wondering about this. Is when is Trev's belly tattoo getting his own channel?
It needs it, doesn't it? Susanna took
at
that
least
picture
his
of
own
me and him hugging
Instagram.
at-
He's
at
got to
the
get
end.
that thing out there.
It could definitely work. It could definitely work.
He's got his own song, hasn't he? His tats and tits and wallet.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh
Albert.
man, that's some good stuff.
I was going to say with Eindhoven, I don't know because I remember when I think when Judges, I'm not because I think he played them 2 seasons in a row. I'm sure he did, but like your vantage point, your vantage point to watch the game is pretty high. Is Newcastle the worst, or was Eindhoven quite up there?
Newcastle is dreadful if you have to walk up the stairs, but if you just hobble a little and pretend you got a limp, you can take the lift, and that's what I did. I pretended I had a limp, so I took the lift up. But Eindhoven is lethal. Eindhoven is a sheer drop. So the first time we went to
to
Eindhoven,
get up there, or just the angle of the seats.
no, just to stand there. So
Not as bad
we
as
lost the
like,
first game.
As the first game I went to at the Bernabeu, we were literally in the second to top row, and the steps were high than they were wide. Like you were literally climbing a mountain.
Very, very similar. Like we got to the top of the stairs at the Eindhoven game, and I took my ticket out to see where I was meant to be, the area. And the steward, they're all the Arsenal stewards, so they're there. They come along and say, anywhere you like, it's free allocation. With that, there's a surge. I went straight down the stairs, all my back, my coccyx, the whole thing. I didn't see very much of the game. I was out for that
Fergus, we
game.
can't have that
Lyle
kind of
actually
language on the podcast.
rescued me. I was out, I said.
No, well, that's not. You were referring to a body part, but no, I'm just joking. So, Fergus, we got to take a bite.
Tailbone.
Before we bring on our next guest, Fergus, it's been great. The story, I think I told this story already, but last year I had promised Fergus, and I know you can hear me backstage, but I had promised Fergus a few-minute crossover with our next guest. And in the height of being somewhere in hour 14 or 15 of the Podathon, I completely forgot about it, and I had nightmares the next night because Fergus almost said he wasn't going to be my friend anymore. So without further ado,
all lies,
100% true. So without further ado, we're going to welcome in our next guest for the 9 a.m. hour. Thank you and welcome to Peter D. I'm not sure that we know who Peter D is. Can you please tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hello, Mike. How you doing? My name's Peter D, and I rattle on about football on the television. And listen, congratulations. You look as perky and bright and athletically in your prime as ever you have, despite not sleeping. Well done.
Well, who needs sleep when you got people like this to talk to? So, Peter, I'd like to introduce you to a few of my mates. We have Tom from Tampa.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Tom.
And Fergus, who I know you just heard. I let him down last year. I left him in the lurch. So, Fergus, Peter, Fergus.
Hey, Fergus, with Tony Adams over his right shoulder.
Tony Adams, yes, and Bergkamp up there, Wenger there. I got a few of them.
Lovely. Good to meet you, Fergus.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
Peter, I played last year for you a piece of audio that I'm going to play again because it's been almost 12 months since then. But do you remember this, Peter?
I'll send you a beautiful voice.
Oh wait, hold on.
Your brother from Love and Mother, Albert JTV. Mate, incredible lineup. I had to look twice. I said, bloody hell. Yeah, man, proud to be part of that, man, 100%. And Mike, can you officially tell Peter Drury that I'm actually in love with him? I love him. He's the best thing since Splashback in terms of
well, that's lovely.
So you pass that message.
We all need love.
Well, much love, man. Looking forward to coming on, man.
So, Peter, Albert, the man who's in love, he doesn't just love you, he's in love with you.
Exactly.
Albert, what a beautiful thing to say. Thank you. How are you? Really nice to meet you.
Peter, I'm even better that I've got the opportunity to speak to you.
Nice.
Yeah, amazing. I can't remember exactly when I first heard your voice in terms of football commentary, but I remember saying to a few mates of mine, I said, who is this guy speaking about football? This is poetry. And from that day, Peter, love listening to your commentary. It absolutely encapsulates the best thing about listening to football commentary when you cannot get to the game. So this is an absolute pleasure for me, Peter, honestly.
Well, it is for me too, Albert. I really appreciate that. I'm a lucky boy. I just get to sit in a good seat and get excited about football, which is really what everybody's doing.
And I love that Tanner has just, I know Tanner in Pittsburgh, he works very, very late night, and he's just come into the chat, seen this group of 5 people, and just decided to go absolutely fanboy over Albert.
Yeah, quite right.
Love Tanner, love mate. It's all the love is appreciated. But yeah, Peter, so absolute pleasure. Honestly, like I've been a big fan of yours for so long. So to actually even share a little bit of time.
I think the one I prefer.
Go on,
I think the one I prefer the best is Saka after he had missed the penalty for England, and he stood up to take a penalty for Arsenal. And I think it has been used on TikTok, it's been used on various different things. Your commentary on that, Peter, was just unreal. Absolutely unreal. Well done, mate.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Yeah. Funnily enough, guys, the thing is, and this doesn't make me in any way unique, because I'm sure you're the same. I think the big thing about sport in general, and we've seen lots of it at the Olympics recently. I don't know how much you guys invested emotionally in that.
A lot.
It really is people. It's people, and I think there's a danger out there sometimes that we think that they're mechanical and they're robots and that they can turn up 70 times a year and be brilliant and never make a mistake, and that they don't have people who love them and children and parents and brothers and sisters. And I suppose it partly comes from having had 3 sons of my own and coached them at a very humble level, like all dads with their kids, and and I always used to say, for instance, that the worst position on the field was the goalkeeper's mum, because when some poor 8-year-old lets the ball between his feet for a lame goal, the poor boy's in tears and the mum's in tears. And if you elevate that or multiply it by a gazillion times, imagine what it felt like to be Bukayo Saka's mum, the night he missed that penalty. And never mind how it felt to be Bukayo Saka. So in those kind of redemptive moments, honestly, I have to control myself because I'm a relatively emotional person. I have a lump in my throat. And that doesn't mean I wanted him to score, because I'm not an Arsenal fan, and I know I'm unique in this group. But from a human perspective, of course I wanted him to score, and who with a heart wouldn't have wanted him to score? And I think if you can go somewhere towards feeling those moments humanly, hopefully you can express them humanly.
Yeah, you've told me many times. I'm sorry. That just the thing that
no, I was only because I was only going to say you capture it perfectly. Carry on.
Thanks. No, go ahead, Fergus, because number one, we're probably going to switch you off, and number two, you seem to be falling off of the left side of your screen. So before you completely fall off the screen, tell us, have your say, and then we're going to move forward.
No, Peter, just keep on doing what you're doing. I grew up watching Sky Sports with Martin Tyler, and you are the modern sound of football, the Premier League, and everything that goes with it, and it does make it enjoyable. I don't watch the TV coverage as much because I'm normally at the games, but when I watch the clips and hear the clips, you make it come real for people, and I'm sure you make it fantastic for people right around the world. Thanks very much, Peter.
Bless you. Thank you, Fergus. I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
And
thank
you,
we love you.
I gotta let you go. I gotta do some.
Have a fantastic day at the dealership. And sell a lot of used cars. I know you can do it, mate. You're fantastic at it.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
All right. See you later. See you soon. And Tom, it is 4:00 in the morning in Tampa, so I'm going to let you go, kicking and screaming, I'm sure, but I appreciate you spending the last few hours with me, my friend, and I will see you very, very soon.
It's been a pleasure. Take care.
Mate.
Cheers, Tom.
Thank you. That's a little too close. There we go.
There we go, Mike.
So I'm gonna. I hope that you don't consider this I have a screenshot of a recent conversation we had, and I'm sure you know what it is, Peter, because you showed kind of who you are as a person in a recent conversation we had, and I of course had to screenshot it and send it to all my friends as more than a little humble brag, but you can't not do that when something like this happens. So I'm going to take a chance that this isn't going to be, offend you. But, oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one.
Mike, get the right one, please.
Yeah, this is that scared me just then. But here we go. So for those of you who are listening and I hate that. Hold on, let me see here. Here we go. We were talking about kind of how long this segment would go, and Peter sends me a text that says, "As you know, it's the manic preseason week. If it goes an hour, no problem. I know you're the master of feeling the moment." And I'm like, I'm the master of feeling the moment. I mean, I kind of think that you've got that backwards, but yeah, I'll take that. And
of course you are, Mike.
That was the nicest thing, and it just tells you who Peter Drury is, because I mean we've only spoken maybe 3-4 times in our life, but you've always been a friend to me, and accessible and humble, and I mean all football commentators tend to have those characteristics, but you've got it in spades.
Well, let me tell you, you'll like this, Mike, because I think you know this. The first time we spoke and you got in contact with me, it was just after I began with NBC, obviously, and the recommendation that this guy is worth talking to and a lovely guy and does great work, particularly with this thing you're doing now, came from the great Lee Dixon. So Lee Dixon is the man, really, who quite rightly told me about this.
I think the person who actually introduced us was possibly Derek Ray.
Yeah, maybe.
But then but when I reached out to you, I pulled the Lee Dixon card, because I'm like, I know, Lee can vouch for me. He doesn't particularly act like he likes me that much, but he does respond to me. So there must be something there.
But that's Lee's shtick, isn't it? That's his shtick. Yeah.
It is.
When,
I mean,
when he gives you a little bit of, elbow, you're okay with him.
Yeah, he treats me like David Ginola, but I know that there's a respect there from it, so I appreciate it very much.
We can end the match commentating together, and he turns to me and says, "You were terrible today."
Did you bring up your soup or something? Your halftime soup one time?
Halftime soup, yeah. But when he says you're terrible, that normally means he'd hate to think that we saw through it, but that normally means he thinks you're okay. So,
except the one thing he doesn't do that reverse psychology thing about is the guy who lies down behind the free kick wall. I mean, you have the next time that happens in a game. I'm not going to tell you how to call games. Believe me, I'm not going to do that. But you have to nudge him to make the comment, because it's so fun. It never gets old. How much he absolutely, legitimately hates that.
Hates it. Yeah. Do you know what? It's an interesting question, that, Mike. How often at a free kick has the ball hit the guy lying on the floor?
Well, I mean, isn't it a deterrent so that it doesn't happen? Like I
suppose so. Yeah. Yeah, that's you're right. You're being slightly more scientific than me.
But I would love that. I think that needs to happen more. I think they should still just shoot because maybe if you do that enough, they'll stop doing it, and then you can slide it underneath the wall. Like you're going to play the long game.
Yeah, very long, very long.
So this past, first of all, your season begins, I believe, on Saturday with West Ham and Villa. Is that right?
Yeah, for NBC. Yeah.
And not the huge Arsenal Wolves derby, but West Ham Villa. It's the might be able to crack into the top 4 derby. Would we say?
Well, Villa have, of course.
Yeah. Well, that's
Villa
true.
Have. And so it's actually, I think, quite interesting. This game, and of course on the opening weekend they're all interesting, aren't they, because they all have something new. They all have a new boss, they all have new players. West Ham have spent a lot of money on some quite exciting players, and of course a new manager, and so we've got Lopetegui against Emery, who are of course 2 of 4 Basques in the Premier League, with your man Mikel Arteta and the guy Andoni at Bournemouth. So there's 4 Premier League managers born within about 20-25 miles of each other.
The Prem is basking in their glory right now, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're all the point is they're all very, very good. They're all very good. I mean, Lopetegui is a top man, and West Ham fans are entitled to be excited by him. You don't need me to tell you about Arteta. Emery did brilliant things with Villa last year, and Andoni at Bournemouth. I mean, Bournemouth exceeded all expectation. They've obviously sold their centre forward to your greatest rivals, so that'll be interesting to see how he goes and how they go without him. But West Ham, I think, are really interesting. I was and remain a great defender of David Moyes, who took West Ham to places they hadn't been for generations. But maybe that relationship had come to a natural end, and I certainly don't believe they've downgraded. And they've got the checkbook out. I don't know if you've ever seen. You might remember him from their last stint in the Premier League, Crescencio Somerville at Leeds.
Yes, good player, very good player.
Really, really good player. And I watch You know, this is not a time, Albert, as you'll understand, for necessarily giving away one's allegiances. But I watched some championship football, and
we all know you're a Watford supporter, Peter. I mean, no one shouts Deeney at that volume if they're not supporting the club.
But he scored a wonderful goal at a ground called Vicarage Road, or Stadio Vicaraggio as we know it, last year. And he was terrific at championship level, actually, all joking aside, really good. And so it's going to be interesting to see whether he's one of those who gets caught between Championship and Premier League and can't quite turn it on, or whether he really is a big time, showbiz player. So I'm looking forward if we get the chance to see him, and to see whether Villa can keep on doing it under Unai Emery, who, of course, the only blip in his career came at your place. So he has otherwise been absolutely fantastic, and did wonderful things last year, and now he's got to kind of do what Newcastle tried to do, and that is keep on doing it whilst having the additional hindrance or privilege of being in the Champions League at the same time.
Mike, that team in Vicarage Road, they've got a very good win last week, actually, in my neck of the quarters in southeast London, Peter. So
I watched it, Albert. And listen, we're not here to talk about Watford, but two of my boys went to see that game, and I watched it on the telly, and though it was a terrific win, I fear that Watford may have used up about 2/3 of their season's portion of rubber to green. But anyway, we'll take it.
Yeah, it's a good win. I managed to get my car parking space back after finishing work at a reasonable time. So
nice.
That was quite helpful. But now, Peter, you made some good points actually, Peter, about Bournemouth, because I believe that they were the form guide in 2024. I think they was 5th. That's how impressive they was. Yeah. And I've actually got Villa in my top 4 predictions this season. Even with Champions League, I have.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know. I kind of think Unai Emery is one of these guys, one of the Brendan Rodgers type folks, and I don't know that he can really build off of last year or even maintain it. But I don't want to be negative about it. I have nothing against Unai Emery. I'd love for him to succeed as long as it's not at our expense. Which pretty much last year he succeeded at our expense. Yeah. So I wasn't a huge fan of that. But
no, he was. I mean, nobody did you more damage, did they?
I mean, maybe Marco Silva, but yeah, the two of them did not do us much help.
And actually, you go up there next weekend.
Yep.
That's my NBC game next Saturday. Actually, Villa Arsenal, which was, as you regretfully remember, a kind of punctuation point of last season. That was a very, very significant football match which didn't go your way.
Yeah, one game we lost out of in the entire calendar year of 2024.
Don't remind me. I was there. It was a very painful 90 plus minutes. I have to say.
It must have been. No,
but
horrible.
Mike, so it's a quick. Peter, when I found out that you was obviously going to be part of Sky, you wouldn't have found someone more happy than me. I mean, I grew up in the days of Brian Moore and Motti and Barry Davis. I'm giving away my age. I'm giving away my age.
I'm not going to say the expression that you like to say. It's not appropriate for this conversation. But you are surprisingly young looking.
I appreciate.
This is Peter Pan.
Yeah. Well, I'll take that, Peter, coming from you. Absolutely. So no, it's when we heard that he's going to be joining the Premier League. Yeah, I was made up, and like I said, I'm lucky enough. It'd been great. I don't know if I've had this said to you, Peter, before. And Mike, obviously, is us as Arsenal fans, regardless of your age or my age, particularly. I'd have loved for Peter to have done the commentary when we won the title in 88-89. And even the Overmars moment at Old Trafford. Peter, you know what? Someone should send it to you, Peter, and you just do a commentary on that. That would go crazy, honestly.
Listen, Albert, let me tell you, I wouldn't do it because Brian Moore is a hero.
Brian Moore.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't.
He had a voice that we would all die for. He had such a beautiful baritone voice, and it's up for grabs now.
What a line!
What a line! And nobody could have done that better than him.
That was
Sorry. And Brian. Basically, I got my chance in television in 1998. at the point of Brian Moore's retirement.
Okay.
So I obviously didn't directly replace him because he was the top man and I was coming in as the bottom man. But he was an immensely kind individual, and certainly in the early years of television, and indeed throughout now, because you get battered along the way and criticised and all that stuff, which is normal. It's not me complaining; it's just how it is. And whenever I had a bad one or felt bad about myself, I used to go and find the letter that he wrote me, which I've still got in my attic, telling me that I was all right. And I've always thought if Brian Moore thought I could do it, then I could do it, because he could certainly do it. Yeah. And that is perhaps, I mean, you might argue otherwise, perhaps, probably the most significant night in Arsenal's history, or the most exciting one-off football match that Arsenal have ever played. And he did it justice. And by the way, just to revert to the previous topic, sorry, Mike, to say that famous commentary line begins, as he will repeatedly tell you, with a pass from Lee Dixon.
Well, Dixon finding Smith. I have, as Lee will tell you, yes. I have, speaking of Lee and speaking of that moment and speaking of Brian Moore, I mean, first of all, my exposure to Arsenal began in August of 1988 when we moved over to London. And I'm sure I've told you this, Peter, before, but, my 2 years in London were 1988 to 1990. And my first exposure to football was, on the North Bank terraces of Highbury. So you can understand why 36 years later, I'm still here doing what we're doing. And that moment is just literally the formative sports moment and possibly coming of age of my life. And to 35 years later, be able to have, because of Gooners versus Cancer, we have, and I'm making this soft announcement now for early in 2025, we will be auctioning off in a slightly different format, but we're going to be doing our second of two Arsenal 1989 away jerseys, the retro kit, the yellow jersey that the retro version of what they wore at Anfield. And what we had done, thanks to Alan and the rest of the guys, is we have Brian Moore's commentary, starting with, Arsenal stream forward in what surely must be the last attack. And John Lukic has written the Brian Moore commentary of what he said while Lukic had the ball, and then signed it. Lee Dixon then wrote a good ball by Dixon finding Smith, and then signed it. Alan Smith says, writes, Thomas charging through the midfield. And then Michael Thomas and signed it. And then Michael Thomas has written, it's up for grabs now, Thomas, and signed it. To me, I think that is possibly the most unique piece of Arsenal memorabilia.
Wow. You've got to make sure you get money for that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's the thing. It's not a raffle prize. The first one we raffled away, and there's two. The first one we raffled, we didn't raffle it. Well, we did raffle it away 3 years ago, but we did a special raffle where we said it's $50 a ticket, and we're not picking a winner until we get $12,500, which is something like 100 and what is that? 20. It's something like 250 tickets sold, and we're definitely going to do the same type of thing, because that just doesn't go to. And I'm so excited to raffle the other one, but there's literally, there's 3 of them in the world. 2 of them are going to be in the public domain. One of them is going to be on my wall because I think I've deserved it. But yeah, and I paid dearly for it. But that piece of memorabilia, and it just you just jogged my memory about that because of the Brian Moore thing, and I just wonder whether I think him having signed that would have been the ideal outcome there, but what are you going to do?
No, well, I mean, Smudge is a great guy as well, isn't he, Alan?
But he's the one that got it done. I came to the idea. I came up with the idea. I said, Alan, this is a long shot, but I know I mean, I had spoken and had Lee on the pod, Michael Thomas on the pod once, and Alan many times. I haven't and still never have spoken to John Lukic. But I'm like, Alan, if you could possibly, what do you think about this idea? And he's like, have the shirt shipped to me Leave it with me. And then I sent the shirts to him, never expected anything to happen. 9 months later, I got a package in the mail, and I'm like, oh my God, if this is what I think it is. And I opened it up, and I started crying.
Yeah.
And Alan to do that for me is I mean, Alan's been generous since day one of Gooners versus Cancer, and in his time, every time we're in the same place at the same time, he
what a player,
say hi to me, and my son and all of that. But to make that happen, I will owe him for the rest of my life.
Well, Albert, you go. You were saying what a great player first.
Yeah. Again, showing my age again, Mike. But yeah, Smudger, just what people talk about hold up players, strikers, but Alan was class at doing that. And you know what? I always say this about the 88-89 game. I sometimes think people forget what a good goal that really was. The second goal. Yeah, it's a great pass from Dixon. The takedown from Smudger. Little bit of luck in between, which needs sometimes the ricochet off Mickey. I think it was it Ablett or was it Hansen? I can't remember. No, Stevie Nicol. But yeah, it was a brilliant goal actually, which seems to get forgot. But and
Lee has told the story many times that he did not want that ball.
Yeah,
and when it was at his feet, he's like, "Don't shank it, don't." I mean, imagine Lee gets bad contact on the ball and it just goes out to touch, and I'm not sitting here today. I mean, I probably would have been alive, but I, none of this would have happened, and it's an amazing sliding door moment, and honestly, the person who I owe all of it to, who all of us owe it all to, is John Barnes.
Oh, Barnes, of course. Yes, not running the ball into the corner.
Not running the ball into the corner is the biggest mistake he ever will have made, and I almost feel bad for him about that at this point, because I know he still thinks about it.
Possibly Watford's greatest ever player.
Yeah,
what a player.
More so than Deeney even.
Well, probably.
So the equivalent to that shirt would be if Troy Deeney, if I was doing the what is it, the Hornets versus Cancer podcast, and I was able to get Troy Deeney to sign a shirt that just said Deeney.
That's all you need. It's all you need. It's all you need. I have to tell you though, to go back to your topic, that I covered the last World Cup with Alan. Spent a whole month with him in Qatar, working on what we call, I'm sure people know, the world feed, whatever. So went everywhere with him right the way through to the final. And it's amazing how many people from all over the world, when we're walking out of football grounds, want to stop and talk to him and remind him of moments that he's spoken about a gazillion times, and his willingness to do it. An Arsenal fan from Ecuador, and then Senegal, and then Saudi Arabia. And they from all over the world, and they come and say, "Do you know you played in that game in 90? Did I? Yeah." And he's got time for everyone. He's just a proper guy.
I love this. We've encouraged Aditya, who's watching us from, I believe it's Pune in India right now. Aditya, by the way, the man responsible for what you're seeing on GoonersVCancer.com. He is a good friend who's helped me design the website that seems to be working like a dream right now. So thank you, Aditya. And he's going to watch 89 right after the Podathon. I would say that I'm probably going to go back and watch 89 right after the Podathon, but how stupid would that be if I don't just go to sleep right afterwards?
Well, it must be nearly 24 hours since you last watched it, Mike.
We're getting close. This is so far. The only downside about doing a 27-hour podcast is that it's the first time I don't get to watch it on every single once at least in every 24-hour cycle. So
absolutely,
I am obsessed with it. But this summer you were, as you mentioned, you were a lead commentator for the Euros in Germany. This summer. How was this Euro? I mean, I guess I'm always looking at comparisons, but compared to previous Euros, but pretty efficient, pretty good work in Germany. I mean, I had to imagine there were no problems with travel, with crowds, with stadiums. Was it efficient?
Well, do you know, it was. Listen, I don't want to say anything contentious, but actually, there was there were one or two rough edges. People had problems with the trains in Germany.
Oh yeah, I did hear that.
Yeah,
I heard that
they
as well.
did, including some great thousands and thousands of England fans on Gelsenkirchen station. And to a point where it was a little bit dangerous. So there were one or two issues, but listen, the major European nations, everyone can pull off a tournament these days, and Germany certainly can. And they pulled off that tournament, and it was a really interesting tournament for reasons that maybe we hadn't anticipated. There was a lot of fun to be had in Turkey. There's a lot of fun to be had in Georgia, who were great fun and had a really good go at it. And there was obviously a lot of debate to be had around the major nations, because whilst we as English folk, or at least in your case, my English followers, might think we had a monopoly on moaning about our national team, actually, Portugal were moaning about Portugal, and Italy were moaning about Italy, and Germany thought Germany were playing, and France thought France were boring, and so as an absolutely indefatigable and unapologetic defender of Gareth Southgate, which I will remain until my dying day, I would say that all of the brickbats that were thrown his way in the context of the England team were thrown equally at his equivalent to almost all of the other major contenders, which kind of goes to suggest that they all know that they can't afford to make a mistake and are therefore inclined towards a certain conservatism. And such is the pressure on those tournaments that is kind of inevitable, which also, by the way, plays into a great deal of praise for Spain, who were the exception. And from top to bottom, were the best team and played excitingly and deserved to win the whole shooting match. But England did very, very well. They reached the final, and we didn't used to reach finals. And now we've reached two in a row. So I have a lot of love for Gareth, and he deserves a rest now.
By the way, breaking news that I was just given by Tom Sable. This was rumored for a while, but Mauricio Pochettino is now officially the U.S. men's national team coach.
Yes.
I don't know how I feel about that. He's a good coach. He's an improvement on what we've had for the last 5 to 10 years. But
Mike, there's a reason why I didn't mention it earlier before Peter came on. I saw it breaking earlier. I'll let you go. I'll let you have your moment to get your thoughts about that. Interesting appointment. Very interesting.
Yeah, what do you think, Peter?
I listen. If I was an American fan, I'd be excited by that. This is a prime boss. He is one that lots and lots of people would want or would have wanted. Now, I know for you, there's a national association with Tottenham, but that is that's not something.
And Chelsea.
And Chelsea, yeah, but that's not something in the main, is it? That supporters of the USMNT are going to concern themselves with. Just you, frankly, Mike.
I'm the one basically have a problem with it, apparently. But yeah. So, look, it's good for the American team. It's going to take me a while to warm up to. The only worse appointment from that standpoint, I think, would be if Jose Mourinho started. I think I would move if that happened. I just wouldn't be able to handle it.
Well, Poch, nobody really. Well, somebody knows, but I don't. Exactly how it all ended at Chelsea at the back end of last season, because oddly enough, it was going quite well for Chelsea. I've been preparing because I'm doing the Chelsea game for Sky on Sunday. They won the last 5 games of last season, and they ended up in the top 6. It was just beginning to come together. Actually, they did have 2 very good cup runs. They got to the League Cup final and probably should have won it. They got to the FA Cup semi-final, and they are back in Europe, albeit in the junior competition this year, Chelsea, as a result of that finish to the season. And it seemed curious to me, and I don't know, as I say, how it all came about, whether he was pushed or he walked or a bit of both or whatever. It seemed curious to me that just as it seemed they were putting the play the pieces together, it ended. But it did. So he was suddenly available. There were all sorts of conspiracy theorists, I remember at the time, who were assuming that he was about to go and walk in at Manchester United instead. Clearly, that conspiracy theory was nuts. It didn't happen. So he's been on the market. I think it's quite funny given again your prejudices, but you've had Klinsmann, haven't you? So that you must have had similar feelings around that.
I mean, I didn't live through him playing at Spurs that much to really have that much of a negative feeling. I associated him more with the German national team than I did with Spurs. Just based on kind of the weaving in and out of world football and the years, when I was in school and when I was, had little kids and wasn't really watching as much football. So that didn't bother me that much, other than the fact that it became, pretty obvious it wasn't working out after a while. But Albert, how are we doing on time for you?
I wanted to ask two questions in one before I go to the main man himself, Peter. Firstly, when did you first know that you was going to get the gig with Sky? That's the first thing. And secondly, what's the next Arsenal game you're commentating on? Do you have that? No, do you know that in advance?
I do. First, I knew about the Sky thing right at the back end of the season before last.
Okay.
So going into literally the final weekend, when the game you probably won't recall because you'd have been watching Arsenal, but I was there for NBC. The big game, oddly enough, was Everton-Bournemouth, when Decore scored the goal that kept Everton up against Bournemouth.
And the crowd went all over the...
So that's going into that weekend, the news in my head was about 48 hours old.
Okay.
Please say the next game that you're doing is Brighton against Arsenal. Please.
No, well, I'm doing Arsenal Villa next week for for NBC.
Nice. We'll be at the pub watching that one.
We'll watch it.
And I can't remember. There's a North London derby quite soon, isn't there?
Very soon.
Yeah,
very soon.
that's on the roster somewhere, and I think there is something else. I haven't got the Arsenal because I haven't got Arsenal this weekend. Their fixtures aren't at the top of my head. I'm sorry, but there are two or three in the first couple of months. So always look forward to going there.
Music to my ears, Peter. But,
is the derby at Spurs or Arsenal the first one?
Oh God,
it's at Tottenham.
It's at Tottenham.
Yeah.
And I'll actually be over, but I'll be in Northern Ireland for Owen's wedding. So the wedding's on Saturday and the game's on Sunday. So we'll all be watching that together, or the other way around. I can't remember.
I had some of my holiday there just last week, Mike.
In Newry?
No, I was fun enough. I was in Belfast, but I did go up to the Giant's Causeway. Have you been?
No, I've never been to Ireland or Northern Ireland before. I'm looking forward
right
to
up in the north of Northern Ireland. It's somewhere you've got to visit. Beautiful,
wow.
Extraordinary natural phenomenon, rock formations and all of that sort of thing. It's a really beautiful little corner of the world, Northern Ireland. So I hope you get a chance to see it.
No, we're looking forward to the trip, and so Albert, did you get everything? Did you get your fix of Peter?
Absolutely, Mike. Firstly, thank you. I got my fix and a lot more. Unfortunately, I'd love to stay a lot longer, but work is calling, and also I will be back later. But Peter, absolute pleasure, and to get to talk to you and to pick your brains, and hopefully I'll speak to you sometime again this season.
I'd love that to happen, Albert. Really good to talk to you too. And give us a shout outside. If you see us walking past at the Emirates, give us a shout.
Mike,
where do you
make
sit?
the arrangements.
Where do you sit?
Oh God, I was on my mate's season ticket, but that's kind of changed this season, so I'll have to. I'll get in touch with Mike and we'll
sort it out.
Yeah.
Top
Pleasure, Peter. I love you, Peter.
Take care. You too. All the best.
Mike, see you later.
You're in love with him, I think.
I am. The love, in love, whatever it is. He's the man. He's the man.
Albert, have a great day at work, my friend.
I'll see you later. Take care.
Take care.
All right, so Peter, I want to make a kind of a housekeeping announcement, and then I have someone else that I'm bringing in for whom it is 4:36 in the morning, and he is very excited to talk to you as well. But if you're here and you're enjoying this content. If you're here and not enjoying this content, I'd really like to understand why. But if you're here and you want to, it's not like a telethon where we're like, this content is made possible solely through your donations. But we do really want to remind everybody of the reason that we're here, which is to entertain, but also to raise money for a very, very good cause. Gooners versus Cancer. GoonersVCancer.com, as you can see on the screen, is where you need to go. Many of you have already been there, and I appreciate it. I want to say a real thank you to Tom Canton, because I noticed a massive spike in donations when he sent all of his listeners over here at about 7:30 a.m. And that is always truly appreciated. We are now at a total from this podcast of $4,901 raised in the approximately 14 hours that we've been on the air. That's fantastic, and we've gotten about 104 donations. So thank you to everybody that has donated. And we've got Peter on this hour, we've got Arsblog on the next hour, we've got the Handbrake Off crew on after that, James Benge. I mean, it's from strength to strength to strength. So please show your appreciation, not by massaging my ego, but by helping us kick cancer. And go to GoonersVCancer.com. And you can win stuff too. I mean, we're giving away some great prizes. So now I want to bring in, this has been kind of a round table and a rotation of different guests, but a very good friend of mine who I just had the pleasure of spending some great time with up in Philadelphia on the summer tour with Arsenal versus Liverpool. He's known as the Bearded Gooner. I cannot figure out why. But Tanner, Peter Tanner.
Hey,
Peter,
it is an absolute honor, my friend, to speak with you. And if you'll humor me for about 30 seconds here, very, very few sports commentators in the world move me to emotion. There have been a few sports calls in my life that I can honestly say have given me chills, given me goosebumps. You are absolutely, sir, one of the best, and it is an absolute honor, privilege, and pleasure to be able to share a screen with you. Mike, not so much.
I just made this happen for you. And
I know, but listen, I did have to grease the skids a little bit just so everybody knows. No, I'm kidding. I was going to take that a step further, but God forbid all of a sudden you start getting messages like, hey, I'll donate how much you put me on. So no, seriously, Peter, it is it's an honor, sir, to be able to share a screen with you.
Well, likewise, thank you. That's a really kind thing to say, and it's really good to meet you. And I love your passion for your team.
Thank you. I share a similar story as Mike does, although my story only takes place here in America as far as my the beginning of my support for Arsenal Football Club is concerned. I was not as fortunate as Mike to be in country when 1989 happened. I had to watch it on about a 2-month tape delay to figure out what actually happened. So yeah, Mike.
It's a great place to start.
Yeah, really. And if I may, again, Mike, this is I've told you before the work that you do with this, and maybe I don't tell you enough, but this is just it's unbelievable what you do with this. It really is, and it's great to see the club and club legends and even commentators and guys like Peter getting behind this for such a good cause. It is absolutely tremendous work that you do. It really is. You and I joke around and we do our thing, but this is from the bottom of my heart, man. This is absolutely tremendous what you do, and 27 hours of making people watch your face and listen to your voice is just it is yeoman's work, my friend.
I mean, it's doubly nice that people do that despite the voice and the face.
That's what I mean. Never mind. It's not amazing what you do. It's amazing what they do, what the people watching and listening.
I still don't know why they do it, but I'm pleased that they do it.
It's all for a great cause, man.
And two things to say to that. First, thank you, and second, you were correct at the beginning of that statement, which is you don't tell me that enough. But I'll take it. I will take it. So here's what the last and Peter, since you told me that I'm the master of understanding timing and feeling the moment, I am going to beg of you to take us through to maybe just a few minutes before 10, because we have someone else coming on who is definitely going to want to talk to you, and then is going to be running through the next few hours with me, and that's the wonderful Sophie Nicolau. You may recognize the name from Sky Sports, from the Highbury Squad. Of course, she was the podcasting partner of the late, great, amazing Super Kevin Campbell. We have some questions that the chat wants to ask you, and I certainly want to allow them the chance to get those answered. So before Sophie gets here, and we'll keep you on, we'll go with the four of us until 10 o'clock, and then we'll drop you off, Tanner. I do want to make sure that we do the prize draw so that I don't forget. And this hour's prize draw is if you think about your favorite hamburger-based cartoon character, you think about this. The Grimace jersey, the 2012-2013 Arsenal jersey. This is now this isn't something that most people are really going to be able to wear because it is a 3XL from my previously less svelte days. But it is something that you might frame because it contains the recently fresh signatures of both Theo Walcott as well as Gilberto Silva.
Are you telling us that this is a pre-worn item, Mike?
Which is why you will not want to wear it. You want to put it behind the glass. I might have worn it twice, but
it's perfect. It's perfect picture frame size.
It hasn't been worn in 10 years, and behind glass, you won't smell it. It just I don't think you'll smell it if you get the right kind of glass, the bulletproof glass. But look, not every prize is going to be fresh and brand new. But I think this is look. We're moving out of our house. We're cleaning out new stuff, and we were just able to get this signed by the man himself, Theo Walcott. So this is what you got. It's this or nothing, people. So we're gonna give this prize away, and. Peter, we have a much improved randomizer. I'm sure you don't remember the randomizer from last year, but it was like the MS-DOS version and completely aesthetically awful. And this year we have this to help us award our winners. It's the Wheel of Names. We have all the names of our 104 donors on here with the varying levels of donation. And the number of tickets, and we're going to click to see who wins this fantastic, previously worn, as Tanner has to remind people, and it should be disclosed, kit. So here we go.
I was actually kidding, by the way. This is a great bit of kit.
Oh. Dale Carragher has won. I believe this is Dale's second prize, and you know what? Based on my previous rule, Dale cannot win this prize because it's a jersey. Well, actually, you know what? This is not a new jersey. This is anything but. So actually, this is a Category B prize. So Dale's getting two jerseys. He's getting his choice of a new 24-25 kit, which he won in hour 2. And now he's getting an old smelly kit that happens to be signed by some professional footballers and an Invincible, a England national, and a American guy from DC. And congratulations, Dale, for winning the shirt. So now we're going to move on to some questions. Peter, I mean, was that the most professional charity-based thing you've ever seen?
That was a great bit of kit. Where'd you find that stuff, Mike?
What the
wheel thing? That's
the wheel.
Really good.
I literally just Googled randomizer. I was trying to find the old crappy one that I used, and then I saw this Wheel of Names thing and figured out how it worked. And I'm like, that has some production value to it. So I'm gonna go with that thing.
Mike, if Peter is still here the next time you do this, back away. Back away. Let the master work, man. Let him make the call.
Oh, that's true. I should have done that.
It would certainly be random.
Well, you know what? Look, I mean, I'm not always thinking about maximizing every, but no, that we'll need to do that, and I certainly hope that when this comes around next season, that we'll be able to do this again. But let's go to some questions so that we can get those answered by Peter. So tell me if this is off limits, because I know we've had a conversation about not being too Arsenal focused, and I completely understand why. Is this one you'd rather me kind of skip by?
No, that's fine. That's a good question, I think, Mike. I think the most enticing Arsenal storyline is, funnily enough, quite parallel to the most enticing Manchester City storyline. And that is this. People wonder of Manchester City whether they can climb the mountain again. You know, they keep doing it. And a year ago, 2 years ago, we said, oh, they can't do it again. They won't be able to dig deep. They won't be as incentivized, blah, blah, blah. I think the challenge is every bit as big for Arsenal, because they have climbed the mountain twice and fallen a step short of the absolute peak. And asking, again, as I've said earlier in this conversation, asking human beings, forget how brilliantly fit they are, how talented they are, whatever, asking human beings to go again is one of the toughest things. And it's just as tough, if not tougher, to ask them to go again when they've come so close without winning the gold. You know, do you want to do it all over again and this time be absolutely perfect? This time, get a point at Villa Park. This time, you know, don't lose the silly home points that slipped away. Can you do it all over again, only a little bit better? And by the way, I quite like Calafiori. I watched him in the Euros for Italy. Italy didn't have a great time, but he looks a classy individual. So you're going to have to decide which of Gabriel and Saliba doesn't play. That's a tough one.
Well,
if he's going to play.
I think we might see him at fullback quite a bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to say. We just
There's been a lot of that discussion in the previous hours of the podcast. Where it's very
season preview show yesterday, if you'll allow me a quick plug, Mike.
Absolutely.
On my channel. But one of the surprises of the season for me, Peter, was Calafiori actually kind of taking the left back role, making it his own. And being a very massive contributor to this side this season. I think there's absolutely a player there, and I think there's a storyline there to watch as the season progresses and he gets more comfortable with this team, the contributions that he can make.
Well, he's certainly comfortable with the ball, you know, that
Yes.
of course is an Arsenal prerequisite. There's no doubt. Forgive me if I'm repeating stuff you've already done, but I happened to be at the game where Italy played against Croatia and scored that last-minute goal, Zaccagni, to stay in the competition and to knock Croatia out. And that began with Calafiori striding out with the ball, and we didn't know he was joining Arsenal then. You know, he was a player we were, as British fans, learning, finding afresh, and whatever. And he walked out with the ball like he owned it. And he made that moment happen, actually. So, listen, it takes more than one standout moment. Of course it does. But if I was an Arsenal fan, I'd be embracing this one.
Yeah. I mean, when you can add that kind of quality to your club without disrupting anything, it's fantastic. And I'm just interested in seeing where he'll play and how often he'll play. But it's a nice problem to have, if we want to call it a problem. Shout out your channel real quick, Tanner.
It's Loose Cannons TV on YouTube. If you search Loose Cannons TV or Loose Cannons Arsenal, it will come up. We would greatly appreciate a subscription and click the bell icon so that you never miss an episode. You always get the alert. We're actually doing a new show starting tomorrow. It is a betting show with myself and my, as I like to call him, my co-defendant, Ryan. And we've got a new member. We've got a new member joining the channel. His name is Jackson. He goes by 3-Point Sniper on X/Twitter. He's a big college basketball guy, hence the 3-Point Sniper.
I can see why you've added him to the football podcast.
Moniker. Right, of course. I mean, why wouldn't you? You know, listen, man, it's, you know, we're diverse over here. You know, football, basketball, whatever. But yeah, we greatly appreciate a subscription if you would all be so kind as to do that. And thank you for allowing me to shout that out.
This is how bizarre this whole world is that I live in now, Peter. When I meet someone new for the first time, my first question to them is, "What's your channel?" I'm talking and not just even at Arsenal, like in my neighborhood. Like when a new neighbor walks in, I'm like, "Oh, what's your channel?" And they're like, "What the heck are you talking?" You know, it's just that's
the 21st century, Mike.
That's right. If you don't have a channel, I ain't got no time for you. You know, yours happens to be NBC. But
Well, yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah, I suppose it is. I'd have been happier in the 19th century, to be honest.
yes,
Chiseling things out on stone.
and there's a reason. There's a reason that you are gleefully and blissfully not on Twitter. And I have told you before, I have a ton of respect for you not getting sucked into that. Perry's the same way. Perry Grove's not on Twitter, and I wish I could be that. But here's a question.
Boy, I do too. It would save me from doing this 24 hours a day.
Yeah, exactly. Question for Peter: does he hope to be doing UCL games soon again? I'm going to imagine he's not going to come out and say he wants to be doing something different than the people who are paying him to do it now are doing. But he's a Real Madrid fan. He misses hearing you on big UCL nights. Last time I heard you was when we beat City in the 2022 semifinal.
There is no doubt or secret that I loved doing the Champions League and still would love doing the Champions League, but and I remember that night really well, and those are compelling evenings, and it's a fantastic competition. But as you rightly imply, Mike, I don't at the moment work for channels who have the rights to the Champions League, so that's kind of end of the conversation, and that's just the brutal truth, and that's the code by which all of us who work in television live. So you're not going to hear me talking down the Champions League. Indeed, there's a degree to which I have professional envy, but we can't all do everything.
Champions League isn't tapping you up right now.
Rightly say.
The Champions League isn't tapping you up right now.
The whole thing. I can hear the music in my ears.
Oh.
But listen, I was at Real Madrid when Thierry Henry scored the winner. In whatever it was. Yeah. For English TV. So anyway, yeah, listen, it's great, the Champions League, and yes, I miss it, but I'm a lucky boy to be doing what I'm doing, and you won't hear me complaining about it.
Well, I don't quite understand why, but my son is up at 4:53 in the morning, and for him to get up right now, I'm gonna put him on the screen. So a question for Peter from my boy.
Hey, Jake.
What is your favorite stadium to work at and the favorite game you've done at that stadium? That's a great question, Jake.
That's a great question.
I would say, actually, funnily enough, it ties in a bit with the last question. I think probably Real Madrid is a wonderful, wonderful stadium because, actually, I haven't been there since they rebuilt it because I don't work in the Champions League right up to date. But it is, I'm not the first to say, it's like a wedding cake, it's like tiers and tiers of meringue. It just keeps on going up. And there's just an evocative nature to it. There's the sense when you're there that there's nowhere better in the world to be. It's a real wow stadium. And I have to say, there's also an extent to which people who do my job are swayed in their view by where they stick you to watch the game. And, the position from a television point of view is a really good one, just the right height. You can see the action really well. It's what I call a no excuses ground from a broadcasting point of view. And at that ground, I saw, just trying to remember, Mourinho against Guardiola, Real Madrid against Barcelona in the Champions League, when Lionel Messi dribbled from the halfway line and scored an absolutely wondrous goal. And that would be my favorite game at that stadium.
Beautiful. And Jake asked, I'm sure Jake would agree, but I the two of us have gone together to the Bernabeu twice, once for a Classico and sat dead center, but literally second row from the top. And boy, was I scared. I was out of breath climbing up there and scared that I was going to fall off the stadium. And then the second time, just over the goal for the Champions League quarterfinal, I believe it was against who was it against? It was Chelsea, I believe. When Benzema scored in added time, and right over the goal, and amazing place.
Yeah, beautiful.
Tanner, you got a question?
Yeah, just real quick, Peter, kind of along these lines. Is there? Every show I do, I have to get in the obligatory American sports reference.
You do love to do
Is there? Of course I do. But hey, If Mikey Hurst is watching or listening, I'm not going to talk about Tom Brady. I'm not going to talk about Tom Brady. Peter, is there an American sporting event that you would absolutely love to commentate? Something that you just look at and say, boy, that would be, as far as American sports go, that would be a dream come true for you? Or is there an American stadium that you would love to, if you haven't already been, that you would love to go to?
Well, the thing about American sport for me is that I'm ignorant of it largely. So in that sense, I think it's dangerous even to have that dream. But having said that, which little boy or girl doesn't, run around saying touchdown? Because that's what that's what we hear. That is our very, very superficial kind of experience in the very broadest of broad brushstrokes things. And so the chance to say touchdown would be a lot of fun. For American, but I just don't have the grasp on them. I love cricket where you love baseball. So I'd be fascinated to see baseball and to learn baseball. And I can now, I've reached the stage where I can settle down to a game of American football, and I wouldn't go so far as to say appreciate it, but at least broadly understand it. And I can become engaged in it and excited by it. I'm really looking forward, if selected, to the chance to work at the next World Cup and experience some of those American stadia, and you guys can tell me which ones I should be looking forward to seeing. I don't think I have seen live sport in America. The only iconic American sporting venue I've ever been to was the track at Indianapolis, the Indianapolis 500. And the reason for that, and I'm not even into motorsport, the reason for that is way back at the in the mid 1990s, when I was working for BBC Radio, I was sent on the assignment to commentate on Mike Tyson coming out of jail. And so I stood outside of the Indianapolis Penitentiary at dawn.
And did play-by-play like you did?
Basically, yeah, amid the media scrum, and described him emerging and getting into whatever he got into and disappearing. And so it was a great experience. But I had a spare day before I flew home. So obviously, if you were there, the place you got to have a look at as a sports fan is that. So that, I think, unless I'm forgetting something, is the only American sporting venue I've ever visited. So I'm looking forward in 2026, if I'm spared and selected, to seeing a few more.
If you're not selected, Peter, I will boycott the World Cup. I will put that on record right now.
Well, we had Rebecca Lowe over doing the Olympics in Paris, so we have to have Peter doing the Olympics in LA.
Yes.
Speaking of LA, I'm going to bring in for just a second. For a long time, Sophie. It is so good to see you.
Hi, Sophie.
Absolutely loving you,
Hello,
Sophie.
Mr. Drury.
You've spoken with Peter before?
Yes, we have on the last
On
Podathon. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. I'm actually not in LA currently.
Yeah, that's true.
I am in the great city of London. And it's nice to be here. It's a bit hot for London. Don't like it very much, but it's beautiful. It's a lovely day. There's a lovely breeze today coming through the window here, and it's good to be with you. And it's always good to see Sir Peter. One day that will happen.
Good
Sir
Peter.
Start the petition now.
No, I've dropped the ball on something, and I'm going to apologize to both you, Sophie, and to you, Andrew, in the green room. I forgot to change the links and redirect them. We are now at the point where we have to break from part 2 to part 3, which is a different stream. If both of you, Sophie and Andrew, will just go to the exact same website you came to be here, it will now take you into part 3. So we're going to end this stream. We're going to say goodbye to Peter. Much appreciated.
Man, that's all I get. So Peter, I was at the Emirates yesterday, and you know that moment before anything starts. It's They've got the infrared on the penalty box, and all the hopes and expectations for the season. And I'm looking for the quintessential Peter Drury commentating when the Arsenal win the Premier League this season. I want you to start thinking about what that line is going to be.
This time.
It's got to come Peter, if you would have started the commentary on that, I was taking the earbuds out so that I don't hear it.
I want our blue moon has risen moment.
Yes.
Well, do you know what?
The world is red.
It's lovely to be lovely to Arsenal when I'm with Arsenal people. And I'm very, very easily seduced. But the truth of the matter is this, that they all have their own narrative, don't they? And the Manchester City narrative, to be fair to Manchester City, is that they keep on doing it, they keep on doing it, they keep on doing it. And that's a great narrative in itself for them. But when Liverpool won it in 2020, it was a beautiful thing because it had been 30 years. And so there was a freshness, there was a newness about the whole story. And Arsenal are waiting for that. You know, a whole new generation of champion. And it'll be a lovely thing if and when it happens to articulate that for Arsenal. And I've got to say, and you'll hate me saying it, but we're heading into similar territory, and they're behind you at the moment, for Manchester United. If and when, and it'll happen one day, Manchester United become the champions again, that will become, in the way that Liverpool did in 2020, a beautiful new narrative for someone who ever happens to be lucky enough to be narrating it. But the Arsenal narrative, which is absolutely sitting up and begging and waiting to happen, is, if and when it occurs, going to be a beautiful one.
I've got one. I'm throwing my hat in the ring. They've gone from the Invincibles to the Invisibles and now the Incredibles.
That is nice. It's nice. It's nice. Pick that one out. Can I write that down, Sophie?
Yes, yes.
Please do. And Peter, I can't thank you enough again for everything. Thank you for your responsiveness, your generosity, your time, your words. You are the man. You're the best, and we appreciate you joining us. We are going to be switching to part 3. Andrew's already backstage there. Sophie, I'm going to need you to do the exact thing you did to join this, and when you do it, you'll be in part 3. And everyone that's watching, same exact link, and it'll take you back. But everyone that's watching, please go to bit.ly/Podathon 2024. Same way you got here. But if you do it now, it'll take you to part 3, where we'll be in just about 60 seconds. So thank you very much for watching so far. And
Lovely to see you, Peter.
Lovely to see you, Sophie. And you and may I say, all the thanks should be for you, Mike, because what you do is a really, really wonderful thing. And may I urge everybody to go to the website that's going through the bottom here, as I will now, to make a donation to your terrific cause. So thank you very much. And see you next year, if not before.
Thank you so much, Peter. It's fantastic to talk to you as always. And everybody, will see you on the other side in part 3. And appreciate it.